joined by the chairman of UG-EXIM, Dr. Peter Ngategizi, and we will also have the CEO of SBG Securities, Grace Semakula. I want to remind each one of us who's here that we have exhibition space on the ground floor. I want to advise you to take time to go and see the good things that the Ugandans are producing. I know for a fact that many of you have not been there yet, and I want to suggest that we could probably take off 30 or 20 minutes before our lunch break for all of us to go and check on the products that are down here. So, ladies and gentlemen, if we are all back to our seats, I want to ask that we have an opening prayer, and after that, we will be able to delve into the day's activities. And so, shall we have a volunteer to pray for us this morning? Okay. We have a volunteer there who has offered to pray for us. David, help me with the microphone. Somebody has offered to pray for us.
Thank you. Let's humble ourselves and pray. Father, we thank you. We thank you for the gift of life. Thank you for the presence and your presence in this place. Thank you for wisdom. Thank you for your guidance. Thank you, and we pray that we commit this session and this Pan-African conference into you, and thank you for the fruits that are going to come out of this conference. We pray for peace, we pray for stability, and we pray that the wisdom that we're going to be shared, Lord, will be used to develop this nation and the African continent and the world at large. We thank you for each and everything. We thank you for your love, and we thank you for each and everyone in this place. In Jesus' name we believe and pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much. I want to task Mr. Muchunguzi Wilson to help me guide all the good people who are at the coffee area to come and take their seats. You may begin with the table that you have. Just ask those who are not yet done to carry their coffee with them and have a seat. We want to make sure that we keep time today. Yesterday had a lot of government formalities, but we are very happy to have had the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda deliver His Excellency's message, and also being able to communicate that His Excellency the President is very eager to meet our visitors on Thursday so that you can hear more about Uganda that you may want to do business with. Expressively, we expect to have deeper conversations from the Uganda-EXIM. And I know that the team from UG-EXIM is here with us. Dr. Ngategizi, just stand up so that people can see you. I know that also Alan Agaba is here from UG-EXIM. Alan Agaba is there, and he's the Chief Operations Officer. So in case you want to have conversations and deeper understanding, UG-EXIM should be able to find space so that they can explain to you. We will have a UX session for our visitors tomorrow, and I will ask Brenda that you coordinate that together with Chironde. The visit of the exhibition stalls should also happen concurrently today amidst other sessions. Like I had already explained to you, The theme is expanding opportunity, Ugandan African diaspora dignity, and I want to be sure that the panelists are here. Brenda, I need you to confirm for me that the Andrew Matovu is here. I would also wish to know if Henrietta, of course, is here, and I did see Henrietta, who is going to give us a keynote address about leveraging the influence of African diaspora in the US. And then we will have the panelists, inclusive the managing director of KCB, the head of mortgages, Mr. John Kawesi from the Housing Finance Bank, and also Dr. Peter Ngategizi from UG Exim, and Grace Semakula from SBG Securities. I just want you to know how your neighbor is, whether they are okay, and I want you to find out not by asking them if they are okay, but I want you to do something very interesting so that you can have a deeper interpretation in what you have done and how they are. Just turn and look at your neighbor in the face. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. Just turn and look at their faces, in their faces. Have you looked into your neighbor's face? What do you see? A smile. Did everybody smile back at you? Do you see peace in their faces? What about love? Do you see anybody who did not sleep? Matthew? Is there anybody who is sad that you're seeing? Do you see a sad face? Because also, if you're not able to see, we want to know so that we can know what aids we can do to help you. So were you also able to see and read from your neighbor's face? Okay, if we have had an opportunity of making sure that our neighbors are okay and in good, perfect health, I now want to ask the President Emeritus, Henrietta, to come and give us a keynote address about leveraging the influence of the African diaspora in the US. Henrietta has been very passionate about the work that we do. She has been our partner from inception, and we can say peacefully and confidently that she has had such an instrumental role in making sure that the relations between Uganda and the US are firmed up, especially business-wise. Henrietta, thank you for joining us this morning, and looking forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew, for those kind words. Good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Henrietta Nairuba Wamala, and Matthew has already introduced me. I stand here in various capacities. Usually I'm looked at as a diaspora leader, but today I also come to you as a businesswoman. In 2009, we had a Ugandan North American convention like we do annually. Two ladies had a vision. We had been seeing Uganda come and try to boost its trade and investments, but we were not convinced that they were doing it right. A gentleman came from Uganda that year to come and attend the UNA convention. And during the first annual UNA all-day trade and investment forum, with all the partners we had brought on board, this gentleman gave a presentation to the audience, and he had a vision. He was, I think he was a trained engineer, but also a chemist. And he had an idea. He had a factory. He was doing okay. And as a trader, he had brought some snacks to the convention. But he had a bigger idea to take this soya snack, turn it into liquid, and make it milk, and actually give back to the Ugandan schools by giving that soya milk to kids that cannot afford to have milk in the mornings as breakfast. We had people from the University of Chicago in the audience. They listened to him, and they liked the idea. They invited him to actually come and do a presentation at the university. And within a month, he was given a grant to come and study and make his dream a reality. I don't know if you have heard of Sesako. If you know the company Sesako, that's the gentleman. So Diaspora has been doing its thing, trying to boost trade, investments, and of course, push FDI into the Ugandan market for years. The ladies that held that forum in 2009 in Chicago was me, Henrietta, and my partner, Audrey Musimenta. I'm honored today to be here to talk about diaspora and of course how private sector and the government can help leverage us to give back in a bigger way. And that is to, of course, boost trade, push FDI, and most importantly, give back to our economy through national development. The Ugandan population in the diaspora, I think from the last numbers that were given to us, came to about 2M. But in North America alone, which is United States and Canada, we range about in the 500,000s. So you can see how vast our population is and how much impact we can give back in terms of FDI and also leveraging to build national development in Uganda. In 2023 alone, the diaspora remittances, I think, came up to $1.2 billion, and remember that is after COVID. So I can stand here and confidently say that we are doing our part. Our question is, how can you help us give back to the economy and actually do it even better? So we do have the potential. We can influence trade, just like I told you. With the Sesako story, we can influence investments, that is bring back to the country. Of course, we have technology transfer partnerships that have been built. We've been dealing with Makerere University in doing that, whereby we have even worked with some small SMEs. For example, we have a gentleman, I think he's known to many of you. He builds apps here in Uganda, and we have been working with them when it comes to giving back in terms of technology transfer. We also have had partnerships whereby we have young men and women come to the diaspora to train, and we make sure that they come back and bring that knowledge back in form of training other younger people here. So diaspora is doing its part in that instance, and of course cultural exchange. Like I said, we are the first line ambassadors in terms of facilitating trade. If you have ever attended our annual UNA conventions, we have dedicated a whole day at the beginning of the convention to trade and investments. So UNA kind of has been putting the Ugandan flag up there. The only problem that we have is that the government has not really harnessed that potential to try and make sure that we have those partnerships that we build sustainably kept. So we really would like to see that improved, and I think it is seen today with the current ambassador, Her Excellency Rebecca Konge. She's been trying to follow up, and we've been having a couple of some trade missions whereby she comes from state to state to try and promote the country, to try and get diaspora involved. So I think it's baby steps, but we are actually getting there. And kudos to our ambassador in the US, Ambassador Rebecca Konge. Of course, we are very much interested in SMEs that try to export to the US. And those are the people that we have actually been concentrating on. So within these sessions, I'm happy to see, and I've been talking to a couple of you guys, I'm happy to see that we have so many people that want to bring their products to Uganda, but we usually try to make sure that we look at the private sector and try to promote it, because we do have so many products that are known here but are not known in the diaspora, and our job is to try to get those products on the shelves in the US. All right, so like I said, we are trying to encourage diaspora to come back and invest home. We are doing that by, of course, mobilizing ourselves. In the past UNA convention, we actually unveiled a whole building that we have in Kisugu. We decided to come together, a couple of us, and show others that it can be done. There is something that we've seen about diaspora. They have kind of, I know some people may not like this, but there's lack of trust when it comes to investing back here. So I thought about all that, and as a leader, I decided to take the mantle and ask people to come together, and we take baby steps to see if we can change all that. Today, as we speak, we have an apartment building in Kisugu that actually will be completed at the end of the year. We started building that apartment about 1.5 years ago. I made sure that Moses Wilson, our past president, took the mantle in leading the project. Of course, we worked with Housing Finance. Is Housing Finance in the building? They were very happy to work with us as diaspora. Of course, we came up with our own funds, but I think 30% of the loan that put that building up was financed by Housing Finance. So these are the little things that we do, and we want to show people that it can be done, and hopefully we can have more of such investments back home. A few days ago, I was reading something whereby National Housing was announcing that they have got a housing deficit of about 2.4 million. I think this is an opportunity for the government to involve diaspora and encourage them to take part in investments such as real estate, so that they can see how they can help and build and help build back the economy. For example, a housing deficit of 2.4 M, I think that is something that we can come together and be able to put towards to make sure that there's enough housing for people here. People like Dr. Kamanzi has done that in Ghana. Tap into these investors and see how you can lure them to come and invest in something such as that. I think you have like so many houses you've built in Ghana to try and curb that same deficit. So there's a lot of potential that diaspora can do. Like I said, government role. We need the government to support us by having strong diaspora policies that protect us as diaspora. Today, as we speak, Uganda doesn't have a diaspora policy. And that's a shame, because in the meetings we have had within the East African region community, I think we are the last country that doesn't have a diaspora policy. So any government officials that are here, that is something, please, we would like you to help us with. We need to have a policy that drives and helps us build to add to national development. And of course, private sector. You have the potential to work with diaspora to actually do good business. We are here, we are your eyes, we are your ambassadors. We are ready to put your products on the shelves if we can partner. And of course, much as we are giving back to the economy, we also are giving back to you as private sector. So we are calling upon you to come and work with us, to come and partner, so that we can see what we can do. I talked about trust. Trust is a huge problem we have as diaspora when it comes to people back home. And that is because there have been so many people who have either run into problems when they try to invest in the country. So this still comes back to you as our key partners, private sector, but the government has to support us in protecting our investments. Some of the things that we would like to see that maybe government can do to protect us is, for example, to have dedicated diaspora offices that are there to take care of us and solve our problems. Of course, policy reforms. I talked about the diaspora policy. We need that to be done. We also want to commend the government on what they've done for us. For example, they were able to give us dual citizenship. That has helped us to do business easy here. They are able to come and give us our services, such as the Indagamuntu tools and all that, and which helps us when we come to transact back here in Uganda. So I would like to commend the government on that. But also, I would also like to encourage them to continue engaging us to be able to invest in bigger projects such as the National Housing Project that I talked about, and also giving back to the communities, for example, by protecting the environment. You all saw what happened, I think, a few weeks ago, with that accident that happened where the people were buried under the garbage, and we had a lot of deaths. We have someone who actually was here yesterday and is a diaspora and has a company that deals with waste management. Tap into that potential and work with them to see how they can help the nation. I mean, these are things that we shouldn't be even talking about, especially such a tragedy that happened. I think we could do better. That's all that I can say. I don't want to rub any other, I don't want to go into the politics of all that, but I think we can do better than that. And which brings me to Henrietta, the business person. I would like to introduce you to the Uganda Connect Trade Hub Chicago. The Uganda Connect Trade Hub Chicago is an entity that we are building, and we are going to have 3 key partners with it. Of course, we are going to have our trade rep, Dr. Kamanzi, involved in the trade hub, and then I have my partner, Audrey Musimenta, that I mentioned before. Yesterday, the chairman of PACBF gave you a background of how all this came about. In 2022, they established PACBF, and the chairman reached out to us and wanted to see how the country could increase its exports to the US. And through all these conversations, today we are proud to say that we are actually working on having our own footprint as Uganda in Chicago. It hasn't been an easy journey. But I also believe that good things come to those who wait. We have done our homework. We have come here a couple of times. Audrey was here a couple of weeks ago and was meeting a couple of you, exporters. And we are ready to make sure that we have your products come on the US shelves. Now, the Trade Hub is going to be a wholesale and distribution business, whereby we would like to provide that direct connection of your commodities into the US market. It's going to be a privately owned business, but also we are going to be working closely with PACBF and any other government agencies to make sure that Ugandan products are put onto the shelves correctly. The Trade Hub will not only have just commodities, but it will also have the service products, such as tourism. Of course, our vision for this Trade Hub is that we want to be the gateway to Uganda, whereby you bring your products to us, and we give you the visibility in the US market. Now, our objectives, number one is to bridge the markets, like I have said. We will create the seamless connections between Uganda and North America by doing that. As exporters, we are asking you that you try to be flexible and open to rebranding some of your products, because we've seen some of them and sometimes they need a lot to be desired. So we may have to rebrand them and put them on the American market level. And of course, we will also be working with some of the exporters to facilitate investment by working closely with stakeholders and trying to make sure that there are direct, diverse investments that are brought back here in North America. When we talk about tourism, we are not just talking about people, we are not just talking about having people to come and see the beautiful country. We are also going to be dealing with people who want to come and invest in the tourism industry. Someone may ask us why the Uganda Trade Hub in Chicago. Everyone knows the US market is huge. Our GDP as of 2023 was at 27 trillion. Imports around the world in the US came to about 3,826 billion, but look at the imports from Uganda. That was just 120 million. So there's huge potential for us to tap into the US market. And we are really looking forward to working with you all to see that we can increase these numbers, as Chairman said yesterday. Of course, our population in Illinois, I live in Illinois in Chicago, our city is of course Chicago. Well, the major city is Springfield, but usually Chicago is looked at as the big city. If you just look at the population in Illinois, we are about 12 million. 12.5 million, but imagine if you have your products in just Illinois. Chicago alone has about 2.6 million people, and the suburbs surrounding Chicago make about 9 million. Imagine if you have Ugandan products in just Illinois, say in a Walmart or a Trader Joe's. That would make a vast difference in boosting these numbers. So now take that out of Chicago and think of those products going beyond Chicago. For example, you have Detroit. Imagine the people in Boston. And I'm not just talking about Chicago and looking at Ugandans, but I'm talking about the whole of Chicago, both Ugandans and the US people. This is a lot, we have a lot of opportunity to increase these numbers and actually make sure that we raise the 120 to say $1 billion, as Chairman told us yesterday. Now, the most important question that I have for you that was discussed yesterday, are you ready for the US market? Are you ready? Maria yesterday was talking about export testing, the inspections. We need to make sure that your products are ready to go on the shelves. And I am one of those people who will not take any cuts in making sure that we have the right products on the shelves. If I come and say I'm taking a ton of, say, macadamias and find that half of it does not cut it, that whole order will have to go. Because at the end of the day, when you bring your Ugandan products to the US and do it wrong, it's going to make all the other exporters look bad. So try to make sure that you are ready when you're bringing those products to the US, so that we make all the other exporters look good as well. So when it comes to certification, Maria will be working closely with you. Audrey and I actually have talked to the FDA office, and we want to see how we can work with them to see that those that need help in getting FDA clearance can actually get it. And then when it comes to, of course, the US Customs and Border Protection, 3 metric tons. How can you help him meet capacity? Those are conversations that I would like to make sure that we get answers to before we leave this area, because people have the potential, they would like to bring products, but we also have to make sure they are consistent at giving us those products. Now, the Chicago Trade Hub is going to focus on our first 8 products: coffee, tea, cocoa and chocolate, vanilla, macadamia nuts, arts, crafts, and apparel. When I say arts, craft, and apparel, Arise Collections, we are going to be working with you in doing that. John, I spoke to John. He has, I think, a company, Ankole, I think it's the Ankole cow horns. We are going to be working with him as well. And of course, Toke banana flour. I've put those little asterisks on the Toke banana flour for a reason. The Toke banana flour is, to me, is, I think, the gold that we have that has not been realized. We export coffee as one of our #1 products, but the Toke flour is not yet known because of its health benefits. This is a gluten-free product, and for us, when we are marketing it out there, we are going to be marketing it as a nutritious, gluten-free and healthy product. If you've been looking at the US market, when we talk about health, nutrition, there is huge potential in any products that are marketed that way. When we deal with Toke, we are going to have dietitians, we are going to have food specialists that are going to be pushing the Toke flour on all specialty stores. And I don't know if any of you have had a chance to even look at the price of Toke, the price of banana flour. It's one of the high-priced products out there. If you just go on Amazon, you'll be able to see it. So we are looking at that product, and it may be even bringing in more dollars than coffee if it's marketed right. Remember what I said, bring your products and place them right on the shelf, and you'll do good. But if you bring it and you do it wrong, it will actually have all the other people not come through gets into the US market. So the last product that we are dealing with is tourism. As a hub, we have already started working on this. We have a website already ready that's running. We already have bookings when it comes to tourism. So this is a service that we have already started working on under the hub. UG Tourism Consult is a subsidiary that has been registered under the hub, and it's already up and running. When it comes to logistics, of course, we are going to use air cargo. I'm very happy to hear that Uganda Airlines is thinking of coming to Chicago. It may take some time, but Chairman Rabogo, thank you for all that you're doing, because when it comes to bringing products to the US, we have that distance as one of the impediments that we have to deal with, especially if it's fresh products. So air cargo, of course, we will be using the ocean when it comes to the bigger products such as the cocos, but if it's the smaller ones like the vanillas, we'll be dealing with the air. We'll be dealing with rail and trucks for inland logistics. And then, of course, I talked about the customs and border control. We'll be dealing with companies that can help us navigate through those tedious border regulations. And then when it comes to warehousing, much as we have, we are going to be getting a warehouse that will be owned by the Uganda Trade Hub Chicago. We are going to start off using on-demand warehousing as we wait for that bigger plan. So we are going to use on-demand warehousing, but we have a building that we have in mind. It's very well positioned. It's in Chicago, and it's not too far to where we will be getting our products when they are brought in either by air cargo or by sea. That's our operating model, the business operating model. We are going to be having, of course, Ugandan exports to the US. They come to the hub, and they will be going to the wholesale distributors. We already are in talks with a couple of them in Boston. Of course, we are looking at investors when it comes to tourism. And then the food service distribution are going to be very, very important in this model, because they will be pushing all these products onto the shelves, especially when you talk about coffee, cocoa, vanilla, when you talk about toke. That food service distribution company we are working with is going to be pushing that for us. We are going to be using e-commerce and online resources. So that is also one thing that we are going to be working with. We are working with supermarkets. We are already in talks with Chika Market. Dr. Kamanzi, you know them, in Bolingbrook, and also other retail consumers. This is a summary, more or less, of how our marketing strategy will be. Of course, we will be using content marketing, we'll be using social media, we'll be using trade shows, whereby we will have some demonstrations, especially for the Toke product, print advertising, word of mouth. We will leverage all networks to make sure that Ugandan products are out there. So this is our implementation schedule. Within the month of October, it's all about fund mobilization. And of course, the partners, we have already mobilized a couple of funds and have had more things that have been done. Within the month of November, we are launching our online marketplace. And because we are thinking of Christmas, we would like to get some Christmas orders in. And then between December 1st and 31st, we hope that we would have finalized everything on the hub. And we are hoping to have a grand opening on December 15th. Now, of course, that's contingent on, of course, funds mobilization and everything. But if you're ready to put on your jackets, we are going to need you to come to Chicago, because it will be a winter season. I know most of you hate winters. So the hub promoters have already invested in most of the key aspects of the hub. Of course, we have our hub registered already as a limited liability company in the state of Illinois. We have secured on-demand warehousing that we are going to start using until we purchase our own building, which is on the northwest of Chicago. It's a 28 square foot building, so it's a huge building. And of course, we have registered a subsidiary company that runs the tourism part under Uganda Connect Hub of Chicago, and that's UG Tourism Consult. We have already hired our business development and planning specialists who are working on the plan, which is going to be finalized after we get back home. We have a couple of people. Discovery, if you are in here, I spoke to you yesterday. I need numbers from you because we need to get all this done. And of course, we are going to be engaging a web and mobile application specialist that will design and build on our marketplace in order to promote the products. So really, in a nutshell, much as we are diaspora, we are also coming to you as business partners, and we hope you can work with us to make sure that we increase trade and investments and exports into the US. You can discover our range of products when all this rolls out, especially the online, on the online marketplace. We will be sending you information. And please reach out to our team and let's connect. Let's work on building exports. Our contacts, we have Audrey Mosimenta. You can write down the numbers. My number is also up there. And also Dr. Kamanzi's number is up there. So reach out to us. We are ready to do business with you. And the US is a huge market with huge potential, ready to take your products. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Henrietta. Let's give another round of applause. Henrietta is the President Emeritus for the UNA, Ugandans in North America. And like I mentioned earlier on, she has been very instrumental in making sure that the relations between the two countries are firmed, especially business-wise. I want to welcome you all yet again to this event, the second day. And like I mentioned earlier on, today is the Day 2, and we are concentrating so much on business. We just had a session or a keynote address about leveraging the influence of African diaspora in the US. We are going to have a business panel that is going to be moderated by Andrew Matovu from PIBID, the Presidential Initiative on Banana and Industrial Development, the institution behind the brand Toke. So I want to invite you, Andrew, to come up. I also wish to invite other panelists that are joining us this morning, but I want in a special way to also welcome Reverend Dr. Muranga. Thank you for joining us, and she's the Director General for Toke. I also wish to welcome and recognize Ambassador Rosa Malango. Thank you for joining us this morning. I know that we have a quick video of highlights that was put together yesterday, and I want the team to signal me once they are ready so that we can have it rolling. I want to invite Kedi Keba from KCB. If you're here, please come and take your seat. I also want to invite Salima Aisha from Stanbic to come and take your seat. I want to invite Dr. Ngategize to come and take your seat. I want to invite the team that I have mentioned so that we can have this session running quickly. And Andrew, we have exactly 10 minutes for this panel discussion. I want to ask you to adhere to the time and also make sure that it is kept very well. Please come and you can start and moderate for us.
Good morning, everybody. All protocol observed. Thank you, Matthew, and thank you for everybody who's here. Yeah, we have a very interesting topic. My name is Andrew Matovu, and I work with the Presidential Initiative on banana industrial development, that is the brand Toke. I would like to recognize the Director General here, Madame Florence. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll have a good panel. We're trying to have a brainstorm on leveraging the influence of the African diaspora in the US. When we talk Pan-Africanism, we're trying to create unity, the African unity, at all fronts, be it business, culture, and also exploit. Leveraging is to exploit. Diaspora comes from a Greek word, dispersion. And what do we understand when we say diaspora? Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce the panel here with. I'll give them a minute to introduce themselves. Doctor, to you first.
Thank you very much. Peter Ngatejize, I had a presentation yesterday. Years ago, I was also in the diaspora. I mentioned I studied at Michigan State University, where I did my master's and PhD, lectured a bit at Kapin State College then, now university, and also did my postdoctoral work in Ethiopia for 2 years. And on return, I worked within Bank of Uganda, Uganda Coffee Development Authority, Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development for 22 years. I grow trees. I'm a commercial farmer. I'm a vice chairman of Uganda Wood Mill. And yesterday I presented myself as chairman of UG Exim Limited. That's a long one. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Salima Asha Katamba. I work with SBG Securities. I'm the investment manager there. SBG Securities is part of Stanbic Uganda Holdings, which owns Stanbic Bank. Ours is to bring the financial investments opportunities to this community, to provide them with avenues within which they can actually invest and also impact the economies back here in Uganda. Thank you.
Yes, Henrietta.
Once again, Henrietta Naiduva Wamala, and I am here as a business person. I'm going to take off all the other hats, Andrew.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Henrietta, and everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, leveraging the diaspora can take a lot of strides, but what we have to understand, the composition of the diaspora. We tend to stay on the indigenous diaspora, that is Uganda to wherever our people are, but also we have the African American or the African diaspora, where we have the African Americans, you have people of other descents, that is all still diaspora. And how much are we leveraging ourselves to opportunities that lie within this different diversity? Doctor, as
for those who are Ugandans, basically innovatively, for those who are Ugandans, basically innovatively, because we are getting into products, as we have just talked about, you want to come, we have just talked about, you want to come from factory into the supermarket, where warehouses are needed, you make use of those. You want to get trust, and trust normally is built over time. That's what she has mentioned. And therefore, this conference, the nature of conference that we have, creates a huge opportunity for going beyond the fundamentals of banking and the things I talked about yesterday to those aspects of governance that are critical in the companies that we are forming, that we want to lend money, and meeting the kind of standards that the markets that we are engaged in require. I guess I will leave it at that. I know you have shortage of time.
Thank you very much, Doctor. To you, Salima. I understand there are very many platforms Stanbic Bank is putting in place. What initiatives or platforms does Stanbic have currently that exist that connect the African diaspora with businesses on the continent? And how can this be improved or expanded?
Thank you very much. I will answer that question with the angle of what we have put in place to actually mobilize and easily bring the money back here for further investments and further deployment into the various vast opportunities that we have in the country. From an investment standpoint, there are various avenues through which even small amounts coming from the diaspora can be mobilized every so often to become even bigger. So there are various channels or investment products available. Bringing it back home to SBG Securities, we are able to provide you with what we call a Stanbic Unit Trust, which is a starting point for even someone out there who wants to just collect a portion of their monies and earn a bit of return on them as they wait to come back home and deploy it somewhere else. We do recognize the fact that the diaspora have aspirations, various dreams that they want to fulfill even back home in Uganda, because home is still home to them. And the avenue, even with the unit trust, the avenue, even with investing in the stock market, which we can still provide and avail to the various people in the diaspora, opens up opportunities and windows and doors for them to actually have an impact here in Africa. I know that just seeing a few case studies from our neighbors in Kenya, they have really done very well in terms of being able to attract those FDIs into the capital markets. And just touching on the element of trust, dealing with an entity like Stanbic, which is first and foremost regulated, and we have additional oversight even as we deal and handle your savings and investments, should provide additional comfort to the members that in case of anything, there is someone who is accountable for their money, and there is someone who they can always look to make sure that their money is safe, but also it's not, it is what I call a mutually beneficial relationship, because you're investing your money here or you're investing your money this time. So in terms of that real return that you're getting, because our inflation is relatively low here, it is also real. You're talking about averages of 10% per annum on just the financial investments currently. So that's the starting point for investments, as you now get a bigger chunk of money that can still be deployed into the various avenues and the various businesses presently. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Henrietta, while you were presenting, you talked about government advocacy and policies. What role should government in the African countries play in supporting diaspora engagement? And what specific policies could facilitate this?
Thank you so much, Andrew. When you talk about diaspora policies, you're really looking at what affects us as people who are living out of the country, and comes back to us. Comes back to the country when we either are remitting, when we either are helping people back home. So, for example, I was in the IOM meetings I think in March of last year, and we looked at all the countries in the Horn of Africa. And out of the countries that were in attendance, with the exception of Rwanda, Ethiopia, Somalia, Kenya, Tanzania was not there as well, had all their policies approved by the IOM. Some of them had even been revised, and these policies were not only approved by IOM, but by their governments, whereby they are actively involving diaspora when it comes to national development. That is something that we are kind of lacking here, whereby we have asked for it. We tried to have it done years ago, but all of a sudden it went quiet. When you look at what has happened in the diaspora in the past 10 years, a lot has changed. A lot has changed in terms of the numbers. Before, it used to be the US, I think, and North America that had the highest numbers of diaspora. Now you have a lot of people who are in United Arab Emirates, the Dubai, most of the people are now going into the Middle East. And when you look at what they are going through, especially their labor laws and all that, government has to really work hand in hand with diaspora and people who are trying to get those people to make sure that people are either protected, whatever they have as the labor laws are protecting, of course, people who are coming from Uganda to that side, but also the embassies there are working on making sure that the citizens, the Ugandan citizens, are protected. So we really need that active role of government within the diaspora, beyond that, beyond having just the embassies come and deal with us as diaspora. I am so happy that at least Ambassador Kakonge used to be a diaspora and understands where we are coming from. And she has leveraged that part of being a diaspora to come into the communities, hear us out, and she is pushing Foreign Affairs to make sure that at least we get a diaspora policy done that can help us. So at the end of the day, we have to have those tough conversations with government to make sure that certain things are done. Now, of course, through these engagements, we've had things such as dual citizenship, Ndagamuntu rollouts, the right to vote. All these things have been, have been done, have been realized. But I think there is still more that needs to be done to get to that place where we say we are comfortable as diaspora with what our government is giving us.
Okay, thank you very much, Henrietta. Salima, back to you again. In the same regards, are there any policy changes you think or you've got experience with as an institution that would benefit both the diaspora communities in the US and the businesses here on the continent?
Thank you for that. I think on top of what we need to start with is policies that to one extent start to build their levels of trust. Policies that will ensure the safety of what is being invested here. How are they protected? How are those investments that are done here, specifically or from the diaspora monies, how are they protected? How are they tracked? I think it is a starting point to bring that confidence, because we need a place of confidence, or we start from a place of confidence to be able to mobilize a lot more monies or a lot more remittances, a lot more monies that we're receiving from the diaspora. So from a policy space, not to go into very many specifics, I think from our investment space, there's a need for diaspora-related linked regulations, policies, and it can even be as simple as the intentionality to put out information around the investment opportunities from a financial space, how to go about doing, what are the various requirements, putting everything from an information and a knowledge or whatever would be required from a layman diaspora person to someone who is more sophisticated or a more sophisticated investor, so that all this information is availed in one place. When I walk into whatever Ugandan embassy, I'm able to avail and provide, get this information and also contact the right people who are not going to cheat me, who I can trust with my, because I think that is a key thing or a key dynamic that we have seen among the diaspora community.
Thank you very much, Salima. Actually, what we try to echo again is, where do we get the Pan-Africanism? Where do we get that unity? How do we consolidate, and how do we take chance of the opportunities that exist here? Doctor here, are there, in your experience, opportunities that exist for diasporian members to invest in or start businesses in Africa, and how can they navigate the challenges involved?
Thank you very much. That's something I could talk about for a whole day, but let me just mention around policy about two things. As I mentioned yesterday, an operational commodity exchange can be very useful for anybody everywhere, as I said yesterday, because it guarantees quantity, qualities of commodities you are talking about, and facilitates price discovery. So if there was anything in policy and something I may have left in the Ministry of Finance and finished, that's one of them. Number two, just information for those who are here. I know within the Ministry of Finance, we have a business licensing and regulatory reform committee process whereabout we could rob around. And finally, in terms of opportunities, as I said earlier, I could talk for the whole day because ranging from the trees I've talked about, bamboos and what have you, so beyond the financials, I just investing in nature, tourism that has been talked about, trees, bamboos, pines and what have you, back into minerals, and then beyond into the financial space we are talking about. And now that I'm talking as chairman, UGXIM, then we are talking about when we get our systems done, then it opens up opportunities beyond the unit trust that my neighbor has talked about in terms of equity and if you want, even grants, impact funds that you have about. So it's all talks, it all really boils down to several things. Diaspora can help change mindsets, the trust that we are talking about, being serious in what you do, having a long-term perspective. And I want to encourage those of you who haven't read this magazine that PACBF has written, whether it's the president's speech or Chairman PACBF's write-up, one of the messages I pick about is look into your history and have a long-term perspectives into the future. Then the other points are basically about skills, whether in insurance, in banking, technology. I talked about blockchain technology that can help these financial transactions end to end, that reduce the risks we have, and really quite the space is unlimited as far as I'm concerned. So do you have passion for anything? Do you have a skill for something? Do you have the right perspective? And the opportunities are nowhere else than here.
Thank you very much, Dr. Salima. To you back again is what would a diasporian investor look at or could consider while looking at an African market? One or two issues.
Of course, first and foremost, I started with safety. Because ultimately the safety of your money is going to determine also the return that you are able to get on that money. Of course, safer assets will give you a relatively lower rate of return compared to if you go into riskier avenues for investment. But all in all, it's important that you make sure that the people you're dealing with, the counterparties you're dealing with are regulated, have some form of oversight as well. An additional person that they can be accountable to is something that should always be considered, because ultimately we are investors, so that's why we have moved away from just saying save your money. We are saying invest your money. Ultimately, we also want a relatively good rate of return to be well compensated for the money that we are working very hard for. So it is important that we also keep an eye and make sure we are keeping our financials, keeping our books in check, to look at what level of return we're actually earning in terms of whatever monies or investments that we are putting within the African setting and within Uganda. So if I'm to pick on two things, it is safety, levels of accountability, regulation, but also what you're going to get from it in terms of return and whether you're actually being well compensated for the risk exposure that you are facing.
Oh, thank you very much. This one I would like to be a bit more, frugal. When we talk about the diaspora, we know we get the 1.4 billion, it comes in, it disappears. We do not have a product size of where the money goes. How would the African diaspora help improve the continent challenges to be able to trace? Because when we talk about investment, it's very hard. When you send your money, it comes in, we receive it, but it goes and disappears. We never know whether it's gone in industry, whether it's gone in infrastructure development, whether it is gone for domestic help. So, Madam Henrietta, how would the African diaspora help African businesses gain access to the US market?
Andrew, thank you for the question. And it reminds me of a conversation I was having with the tourism folks when I asked them, how do you really gauge how many tourists have come into the country? Because we're talking to Ministry of Internal Affairs and trying to figure out which Ugandans come in as tourists, which Ugandans come in to just visit their family, and how can we decide who actually is coming in as an investor? And we could hardly pinpoint to the numbers. We also tried to get the same information addressed by Uganda Airlines, and they could not give us those numbers. So we actually suggested that maybe this requires some skills transfer, whereby we can liaise and see how we can get the real numbers, because some of us who are, for example, engaging in tourism, we would like to really know who we should pinpoint out as someone coming to invest in tourism, someone who's just coming to enjoy the nature, and that will help us determine how much gap we have to bridge in terms of, adding value to the industry. There's something that you asked before about how we are leveraging also the other diaspora when we talk about Pan-Africanism. I think we as Ugandans in North America have actually done a better job these days. Not too long ago, we engaged the Tanzanians because we all realized after COVID that we had a need. A lot of people come from Uganda, a lot of people come from other diasporans and move out there, but they find it hard to assimilate into the processes. Some of them may take 10 years, 5 years to get themselves situated. As they are doing that, they are working and actually remitting money back home, but they are struggling. They, for example, don't have a social security number. People from the US do understand this, which can identify them. And in order for them to have, for example, life insurance, they won't be able to have that because they lack that identity. So we came together and had all the other diasporans come together with us, and we actually came up with a fund whereby it's equivalent to a life insurance, such that when you lose someone dear to you, we can still repatriate your body back home. This fund will give you $20,000 to be able to do that. So that's the power of Pan-Africanism. That's the power of leveraging our neighbors and make sure that we are working together as diaspora.
Thank you very much, Madam Henrietta. Just to wrap up as we finalize the panel, anything to say to the audience or to any community about it? In conclusion.
Just conclude by introducing one or two people around so that if you have to follow up with Uganda Exim Limited, there is Alan Agaba, across here, COO. There is also Wava. Wava is one of our resource familiar with Uganda, Exim Limited. So I think in a sentence, what has been mentioned, packages or special purpose vehicles are being done. It's not like in the 80s when I was in the US, you sent money to pay school fees and all that, but you can now send money to invest in lodges, to invest in housing units, to invest in exports. So really, these vehicles are increasing, and this conference is going to even create more of those opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. Salima?
Thank you very much. So from our end, just to emphasize that everything from a financial investment perspective is available to the diaspora community. We have leveraged technology as Stanbic to make sure that in case you want to open up a unit trust account, a bank account, you have access to it via the web. So you are able to actually do that and execute it. You are able to keep track of your investment through those particular avenues because that is important to you, and that creates that level of accountability to us, to you, to yourselves within the relationship that we have. So all of this information is available on our website. Our SBG Securities website is sbgsecurities.co.ug. You will find a lot of information on how to invest, what are the opportunities available for investment that you can tap into and impact the economy back here. Thank you.
Henrietta?
Thank you, Andrew. For me, it's let's do business. We are open. We are open for you. The US is a vast market. Let's do business.
Ladies and gentlemen, a hearty clap. Thank you very much for everybody's support. That's it for us. Thank you.
Andrew, just come and stand here for a photo opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been having a session on leveraging the influence of the African diaspora in the US. And this is under the theme of expanding opportunity, Uganda and African diaspora dignity and wealth creation. I want to thank all the panelists who have been very kind to us to share with us all the insights that they did. Do share with us. I know that we have, thank you so much. You may go and take your seats. We will be having another session that will be speaking about the role of Uganda trade reps and support to exporters and buyers. But I know that there could be someone who has a question or somebody who might have deeper or more insight into leveraging the influence of the African diaspora in the US. I see that Chairman looks like he has quite a number of questions. Somebody help me move the microphone to the Chairman. Chairman Odrick looks like he has some questions, so I want us to grant him an opportunity. Can I have a microphone, please?
So the diaspora experience that was shared, thank you, Henrietta and the team. But there is a particular type of diaspora that we haven't had, or it's me who didn't hear very well. If there are people like me, I want you to tell me what you think about what I'm going to say. So we have Ugandans, Nigerians, Zambians who travel to the US or Dubai and they stay, they become citizens, they are our diaspora, they're good. Even people of Arab origin, Indian origin, who are Ugandans, do that, they still remain Ugandans. They keep Ugandan passports. And they are doing a very good job. They are the ones who are giving Africa $84 billion annually, the last time I checked. But I want you to put yourself in the shoes of the African American as a diaspora. Okay? Someone who does not have context of Africa, doesn't have, I think I should stand this way, doesn't know the language, the culture, the food, the people, but they are our diaspora. And they've been so for hundreds of years, for about 5-6 centuries. Huh? And some are very wealthy. Some travel to the North Pole and the South Pole, but they are very scared of coming into their continent. They are worried about what they will eat. They are scared about diseases on the street, because that's what they are told. Huh? When you come off the aircraft, you need to put on, many years ago when I was young, I received a dear sister who arrived at Entebbe, and she was told, mosquitoes are everywhere, 24 hours. So as soon as you get off the aircraft, please put a mosquito net on your face and your arms. And she arrived in December, and you know the lake flies in December around Entebbe. And so it's really a sight to see someone pulling mosquito nets on the arms, on the face, because they've been advised that this is how the continent is. But some against this advice come. They sleep in hotels, they eat food, they see that there is another type of culture and they want to invest and they want to set up businesses. But they face certain challenges. That kind of diaspora, I want to hear it and how we help them to really make this home, to make Africa their home. So when we're talking about a continent where you travel without visa or passports, those are the people I'm thinking about too. It's not me going to Kenya or South Africa. When we're saying you have a right to own a piece of land and have a land title in an area called Bunyangabu near Kasese, those are the people I'm thinking about. Huh? Because they come with exposure, experience, skill sets that often we don't have and we need. What stops those kinds of people coming to Africa? So I want to invite my brother and friend, Michael Pratt, who is from Los Angeles, who is in the movie industry, who will be speaking this afternoon with Uganda Communications Commission, because we want Uganda to be a shooting location for movies. Because those of you who know the movie called The Passion of the Christ, it was shot in Italy. It generated for the government of Italy $580 million. And what did Italy do to attract them that I cannot do with my brother? To bring these movie actors, what kind of legal incentives? What kind of technical incentives? What kind of culture change do I have to do with government institutions, immigration, disease control, all those things that they don't tell you, but they are really hidden in their hearts? What do we do to attract them? Michael.
Thank you.
So you speak like you're speaking to a brother and a friend.
All right.
And just be who you are.
All right. My brothers and my friends, how are you? Yeah, it's really important what he brought up. Just being a part of the diaspora from the perspective of not being born on the continent, being born outside, born and raised in Los Angeles. We get a different perspective. We have a different view of Africa, and it's just what we're told. It's what we've been groomed to believe about the continent, and it's completely false. We have a lot of work to do to engage the diaspora, the African American community, because because we just don't know, right? There's just lack of knowledge. And it wasn't until I actually left and came to Ghana, I was installed as a Ghanaian chief, and experienced the culture and experienced all that Africa has to offer. Realize it's not dangerous. I mean, sure, there's parts that's dangerous, but there's parts of the U.S. that's dangerous, right? It's similar, right? And it's not disease-ridden. It's not ultra poor. It's not anything that they make us think that it is, right? And so, sadly, that's the perception that most of us have of Africa. And there isn't even a strong desire to connect to the continent because of that. And so it's our job as the African Americans, the diaspora that is not from Africa, that has had the privilege to go to Africa and experience what it really is like to bring that message back to the continents, to the African Americans, so that we can engage, get in dialogue and discuss what it looks like truly coming back to be a part of the development here, being a part of the culture, gaining our true identity of who we are, because I was born in America, but I'm African, right? And so that is a really big fact that I think that is really missing throughout. There's this disconnect, and that's why I love the film industry so much, because we can tell our stories, right? If we can really hone in on this and tell our stories and be able to engage with the African Americans and the diaspora out there, then we can truly be able to change the narrative, because that's what we need. We need a new narrative. We need to see Africa for what it is, and that's a wonderful place. It's beautiful. There's a lot to do. There's a lot of opportunity, and there's a lot that we can do as the diaspora. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, Michael. I think he has given a perspective as a person who was born and raised in America, and I'm sure that with both what the Henrietta and Andrew, together with the others, gave, you're able to have a deep feeling on the influence of Africa in the diaspora, and particularly with the US. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going on to a next session, which is the role of Uganda's trade reps and support to the exporters and buyers. And we are going to have a keynote address from Boris, who is coming to us from the Balkans, and is going to speak about his coffee experience, shipping, and distribution. Boris, you're welcome.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm grateful to be here with you in Munyonyo to exchange ideas and best practice in value addition in Uganda, with intention to move our Uganda forward. This all wouldn't be happen if the President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni didn't establish the lasting stability of the country for all of us business people to work to Uganda, to which I'm thankful him. I would also like to say a big thanks to Odrik for his vision that we follow. Thank you, Odrik, for persistence that you have and that you welcome us here. I also want to thank to my colleague, to Bratislav Stojkovic, who is a trade rep to Uganda, to the Balkans, and I want to thank him to the tireless and commitment to bring Uganda closer over to Balkans and Serbia. Is this working? Is this working? I would like shortly to lead you to our journey through Uganda Connect family that we are members of. Our journey have officially started 1 year ago when we opened the first Uganda Connect hub at Belgrade. It was actually exactly 1 year ago. And that hub, we are able to present the culture, the products and gastronomy from Uganda. And Uganda hub have became a place in Belgrade, first of all, where people gather to share business ideas, to share knowledge, to networking, and that's all what we hoped that it will happen. A couple months later, we opened a second Uganda Connect hub at Belgrade, and then now we are in progress to open hubs to other countries in Europe. The plan is to open next one in Greece, in Athens, and I hope that it will be done by the end of this year. At the same time, through hubs, we started our campaign of coffee, and it named Coffee is not Italian, coffee is African. That is the other side of the story, because for the long time they were telling us that it's only possible to take raw materials or raw coffee, green coffee from Africa, that you cannot roast in Africa, that you cannot have a final product in Africa, because I'm talking about coffee now, because if you ship that final product coffee overseas, it will lose taste, it will lose aroma, it will lose consistency, and it's not possible. But then nobody asked the question, how do they sell you that same product that they roast, let's say in Italy? So it is the same path, but opposite way. So now we committed to roast in Uganda. We committed to succeed of which was impossible, which was they saying it was impossible. So I think that we made a historical move, because there was a first shipment that is shipped to Europe, first of all to Serbia, of roasted coffee that is roasted in Uganda, and that is 100% Ugandan coffee. We want to do a bean-to-cup model here in Uganda. And I think that we have done everything to start to do that. We opened, let's say, we done everything for start, and we source coffee here in Uganda. We have our partners that is roasting coffee here in Uganda. We're now getting ready the packages to ship here in Uganda, and then we will pack the final product here in Uganda, and that final product will be distributed in Serbia and the whole region of Balkans. We opened a custom bonded storage in Serbia, in Niš. It is logistically connected to Uganda, so all added value products will be received there and distributed to all countries of Balkans. Let's say a little bit about that products that is going to be here roasted in Uganda. In Serbia and in the region, we have a distribution in the roasted factories for a couple of brands. I will say a couple of them. So let's say Supreme Espresso. It is a high-class coffee that is 100% Arabica, and in that blend we have a couple of varieties, and there is, let's say, a red can, blue can. It's packed in a can of 3 kilos, and it's Arabicas from all over the world. In that package is going to contain one Arabica from Uganda, but there is another brand of Moja Kafica that is retail brand, and it's going to be 100% Robusta from Arabica that is going to be roasted here. That is the first part of our business to put here in Uganda. Also, we have it was a little bit tricky, but we made it. We made and designed espresso machine labeled Uganda Connect that is going to be, we hope so, established here in Uganda, in free zone in Entebbe. So that is the plan, that we want to assemble the machines that we use for our buyers in the region, and also here is Africa. So that is also one part of the coffee business that we want to move here in Uganda and not, I don't know, in Italy and some countries that is telling us that they only know to do that. So I think that is a good start for us. It was really difficult to succeed that because nobody believed that is possible, and story changed for this 1 year. And at the start, it was really, really difficult to people to understand what we want to do. But now, when they see this is happening, and when they see the coffee is coming, when they see the quality of that coffee, when they see the machines, when they see everything that is Uganda Connect is, it's make a little bit more sense for them. So I think in the next 1 year we will make a lot of more effort for this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Boris. How do you say thank you in your language?
Hvala. 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 Hvala.
Flower.
No.
Yeah.
Hvala.
That one. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Boris's story is documented. Right from inception, they have all the journeys that they have made right with us from inception. And I want you people to see. Victor, are you ready? Please. I want all these people to see the journey from where we began from, their success stories. There are people who said, coffee can never go to Serbia. So he has told you, coffee is not Italian, it is African. And that is what we want to see today. Thank you so much, and we're very pleased with you. Let us take some few minutes to see exactly what they have done so that you see the success stories that he has been speaking about. Voila.
That's it.
That's it. So people say voila to the man. Thank you so much. Good to have you here.
Constructed the prototype machines. We are delighted to have Uganda Connect espresso machines ready. We designed and constructed the prototype machines, the big ones with 3 hands, standard constitution with 2 hands, and retro model with 1 hand. They will be implemented in Serbia in coffee bars, shops, and restaurants for the clients of Uganda Connect in the first batch. And while waiting for the Entebbe airport free zone to be ready, the machinery and the professional staff are about to come to Uganda to assemble machines in Uganda. In the period ahead of us, we are heading to the first ever Uganda-produced espresso machines ready for East Africa, Europe, and for the world. Thereafter, we'll be proceeding to assemble an espresso like capsules, machines, and when they have a free zone, the vending machines for the primary open spaces, breakfast spaces at the hotels.
So these are the coffee machines specifically branded for Uganda. And they also have President Museveni as their role model. Okay, now we can see the journey.
This is the custom bonded storage in Niš, in Serbia. So this is the, let's say, the main part of the Serbia that is logistically good connected to other parts of the Balkan. So there is a, let's say, 2 to 4 hour drive with the truck to other big cities in the region. So that's why we choose that one. So beside that storage, there is a airport, Konstantin the Great, that is now opened again because it was a smaller airport, but now it's a totally new one. And We have a first air freight delivery of Ugandan coffee also 1 month ago. So this is from the air freight. Welcome to our new showroom of Uganda Connect product. Let me show you what is new in Serbia from Uganda. So we now have delivered the new goods with air freight, with air shipment. So this is all new things that came from Uganda. Now we have the raw coffee, the green coffee that is in this side of the showroom. This side of the showroom is the roasted coffee in Uganda, and here we have all the packages that is now on the label of Africana, Uganda Connect, Supreme, and everything is powered by Uganda Connect. So this is all the roasted coffee in Uganda. This is a new brand Africana, and it's going to be distributed in Serbia, in Balkans. So we have a couple of varieties, some blends of the Arabica and Robusta. Mainly it's Robusta. Here we have a Supreme Espresso brand that is now powered by Uganda Connect brand, and is going to be distributed with these Uganda Connect stickers. These stickers is going to be replaced with Uganda Connect logo in the next series. So here we have another one. This is Uganda Connect also brand Dolce and Profumato. This is mainly the Robusta here, and here is some other coffees like just Robusta, and there is Kakira that you already know what is it. Here we have a little bit of the black tea. So this Profumato brand, this is a blend of espresso coffee that has 80% of Arabica and 20% of Robusta. So here Robusta is from Uganda, and Arabica is, we have a couple of types of Arabica here, but we use Robusta from Uganda. This product, Dolce, it contains mainly Robusta, 60% of the Robusta, and all Robusta is from Uganda. And there is one type of Arabica that is from Uganda. Here we have some luxurious packages. This is from Supreme family. So we have two types, the blue one and the red one. The blue one is 7 types of Arabica. We use 2 types from Uganda of Arabica, and now we have this red Supreme that has 9 types of Arabicas inside, and also we use 2 types from Uganda. So this is almost the final touch of our bean to cup story. This is green coffee from Uganda, and we collect coffee in Uganda, and then we distribute that to our roastery in Kampala, and then roasting coffee. This is a new packaging of 5 kilos roasted coffee that's going to be packed in Kampala, and then we ship that to Serbia, and we can sell this like this pack, or we can repack in the smaller packages like that I showed you earlier, like Dolce and Profumato. So this is the almost bean to cup process that we have tell you earlier about that. And you can see here, this is a declaration of the raw coffee on Serbian language, and this is a text stamp here.
Hello, we are today in the Botanical Garden. Here is a big marketplace here in the center of Belgrade, and we are here again to represent our brand Uganda Connect, who wants to represent tastes and smells of Africa. We have mandazi, samosas, of course, chapati, and that's what Uganda can give us. Everything, the fruit and products that we got from Uganda, meat, milk, we prepare it and make the delicious food for our customers. Let's see what we cook today for you.
So I hope that you have been able to see his story that he has been telling you. You have seen the genesis. And I want Chairman to say something about this.
I just want him to, I want Boris to stay there, because there are things I want you to strengthen. That's why we wanted you to speak ahead of other trade reps. There is a 6-step model that we are stress testing with the Balkans. So we need to hear sourcing from Uganda, because coffee Arabicas come from Elgon or Kasese. Now I know that you've been to Chihihi, Kasese, you haven't been to Mbale, but you've been to Masindi, Mubende, Kabalole. There is a way you understand sourcing at a local level. And I want, if Andreas is here, if you could join you. Andreas. So sourcing, that's number one. Just write them, Boris, so that you answer all of them in one go. So there's a problem with, I have coffee. I am in Mbale. I'm in Masindi. I have coffee. I'm a Ugandan. How can you take me to UK? These are the questions I meet every day. There is a process on how you source coffee, and that's to do with quality. And then there's a question of quantity, making sure that you can sustain this sourcing. So that it's not today 1 container, tomorrow a half container, next month 20 containers. This is what the diaspora Henrietta was talking about, a bit of quality, a bit of quantity. Number 2, when you source, you transport. Transportation from the source through the border posts to Mombasa, how long a container takes, say, to get to Skopje in Macedonia. So that transportation has some technology, has some tracking to ensure that moisture content or whatever it is, you achieve it. After transportation, actually even before, there are troubles with regulations. Regulations at UCDA, Ministry of Agriculture, paperwork. I really want you to be honest. How long does it take to secure all these things to make sure that a container is out? Now, we have an arrangement 80% green, 20% roast. Progressively increase 30% roast, 40% roast, because you can't kick off with 100% roast. You need to get to the market. When you roast in Uganda, what are the margins? And so the story that all of us have been fed for the last 135 years of the existence of Nestle and other companies, and sorry, I shouldn't talk about names, is that it is dangerous to roast coffee at source and put it on the high seas and still retain flavor. Now I know that you have capsules, 10 kg capsules of high-end espresso that I have tested, and I'm a good coffee drinker. I like coffee. And the taste of that espresso is better than many espressos I've tested, so-called roasted in particular places. How are you able to achieve that? That's a question on the lips of, on the minds of many. This is roasting. Now, but I've also seen you in some restaurants 100 kilometers south of Belgrade. How do you get into restaurants? How do you get into retail outlets? How do you do distribution? Finally, on roast, I forgot taste profiles, but you have a man who knows taste profiles next to you. I want you to speak to taste profiles because we are supposed to mix Colombia coffee, Ethiopia coffee, Bolivia coffee. It is very dangerous to mix Robusta of Uganda and Arabica and get taste profiles. No way, it's not possible. Well, taste profiles, Andreas, we want to hear. Finally, funding. You have the company presented here yesterday called UGXZIM. People want to talk to UGXZIM on how it does funding or grants to make sure that crop finance, working capital for those orders you have are achievable. Too many words, but really what I want is really satisfy our minds, our curiosity on how you are able to take a product from a place that is not known in the Balkans to consumers in the Balkans, and they consume it within 1 week and they ask for more. What do you do? Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Let me answer the questions not by order because it'd be easier. No, it'd be easier for you to understand. Let's start with how we made such a good espresso coffee that you have tried in Serbia. So we have a lot of experience in roasting coffee and profile roasting coffee, but we don't have experience in sourcing coffee. So we use coffee beans from all over the world, and it is most difficult to combine that beans in one product to get the final taste that you tried. So that is the most difficult part to make in espresso coffee when we are not talking about single origin coffee that have one taste profile or something like that. So we have put a lot of our effort to gain that knowledge of roasting coffee, to understand how coffee works, and we put a lot of effort to financing our roasting facilities. So that is, we put everything in quality. That is what we do. So when you have a quality product, you will last. That is our motto to lead us. So we have partners that is in coffee business for over 40 years, so that is experience that they're passing to us. So that must stay that way. So we need a quality coffee. Uganda have quality coffee. That's why it is good to source in Uganda, because we can get that quality that we want. The other question was how we distribute or how we put the products to our chains, to our restaurants, to our retailers. That is really difficult to do that because there is a lot of multinationals that, let's say, make the rules. Let's take, for example, if you have one retail chain shop that has, I don't know, 100 of the smaller shops, you need a lot of financing, you need a lot of goods, and a lot of liquidity to put your goods or your product in that chain. Because let's go backward. When you have one product, you need to pay a fee to get on the shelf. That is one thing. Then you need to give them payment terms from 19 to 120 days or 150 days for they to pay to you. So you need to be a liquid to be able to buy coffee, pay coffee, roast coffee, distribute, pay everything, and then you get, I don't know, in 150 days, something for the first batch of the product, you get paid. So you still have a lot of product that because you have, per 1 week, you have distributed. So in 6 months, you will get the first delivery paid. So it is a lot of liquidity that you need to be able to do that. And there is, in my company that we do retail, we have about 7,000 clients. So it is a lot. And you cannot do by yourself. So you can do with local banks, or you can do with your partners on sourcing, and then it could be everything makes sense. Because I say again, the multinationals are made that rules, and we, smaller one, need to follow them because we cannot change it. So that is the difficult part to conquer a market. But I say again, if you have a quality, if you have a partners in that, if you have a consistency in sourcing, you will be able to do that. When we're talking about sourcing, I told that when we started, there was a lot of unsecuring belief that we are not going to succeed because in the past there was a lot of non-consistency delivery from Uganda, let's say, from sourcing, because we are far away. When you from Serbia buy coffee, let's say on the stock, you buy, I know you are 20 in the row. There is 20 people in the middle, so you don't know what you will get, and that's the main problem. Believe me, now I bought some coffee 2 weeks ago. I bought some coffee 2 weeks ago from Uganda just to see what it is, and it was a proper Utah bag, proper stamp, but it was not from Uganda. I don't know what's happening, so this is the thing that we need to sort out. And so this is the problem. You buy from Uganda, but you don't know whatever you bought is right. So when you have control in sourcing, that's changed everything. So I think Andreas will explain better everything else.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. So let me give you a few facts about this journey that Boris has gone through. Number one, the most important thing is that they have the market, right? Everything starts with the market demand. A lot of us think that we can just produce something and then we're going to find the market. That doesn't work like that. Start the opposite way. Find people who have the right distribution network. That's the first thing. The second thing is you need about 3 to 6 months to develop your taste profile. Believe me when I say to you, just because we drink tea or coffee or we eat fruits a certain way, it's not the same in those markets. And what people fail to do is they don't take the time to develop the taste profile. So we spent about 6 months back and forward, samples, just finding the right blend composition. Number 3, branding, labeling. It is the biggest failure of our country. We shoot ourselves in the foot every single time. We think it's acceptable just to go down the road, buy a fake packaging, put a sticker on, and not even have a barcode. You don't even think about the transportation. So the labeling part is that you have no chance in this marketplace if you're not willing to elevate your branding stuff. And there's ways you can overcome that step. In the event of Boris, for example, yes, right now we don't have the right packaging material in Uganda, but what we can do is we can bulk wholesale here and then send it to them, and then they can rebrand and repack it. So there are barriers to that. So those were the 3-4 key things that we had to undertake. And that is before even you see the shipment. So that's a period of about 8 months. Now, and this is where I need to give credit to Boris and his team of Bratislav. Logistics. It is virtually difficult to predict cost of logistics, whether it is air freight, whether it is sea freight, but crucially documentation. A lot of us are going to fail because we don't understand the documentation process, we don't understand the cost of freights and the cost of duties. So what these gentlemen did is they took money from their own pockets and they did 2 trials. They took a consignment of products from Uganda, including coffee, and they sent it by sea, right? Just to test the system. It doesn't have to be a full container, just half a container. That process raised so many issues, at the same time solved many of the problems, right? For example, in coffee, it's sometimes difficult to mix raw material of raw coffee with roasted coffee. Then if you add other products like fruits, a lot of you are talking about consolidating containers. Hey, first, it's a whole process. You forget that you need to have every single agency present at your loading. If you miss out one agency, your consignments gets opened in Mombasa, and suddenly whatever trust you had in the process is ruined. So what these gentlemen did, which is an incredible, incredible commitment, is they invested in the logistics process of an air freight and a sea freight. And that was mind-blowing because we discovered that it's going to take about 3.5 months to ship something from Kampala to Europe because of all the things. Air freight, we discovered that your range of price can range from $1.50 to $6. And then we discovered that, guess what? Airlines have the ability to stop loading your cargo if they don't have space. So suddenly you ask us and you're like, well, how do you plan your fulfillment and your logistics? You have your goods ready in Entebbe airport, and then Turkish Airlines says, I'm really sorry, I've got a small 737, I don't have a 777, so I can't send it. So to me, that was the journey. What's the potential? What is Boris doing for Uganda coffee that I think nobody else has done? I think there are 3 things. First of all, today, world coffee prices are at a record high. So, today a green coffee from Uganda leaves at about $5.50 a kilo. A roasted coffee from Uganda today leaves at about $11, $12 a kilo. But don't forget that exactly a year and a half ago, Ugandan green coffee was leaving at $3.50, right? So it was way lower, and yet we were being offered those same roasted prices, 2 years ago. So I think that's what they're doing. They are giving us an opportunity to take our product into that market. And finally, what they're doing with machinery, I don't think Boris explained it very well. It's one thing to take coffee to those markets, but how are you going to sell it? You need restaurants, hotels to have it. And therefore, no hotel will just accept to take your Uganda coffee if you haven't invested in machinery for them. So you need at least $4,000 before you even set up, before you even sell. Donated. It's like you build it in the cost of coffee. So what they're doing is, whatever model they're using it in Europe, they're going to eventually bring it to Uganda so that we can also grow our domestic consumption. So thank you very much.
Okay. So Matthew, this is a very important discussion. I don't know how to re-emphasize this. Anybody here saying exports, Ugandans import. They don't have an idea about how to export. It is important that, Boris, when you find time before this conference ends, or you're still here till the weekend, it is very important to sit with people who say they are suppliers, right? To try and cure a disease from the source. To sit with our American friends who want to sell coffee and sit together with them and take them through this step 1, step 2, step 3. And then we got to codify this process and use it for bananas, use it for fruits and vegetables. Yeah? There is no shortcut. The world is closed to us. They tell you the market is open, but it is closed because of these things. So I didn't hear, for example, how you get to, anyway, listen, it's okay, Matthew, go ahead. I just want this codified so that we can speak about it and we say this is how we'll take products out of Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think the experiences are also very crucial to those who want to start the exports. The experiences have been given, the nitty-gritties that you have to go through to make sure that you're able to access the different markets. People think you're also an American. People need to know you're Ugandan.
Yeah, my mpako is Amoti Bonabana. I'm a Ugandan national, very proudly so. I love to fly the flag. And like I said, we have a very bad reputation across the world, but most of those, the experiences of people like Boris are instrumental, because now I think we have the right market opportunities. All the best.
Thank you. You have heard the man, Amoti Bonavana. I don't know what the president will give him tomorrow when he goes, what name they will give you, but Bagonza looks good on you. Have a good day. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, we are going on to the next session, the role of Uganda trade reps, and I want to invite Brenda to come. I also want to invite Dr. Olivier to come and join us, take a seat. I want to ask John Magny to also come and take a seat. And I also want to invite my brother, Justin Katoto from the DRC to take a seat. They will, you can take a seat. They will tell you about the countries that they represent. Brenda will give you a brief on what is expected of the trade reps, what they do, and what some of their successes have been. I think going forward, we'll have to share numbers with you so that you'll be able to look at our success stories with facts.
Thank you very much, Matthew. Good morning and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's about 3 minutes to midday, so that's why I'm saying good morning and good afternoon. So this session, I think, is the heart of PACBF in terms of what we've been driving as an institution to try and break through into the markets, but break through with the detail that Chairman has been trying to explain for the exporter to actually make the money, to make the revenue, the export revenue that we are looking for. As PACBF, we have a target of $6 billion US dollars by 2028. And we realize we cannot achieve this if the exporter doesn't understand or doesn't reach the buyer effectively. So for us to achieve this, we have taken the 4-pillar model, which has been talked about. But at the heart of this 4-pillar model is the markets. And that's why we have the panel today. These are mainly the practitioners that have been making this happen. We've had the coffee story from Boris, and it's not an easy journey. there's been quite a lot that we have learned, and there's more that we seem to be opening with every market that we are getting into. So market presence, which we are trying to achieve with two key aspects. One is trade representation, and the second aspect is trade hubs. So the team that we have today will emphasize that, but emphasize it sharing more of the practical aspects of what they've been doing. So ladies and gentlemen, you'll allow me now to get into this session by starting with, I'll start with the Detroit team, right? Because these are equally going through the journey that we have heard from Serbia. So the Detroit team came to Uganda for a visit, and out of that visit, we are getting a warehouse in Detroit. So I will request that we have Joel tell his story briefly about how this journey started and what he's achieving so far. Then I will then go to the next. So I'll not go through the round of introductions. Matthew has already done that, but let's start straight away because time is also not on our side. So Joel, just in a few words, tell us how you started your journey in Uganda, and then where we're looking to be by end of this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. It's kind of I have to start, not just, so my name is Joel Karboski. I'm the founder and CEO of DET Imports, which is located in Detroit, Michigan. I'm originally in the commercial real estate and retail development. So we worked with companies like Walgreens, Starbucks, and we'd find locations for them in accordance to their demographics, street counts, and that type of thing. So back in, I believe it was in January, I was called by a good friend of mine, Reverend Jim Holly, to come to his office, and there I got the opportunity to meet Chairman Ordrick, and he was coming into Detroit to check out the market and some opportunities. At that time, I acquired a 71,000 square foot warehouse that we had actually a tenant vacate. So what we did, I got invited to come to Uganda. My business associates, family, and everybody around me told me, "What are you doing?" But I decided, I said in my heart that I was going to go, so I grabbed one of my business associates, and we flew to Uganda in February to check the market. The PACBF was overwhelmingly generous and accommodating to us. We toured over a dozen companies within a week, and after that, we came back to the United States, and we sat down, and I said, this could be a great opportunity to actually fill our warehouse. And everything in Uganda, there's just an exorbitant amount of opportunity, and the people are so friendly. It's different than the United States, the way we do business. And so we committed a team. We assembled them. We came back a few months ago. We had other meetings. We ended up committing to a few products. Jahil coffee, the espresso shots, which we thought would be an amazing opportunity to bring to the American market just because of the easiness and accessibility of it. So we also are doing some product development with Tuki. We believe that the banana flour brings a very nutritional value to the American market, and that's where everybody's going at this point. We're working with Dr. Reverend Professor Florence Marenga on a new product that we're going to be launching here hopefully in a couple months, and working through FDA approvals on that. We're also working with Mammoth Farms and Zara on some jackfruit development. So at this time what we're doing is we're just focusing on bringing the products, doing packaging, kind of Americanizing the product so we can sell it on to the American market. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Joel. So you can see Joel's journey started in February 2024, and this is just a few months down the road, and he's already making an order. So one thing that we are learning, as per said, with a 4-pillar model is how quickly market representation is enabling us to get into the market and to get people to appreciate the Ugandan products. I'll go straight now to Jail, who is supposed to be the first supplier of Detroit, because when Joel saw what Jail has, he was quickly converted to actually buy from him. So I'd like to hear from you, John Magny, in terms of how you have been able to break into this market and what you are actually going to sell to the US, and how come you have quickly been able to achieve this. A lot of young businesses here would want to get into the US, so they want to know how it is that they can actually break into. Yes, please.
Yes, thank you very much, everybody. So our journey, I've been in Uganda forever, 47 years, 1 month, 2 weeks, and a day. And I've been involved in the coffee industry from the early 80s. During the 80s, I built more than 35 coffee factories in Uganda, including the central processing facility. And I've been involved in that. I've been working with coffee farmers for the last 15 years on getting access to finance for coffee farmers. But I wanted to achieve the one thing. I wanted to get Uganda's coffee into the world market at value. And the thing that frightened me last year, when I did a survey, I identified that the 10 top exporting countries in terms of revenue and value per ton of coffee, 7 of them did not produce a single kilo of coffee. The number one was Switzerland, and for every ton of coffee, they were earning $32,000. And in the same league of that chart, Uganda was earning an average of $2,000 per ton. Now, we all know that we wanted to get added value, but how were we going to make a product in Uganda that had a worldwide taste profile and could be manufactured and processed here as a product that would be accepted into the markets? We've heard about the challenges of roasting coffee and the time it takes to get to market and the deterioration in quality. We know that we could also get added value from instant coffee in our market. But I was very fortunate to be working with a Danish coffee house who had developed a product of a ready-to-drink liquid espresso coffee. And he was buying coffee from Uganda. We were able to export coffee from our Ugandan farmers to him. But when he came a year ago, he told me that he had developed this ready-to-drink product. And on the back of an envelope, about almost exactly a year ago, I did the numbers for Uganda. And I realized we had such a competitive advantage in this product, and we could produce it at half the cost he was making in Europe. So we requested him to work with us to develop this product in Uganda so that we could have 100% Ugandan product. And in 1 year, we have achieved what was my dream for more than 20, 30 years, is get a product that could be acceptable to any market. And this, not only is this Ugandan 100% coffee, we have also developed all of the packaging and all of the elements that we need to produce an export product for that market. And I've just made a list of all the people who have helped us in the last 12 months achieve it in Uganda. In Uganda. The first one was, of course, Uganda Investment Authority, because we needed to start up a new business here. They have been fantastic. They connected us to everybody. The second one, and the giant in them, is the initiative of PACBF. There is no doubt about it that we have fast-tracked what we have done because of them. If ever I had a little problem anywhere, I called the team at PACBF, and they gave me who I needed to talk to. And let's just go through them. So there was Uganda Investment Authority. There was also the registration of the company. But we've done that many times. The next thing was to get import tax exemption on our product, negotiating with URA. We then needed to get the product certified, UMBS. And UMBS had never certified a liquid ready-to-drink product. And they came to do inspection for an uncarbonated drink. And they pushed back on everything we were doing until at the last minute they said, wait a minute, there is a new international standard for liquid coffee. And they have tested us and approved it under those conditions. We needed Makerere University to do food testing. We needed government chemists to do ingredient testing. We needed UCDA to come up with the requirements for export of a liquid ready-to-drink product. We used 5 Ugandan packaging manufacturing companies to be able to make all of the bits that we needed. We wanted this to be 100% Uganda, including the sachet. Initially, the sachet has been coming from China, and we have transferred that technology to here. We did all of the design work for this product, all of the artwork for this product has been done by local technicians who can design packaging material in line with international registrations. We needed barcodes. We thought we were clever because we used the nutritional value on our product that was acceptable to Europe. However, the next thing that we had to do, and in discussion with Debt Imports in Detroit, we identified for them we needed US nutritional values, so we had to redesign the packaging for them. We had to redesign to get FDA approval, and they needed to get our product as being the importer on FDA approval. We needed to sort out customs codes. This is an interesting one. I thought that HS harmonized codes, the one we use in our tariff book, is the right one for all over the world. It is not. US has a different customs code, and we needed those customs codes because guess what? This product has sugar in it. And if we increase the percentage of sugar, they were going to be taxed at a much higher level. So we actually adjusted the sugar content in our sweetened product to match their requirements and make sure that they paid the lowest level of import duty for the product. I then took the packaging that we had from our partner in Denmark, and I calculated I could get only 170,000 sachets into a container, and freight was going to be an important factor. So we redesigned the packaging, and both this sachet packing, we redesigned the number of sachets in a box, we redesigned the outer packaging, and we redesigned the pallets so that we could get the maximum loading in a container. And you'll never guess what it did. It shifted the number of sachets we can ship in a 20-foot container from 170,000 to 230,400. And by doing that, we reduced the freight cost of our product to anywhere in the world by 25%. It means that a sachet can go to almost every country in the world at a freight cost of around 3 US cents. And that meant we can be competitive in their market. We know that the global coffee companies cannot make this product in Europe at our price, because we are getting optimal price for our coffee, we are getting optimal price for the packaging, we're getting the optimal price for the labor that we are utilizing in our plant, and we have reduced our freight cost to the global market so that it is not an important and expensive part of the product. That has meant that we've been able to put together all of those elements. And I'll give you another example. I phoned PACBF last week and I said, I've got an inquiry to India and we have a preferential trade agreement with India. But guess what? The Indians had excluded coffee from it. So PACBF gave me the contact of the commissioner in the Ministry of Trade for export, external trade, and we have made an application to have coffee taken off the exclusion list for India, because that is a 1.4 billion market. They are turning from drinking tea to drinking coffee. They do not produce sufficient coffee within their market. They are importing coffee, and we want to be able to deliver a ready-to-drink coffee product into that market. So this is genuinely a situation where we are just normal people, but we have had the support of the giants and the coordination that has gone on within the Uganda government and the government systems to make it work. And in 12 months, I am proud to say that we have signed our contract with Det Imports for the first 3 containers to go to America, with another 3 containers going on. So now, what is my problem? My problem is going to be that I now need to build a bigger factory to produce more coffee and get it out. So this is the way that I would urge everybody who is looking to get into the export market. This is a lot of diligence, there's a lot of information you need, and there are a lot of pitfalls that you could fall into. And what you must do is you must get all those stages right. And in fact, I think probably what we should do is we should write a pro forma of what everybody should be doing to be able to get into those markets. And I can assure you, one of the interesting things, you've got to get the packaging right. You've got to make this product look that it wasn't made in a backstreet factory. It was made to fit on a shelf in Walmart, in Starbucks, etc., and made and produced in Uganda by Ugandans with Ugandan coffee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. So from what John has explained, I think he has brought to our attention that you have to go through almost 10 to 13 institutions to actually get an export product on the market. So Chairman, one of the things that I think we're being challenged to is, don't we need a one-stop center for exports? Because for a company to go through the journey that he has gone through and be able to go to all these institutions, I think it's quite a lot of work. So if we are able to bring all this into one point or one area where someone can come in and quickly consult on all this, I think it will help us improve our journey of exports. So thank you so much, John. I see the challenge on your hands because even on the domestic market, everybody is looking for your sachets. So we need to do more in terms of getting that coffee locally onto the Ugandan market as well. So my next question now will go to, I will go to Dr. Kamanzi. Dr. Kamanzi, the Pan-African Congress Business Forum was your brainchild, and we fully appreciate the journey that we have gone, and we are looking for a lot more in terms of the African American diaspora that Chairman referred to this morning. So I'd like you to simply, in a few words, put to us the kind of strategy you have, given that there's a unique opportunity that Ugandan businesses have discovered with connecting to the African diaspora in America. And now they are looking for more in terms of how we get the farm level engagement to strengthen and build this relationship. So what kind of plans do you have, or what are you looking at to enable this to grow as the trade rep of Uganda in the US?
Thank you so much. I prepared a presentation for US, as I did back in 2023 when we had Uganda trade representatives. I did a presentation in front of the Prime Minister after we met His Excellency, President of Uganda, Yoweri Museveni. Also, I present a strategy, just a roadmap. Before you drive a car, you're going somewhere, you need the GPS. You cannot just go somewhere where you don't know. You need the GPS to know. That presentation I did in 2023, now we have moved to the next step. I want just to show you how we have moved from 2023 to 2024. I did a very quick presentation. If you don't mind, I can come over on this, or I can stay here. I can stay here. Okay, so first of all, I have to thank very much Chairman Rwabogo, Papa Said, for your vision, the vision of a nation, to set up the trade hubs across the globe. It's unique, has never happened anywhere in the world, and that's happening right now is very good. In 2022, when His Excellency came to Chicago, before he came, you came to my office in the downtown Chicago. I asked you, you asked me, what does the US market require to make sure we have a Ugandan product introduced into the US market? I asked you a couple of questions because I felt entering the US market is not like any other market in the world. Very unique. It's not something you pack the next day you ship, not at all. It's not like that. So I heard what Selbian is doing. You cannot duplicate to the US market the same model. It doesn't work that way. It will be a mistake to think you pack the same day you export. Few things we discussed. One, let's pick a few products, maybe 5 or 6. And we focus very critical. I'm glad here because same conversation I had with the doctor here, Florence Muranga. Thank you so much for being here because we had almost the same conversation when she was talking about the banana exports. That's number one. We decided all together to say, let's pick, we came up with 13 products all together. And second was the compliance, which I discussed, we talked about yesterday. And the third was, how do you enter this market? Not just, we are not going to focus on a few, like what you're talking. Those who are ready, they can continue to export. Let's have a critical mass to do critical mass, you need one brand. Let's develop one brand. So if you are talking about Uganda Connect, was the conversation we had back in the day. Uganda must have one brand to identify themselves into one brand. That's why I come up with this Uganda Connect we're talking about today. The third was, hey, we want also to be able to engage our diaspora. So I think that's why we are talking about today about the Pan-African Business Congress and the Expo, because it was how do we do ongoing engaging diaspora, and that's what we are doing. And then something came up when we were in the progress of AGOA. Some of you heard about the AGOA. What happened? Uganda being removed from AGOA. Those are a few things I can say on the U.S. market. We've been, last thing before I forgot was funding. We need to really, if we're really going to develop this market, export Ugandan product to U.S. market, we need to support the Ugandan exporters, not just a few, many. So those who are ready can continue, but we need to lift up those who are really behind. I see young people in this room. We need to also to support young people to make sure they can export to the U.S. market. So those, I say, Uganda Connect, the Export Fund, this Expo, what event we are having today, also AGOA, all those initiatives, Mr. Ruabog and myself discussed back in the day 2022. Now I'm really glad that we see the fruition, we see execution, we see things are coming onto the light. Thank you so much. So now, on the presentation you see, we are talking about Uganda, Chicago having a hub for the U.S. market. As most of you know, state of Illinois or Chicago is a logistics hub for the U.S. market. If you are in the Chicago, you can export to the West Coast, East Coast, South, and the Midwest. That's what we want to be Chicago to be a central. You heard Arietta talking about having diaspora initiative to set up the Chicago hub. You can see the US markets. You can see the number. Why will you go to US markets? You can see the GDP of the US. You can see how million people of the US, if you go to the US, you reach this number. So if you can go to the next slide, I'll move to this slide, go to the next slide. You see these products, we're already exporting to the US. There's a list of coffee, you can cascade, all those numbers you can see here. You can move, if we are talking about 6 billion, let's take US just 1 to 2 billion US dollars. So yesterday you heard Mr. Odrick talking about how maybe let's start by 300 million US dollars to the US market. So I think it is doable. We can even move from 300 million to 1 billion. It's doable. If you see what Joel is doing, now we are opening the Chicago hub, all effort combined, because we have identified distribution centers I mentioned today, like Boston, New York, are ready to lift up the products from Uganda. It's doable. We want to increase these numbers. Now we can easily have a critical mass export to the US market. Let's go to the next slide. Yes. Yes. Mm.
Rieta had kind of taken us through,
yes.
But we've taken note of the 3 key things. 1, pick a few products. 2, compliance. 3, a brand for Uganda. 4, the diaspora. And 5, the funding. So just on that point, allow me now to switch to our next speakers so that we quickly manage our time. We have almost run out. So ladies and gentlemen, that is a bit about the US. I want us now to...
Excuse me, Brenda,
Yes.
if you don't mind, there is one specific slide I want to show you, which
One
was not
specific-
shared, if you don't mind, before we shift, if you don't mind. Can you go, there is a before the last slide, please. If you can move quickly. I want to share with you.
To the last
Is
slide.
there any way? Go, move, please. Okay, move. No, before. Can you come back? Back. Right here. This is how you enter the US market. It's very, very critical here.
Okay.
Aggregate of brands. So let's bring all products, the Ugandan products, because we are shallows. US market is very, very demanding. So we need a critical mass. If Walmart itself is asking you to lift maybe 10 containers every month, if you are not ready for the, I think Arietta was asking you, are you ready? So I saw that in the room, everyone was silent. What she was saying, US market is huge. If you are not ready, don't venture. You need to really critical mass for export. Therefore, what we are proposing as a market strategy, let's bring our farmers, if the coffee, they can come together, vanilla can come together. We are going to we are setting up in January of next year, a warehouse here to ship to the US market. We are going to connect the same way Serbia is doing. We're going to do the same for the US market, but we need a more critical mass to be able to export to the US market. All branding, marketing, packaging, all kinds of stuff can be done here as well as can be done in the US. That's just want to really share this slide. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Kamanzi, for that. Aggregated brand management. So I'll quickly shift our conversation now to the region. Ladies and gentlemen, as part of our panel, we have our trade representative from the DRC Congo. DRC is just in our neighborhood, and we have had a lot of engagements. Even prior to having a trade rep, Uganda and DRC were trading. However, there were a number of challenges that we kept experiencing, and many of our business people got challenges in DRC. But with the coming in of our trade rep, the kind of stories that we are now getting are quite different. The journey has improved. A lot of companies are showing a lot of confidence with what they are doing, and would like to appreciate Mr. Katoto Justin for that. But now we are taking yet another step to try and now strengthen our presence in DRC and have a trade hub in DRC. So, Mr. Katoto, I'd like you to give us your journey of the last 2 years, just briefly, but also highlighting some of the areas that you think our business people need to pay attention to, and maybe also the key areas where government has to pay attention to, given that DRC is one of the young nations that has come into EAC. So it's quite a broad question, but I hope you can kind of narrow it down to help our audience to understand what the DRC market has for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brenda. I know you're saying neighbor country, sure, but I'm sure 80% here in the room, they know better UK, London than Congo. Yes or not? I'm sure. 80% here, they know better London, Chicago than Congo. Most of people, they know Congo from CNN, where they are shooting every day, which is not true. Matthew can testify, and the other people who've been with me, that Congo, they're not shooting everywhere. Congo is a place for business. And now 2 years, we are in this journey with PACBF. Really, we can testify that we are moving quickly. Why quickly? Because Congo is the land of opportunity. 2 years ago, we've been in Kinshasa with some people around here, and together they realized that they've been eating chicken from Brazil, some eggs from South Africa, and some fish from Portugal. Even in the hotel where we've been staying, people was eating the pork ribs from Brussels. So you can imagine the opportunity. How can we ship pork ribs from Brussels while we have fresh cut around, while we have many poultry around? That's where I started our journey. And as we are moving, we are very happy to say in front of all of you that Ugandan products now, they are really seen in Kinshasa, in Goma, and in Bukavu. How? So with the chairman, Audrek, when he came with that genuine idea of creating that trade rep idea, it was really genuine. Why? I remember we have met many business people here who have been trying to go to Congo, but they failed for 3 reasons. 1, it was the language barrier. 2, it was the excess taxes. And 3, it was the market linkages. Many people have been there, have been cheated because of the language, a bit of everything. But now, as we are moving in our roadmap, we have created a system where we have a trade rep, we facilitate that market linkages. Now we are able to meet the joining buyers and sign the joining contract. 2, we are able now to ship goods. That's where we are going with the trade hub we are trying to launch very soon. We are able to ship whatever fresh product to Njili Airport. Before even you clear it, we have the mechanism where we can remove the good from the airport to the cold room, and then we'll talk with the customer later. Because that was not, those custom people with French and English, they don't listen to each other, and sometimes you come with a fresh product. As we are trying to negotiate how A, B, C, D, and everything perish there. So with the idea with PACBF, we are able now, anytime when the product lands at the airport, we've done the experience with Masheda and everyone, we first remove the product, we deliver, then we go back to talk with the customer and we sort it out. And lastly is, it's a tax issue where we are trying to negotiate, and I'm sure with the chairman will succeed to cut some taxes through to the bilateral agreement we have between the 2 countries. So that is overall what we are doing with PACBF. And from next month, don't say you was not aware, we are going to launch the Trade Hub. That Trade Hub, it will be very important. Why? Because as we are talking now, we have succeeded with Masheda team, with the Trade Hub team, we've succeeded to secure some contract with many of the supermarkets in Kinshasa. For your information, Kinshasa itself is 20 million of people. And those 20 million, to be fed, they are importing whatever they are eating. You remember that people have been focused for many years in mining. They forgot that you can't develop a country with mining. You can't eat the raw mineral. So we need to feed those 20 million of people. So are we allowed the eggs to still coming from Brazil while we are producing in Jinja in Masaka? We have the border, we have all the products here. So the Trade Hub, it's an idea where we're trying to consolidate, where whoever have his product, it will come through the Trade Hub. The Trade Hub will already sign some contract with all the supermarkets in Congo, in Kinshasa specifically. We've signed some contract with some hotel, Fleuve, Pullman, and so on. And now we have experience with Temupe, Lato. Right now, if you reach in Kinshasa, you will find in the supermarket all the products from Lato, from Masheda, from Temupe, and even in the hotel. So it's an opportunity we are giving you where you don't need again to struggle to look for the market, because the market is already there. So the only one thing is to structure the export to meet the standard, like we have been saying, and especially the packaging. And the market is already there. I hope all of you will see you on board in Kinshasa in the first week of November, so you come and see. We'll have the launch, but normally, and the origin of that idea is to have a cold room one side and to have a dry facilitation on the other side. So whatever products come from Entebbe, from Kampala, it go immediately through those facilitation, and then we distribute easily after signing all the contracts with the supplier and the off-takers who are supermarkets and hotels. So that's where we have reached for now, and I hope all of you will come on board so as we can proceed together for the success of the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Justin Katoto. I'm sure you want to hear a lot more from this panel, but it's already 12:40. We should be almost getting ready for lunch, but I can see we still have 2 other panels or 2 other speeches that we should have already covered. So, ladies and gentlemen, yes.
About Goma. I know Goma is next door. I'm sorry to forget about Goma, but Goma, it's where we started. Now, for 2 years, I can tell you, we are shipping not less than 4 containers every week for maize flour. We are shipping minimum 2 containers of eggs every week. We are shipping beans every week. So, you guys, I don't know what we are waiting for, but it's 3-4 companies which are here in the room here who are doing it. Not only that one, even the fish from Ginger, we are eating it in Goma. So I think the opportunities are there. Let's join the effort together. And the last, your colleague will tell you the margin is more than shipping in the US. That's the secret I'm giving you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Chairman. With your support, I'd like to request that later on, if we have more time, this panel is invited back, because it seems there's a lot more that we haven't spoken about. But because of time, we are really requesting that we conclude. I won't even ask for their parting shots, because there is a lot more. If I give them a minute, they'll take more than that. So I'd like to request that you give a round of applause to the team.
Ms. Brenda, can I ask one thing? I forgot to announce, this is pretty important. Ameth Farms and we just finalizing our purchase order for 8 pallets of macadamia nuts. We should have that signed by the end of the day as well.
Yes. So at the end of the day, as we conclude today, we'll have some of the orders that are being mentioned here. We shall have signing of MOUs between the Ugandan companies and the Detroit team. They are ordering coffee, like you've already heard. We have macadamia. So we have big stories out of this forum, and would like to thank you so much for the kind of support and input that many of you have given us. So ladies and gentlemen, as this team will have a photo opportunity, but I'll ask Matthew, the exhibitors are waiting. I think they connect so well with the team here, because a lot of the products that they are going to export are actually in the exhibition space. So they would like to come on and speak about their products, if you can give us a window for that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Brenda. That was about the role of Uganda trade reps and support to exporters and buyers. You remember we had a keynote address about the Balkans experience, the shipping, and distribution. We want to make sure that we free up most of the afternoon, and therefore I want to take this opportunity to welcome one of us who's coming from Nigeria, and is going to speak about Nigeria as an export destination, and he will highlight the benefits of intra-Africa trade and FCTA. Lani Group sent us their CEO, Mr. Ani Basi, who is very instrumental in helping us to set ourselves in Nigeria. Ani Basi, please come and talk to us.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, and greetings from Lagos. Today I'm going to be talking about Nigeria as an export destination. I'm going to highlight the benefits of the intra-Africa trade. Just as the last speaker spoke about, there is a lot of trade that we're not leveraging within the African continent and the Africa region. And one thing I want to say is that much as it's important to export to the US, to the EU, you might find that it's far easier to export within Africa because the market is similar, the psyche of the consumers are similar. It's some to a large extent, the branding, those sort of things that make the consumer and the product, the consumer product, is something you probably already have. So I think you should try and listen and catch along as much as you can. Thank you. That's the content. I'm going to talk a bit about the past, the present, to set the scene for where we're heading to, or the reality of where we should be. So yesterday we talked a bit about where we had come from as Africa. And I think it's very important we know where we've come from in order for us to establish why we're here and in order to bridge the gap to the future. I don't think we should be thinking about trade just for trade, but trade for what? What is the end goal of trade? Many years ago, when I used to be an investment banker in the UK, we had the world-famous Dambisa Moyo launch a book about dead aid that generated a lot of interest. And I think all Dambisa was trying to say was that we don't really need aid in Africa. We just need to trade better. So I don't want us thinking here that we just want to get into a market in the US, Nigeria, Congo, but you should think about, why do I want to get into that market? That's what you should be thinking as exporters, at the company level, at the product level. So the past. Historically, when we look at trade in Africa, it was really driven by those that came in from the colonial, before the colonial, those that were looking for opportunity. And it's the same thing today. We're all looking for opportunity, and we need to understand that those fragmentations that we see today was created out of a problem that existed in the past. And therefore, those problems are things you can surmount. Just as my colleague spoke about DRC, there are opportunities there, but a lot of English-speaking exporters would be scared to go into that market just because of a language barrier. So it's important that we understand why the markets exist, the peculiarities of the market, and try to deconstruct them in creating an export strategy. I want to encourage you, don't just export. You must have an export strategy. You shouldn't just wake up here and say, oh, I'm extending macadamia nuts into the US. You must know why. You must see what you will get out of that over 3 to 4 to 5 to 6 years. So what we saw, slave trade, post-colonial trade, this created a lot of what we have seen in Africa. And I bring this into 4 because I believe this is where the Africa Free Trade comes in to truly solve this problem. So where we are now is that Africa has realized and woken up. Can we give ourselves a round of applause? it may have taken time, but we have actually woken up that there is an opportunity on ground. There's an opportunity to leverage from what we have, north, south, east, west. We already have some sort of trading bloc, SADC, ECOWAS, the MENA region, and we should, and obviously the East African is it COMESA? Yeah. We already have those trading blocs that have now set the scene for what I'd say is the sustainable Africa trade region. So when you're thinking about exporting, I think you need to start thinking about Africa in these blocks that are gradually winding and unwinding to become a Pan-African trading bloc. It will take time, but we're already there. We could see that AFCTA has actually got a lot of ratification done. There's a lot of progress to be made in the next few weeks and months, but I think we have made a lot of progress between 2020 and now. And I think we really deserve to explore and build on the foundation of Africa free trade. And I think when we say that, I mean, that map there shows you what we have. We're a resource-rich continent. I mean, as a child, we used to travel a lot, and I remember going to Switzerland. Anyone here from Switzerland before I say something about Switzerland? I'm not saying anything negative. But when you go to Switzerland, Switzerland really is a country made up of rocks and mountains. But they have built something out of nothing. They make Switzerland an aspirational place to visit. Swiss chocolates, there's no cocoa or there's no chocolate that actually is, is born in Switzerland, if I may use that word. But, when we think about Swiss chocolates, you think about that's the highest point, the best chocolates ever. So we need to think about trade as not something that we're just selling. That some people have alluded to branding. Some people have alluded to creating brands. We need to own our brands. We need to own our resources, and we need to take it to the next level. You all know champagne. We drink champagne here. Nigeria is one of the highest drinkers of champagne outside France. True, it's, but what is champagne? Champagne is basically white wine grown in the Champagne district of France. And by them owning that product, Prosecco, which is the same thing in Italy, does not enjoy the premium. Cava, which is the same thing out of Spain, doesn't enjoy that premium. So I think what I want you to start thinking here is not just exporting. You need to own products. You need to create that generic brand and patent it. That is only when you're going to reap the true value of products and trade. And the trade at the end of the day is sustainable trade to grow and lift us out of poverty. So what's the future? I believe the future is bright. One thing that we've not been shouting about here is the youth, and I want to focus on that a lot when I talk about Nigeria. The youth is part of the future of Africa. 65-70% of the population is youth-driven. So I want to ask my dear friend Odrek that we need to probably have a summit for youth exporters from Uganda, young youths, people 25 to 35 category, and start to build them. They are actually people who can surmount whatever obstacles that comes across them. Youth are very driven. They can build the creative overnight from nothing, and I think those are things we need to look at. Other highlights would be like the green economies, renewables. I know there's a lot of conversation about renewables in the sense that, carbon credit, carbon offset, it's not fair on us because we're not ones manufacturing. But I want to also encourage us that these are things we need to look at because there's funding, green funding available globally. So when we talk about Africa Free Tech, these are things that we need to start building pockets of youth, of digital, of green economies in Uganda. So that's the future, and I hope we start to plan for that future. So historically in the past, we've seen that exports were agri-driven, agro-products. In the present, we're seeing that that is changing gradually. We're seeing a lot more around services, and we're going to see that more in the Africa of the future. We believe that the Africa Free Trade is projected to increase intra-Africa trade by 52%. And I think we also have a responsibility, starting even from this summit, to demonstrate that that model can work. I don't think it's a model that would just happen. It's a model that we would work, we would show, and like the panel alluded to, we learn from our mistakes, we learn from our experiences, so that others don't make the same mistake. We need to share those mistakes, experiences, that we truly grow from them. So it's important to look at this data because I think it helps to position where we're going to. So what really is the Nigeria perspective? I'm going to start from a personal perspective. I schooled in the United Kingdom. For my undergrad, my postgraduate, qualified as a chartered accountant, did tax law, worked in one of the big firms. And there came a time when I felt there was something I had to, there was a niggling bit in me that, particularly when Nigeria was booming during the Obasanjo regime, that, I had to go and add value back home. I must say something, no matter how successful you are abroad, there's always this thing about adding value to the community, and you feel sometimes that you don't really have the full platform to do that. Even if you're earning $6 million a year, you still feel there's something by being on ground and connecting. And that led me to move back to Nigeria in 2010. So I've been back home now for 14 years. What's my perspective? It's a tough terrain, but a terrain that has a lot of promise, a lot of arbitrage. That's why you still see the Lebanese, they don't leave the country. They come with 2 suitcases, in 3 years they build an empire. So it tells us that there is something in Nigeria, and there is a lot of Nigeria. There's a lot of promise, there's a lot of profit and arbitrage, but you need to know how to navigate the terrain. What are the general narratives? Just as my brother spoke about DRC, when you watch CNN about Africa, the narrative is sometimes, or oftentimes, quite negative. And I think it's very important that you don't build your business plans on press narratives. You have a personal responsibility to investigate, do a field research, desk review, and also work with local partners. And I believe that's what PACBF is trying to do by working on appointing a trade rep in Nigeria and also have a trade hub, so that you'd have that first-hand knowledge of verticals, whether it's in fintech, whether it's HoReCa, and you're trying to export dairy products into the HoReCa sector, etc. Because, yes, we're going through a tough time in Africa and the world at the moment, but there still is a lot of room for profits, and particularly for Ugandans also exporting maybe into the Nigerian market. So what are the realities, having shared a bit of my personal perspective and some of the general narrative? The reality is that right now Nigeria is a bit of in a hyperinflationary period. I'm not coming here to tell lies and paint things as all gloomy, all bright. There's a difficult part, and there's also a good side to every story. We must always have a full perspective so we make the right decisions. And a lot of that inflation is probably driven because we're importing a lot of fuel into the country, and fuel and foreign exchange brings in external inflation right into our domestic economy. That's one of the primary drivers of inflation. Nigeria is a country with a population of between 200 and 205 million people. And yes, there might be there would be poverty in some aspects, but the middle class remains very strong. And I mean, there's a lot of room for markets for you to export into. So having kind of shared that perspective about the reality, I've shown you a slide here showing how inflation has gone up. Particularly in the last 1 year, we've seen a lot of inflation, and that has also been because the market has been largely deregulated. We are one of the largest producers of oil, but we are now, the government used to subsidize that. It's now the subsidies have been taken largely out of that product. So that has obviously spiraled cost, and it's also hit into the logistics, and that obviously has resulted, in the consumer RRP, retail price index you see in the supermarkets, etc. So you need to be aware of this when exporting into Nigeria, that you can bring in products that are competitive with what's obtainable in the market. But we are going to be walking out of this in the next 12 months. So in terms of a geographical perspective, Nigeria is big brother of Africa. Am I allowed to say that, guys? Are we Africa's big brother? We're not in South Africa now. Only that's the only country I'd say that there will be a bit of wahala. But we're all one. We're all one. I've enjoyed my stay here in Uganda so far, and I look to not just coming here, but also investing in Uganda. But to give you a perspective of Nigeria, Nigeria is a country made up of 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory. We probably have 5 international airports, which are all the size of Entebbe International. So I'm just kind of give you the size of markets you have here. We have, in addition to the 5 international airports, we have another roughly 20 other airports all around the country. So I just want you to understand that if you're exporting to Nigeria, it's not a small country. It's a country that, much as we say has infrastructural deficits, is a very structured and well-positioned economy. And therefore, from that map, you could see that you need to work with a local partner. It would be very dangerous for you to say, I'm just coming to Nigeria. For instance, when you look at that map, Lagos, which was a former capital, it's the commercial nerve center. As I explained to people, Lagos is like what New York is, and Abuja, capital, is Washington, D.C. You know, that sort of gives you a perspective, like Sao Paulo and maybe Brasilia. So Lagos, that small city-state, houses 25 million people. 25 million people. So that alone is an economy. It's bigger than Kenya's economy, just Lagos. So you might say, I'm exporting to Nigeria, and maybe your focus is, I'm just going to be exporting into Lagos. Do you get me? And you're not trying to get products that you want to appoint distributors across the country, or you're working with your trade rep or rep, and you just decide, I am just going to be in the Lagos market. Now, Lagos is also, sometimes, Nigeria, there's a bit of a divide, where we have a rural and urban divide. The rural areas are very different, obviously, but we have in our urban centers very extremely wealthy upper class and highly aspirational middle class. So if you create products that are just servicing that market, you're home and dry, because you're probably talking about a population that is over 10 million. Do you get what I mean? A population, when you kind of ring fence that upper and aspirational middle class, that might be a market you're servicing. So it then starts to help you define what products should I be exporting to Nigeria. You don't necessarily need to export all your products. You might just decide, like I was flying on Ugandan, and I saw some, I think the hand lotions in the bath, in the washrooms is made locally. So you could do something like that, and it's high-end, and it goes into certain stores in Lekki, in Abuja, and that sort of thing. But you need to know who you're positioning your market. Secondly, unfortunately, you're aware we've had this, sorry, I need to go back. We've had this issue around insurgency in the country. So in the northeast, closer to where you have the Lake Chad, we've had insurgency for about 10 years. It's all under sort of control. But what that's done is that it's broken the supply chain. So these northeastern states of Yobe, Borno, Adamawa, the farmers have, in many instances, left their traditional homes and are now in IDP camps. So that has created what we say is a shortage of food in Nigeria, where Nigerians used to produce for Nigeria. I hope you're getting where I'm going to. So this means that there are programs that you could be exporting grains into, maybe a UN program for IDPs, or a program you could be exporting grains into a World Food Program to serve the displaced persons. We have a probably IDP community of roughly 3 to 5 million, and that is a huge number. And these are where your grains are being repackaged into smaller quantities and served into those communities. So I'm just trying to show you that it's a very wide market and you could do all sorts of things. Now, on the other hand, where I see a lot of quick entry might be around services and servicing the hospitality sector. We have the largest number of hotel projects in Africa. We don't have enough hotels. We have a lot of hotel rooms, but we're launching new hotels every day in Lagos. So products that are coming into the HORECA. HORECA, for those of you who are not aware, HORECA is hotel, restaurants, and catering. Whether it's portion butter, which I think there was Lato Farms. I tried your dairy product here in Munyonyo at breakfast, and it was good. I produce honey as well. Our company has honey. We don't have enough of that. Portion honey, portion butter, and things that, like the espresso you're showing me, those are things that can easily serve the hotel sector. And we're talking about the big chains, the Legends, the Marriotts, and our hotels are 100% full. You know, you come into Nigeria for how many of you been to Nigeria? We spend like crazy, unfortunately. So what I'm trying to tell you that you have products into the hotels are usually at 90-95% occupancy, so they will buy your products. We actually distribute, we work with those hotel chains, the Hiltons, the Marriotts, etc. So that kind of gives you a picture of Nigeria. Now in Lagos, typically on the border you have what you call Iseme, which adjoins the next country, which is Benin Republic, which is a francophone country. And interestingly, through the informal markets, Nigeria is a gateway to Anglophone and Francophone West Africa. So you may have your products with a good distributor in the informal segment of retail, and it's going to be going to as far as Burkina Faso, as far as Bamako in Mali. I just want to give you that perspective. Now, on the southern, to the south, which is where I come from towards the Cameroon border. Those are the oil-rich delta. I would say in Nigeria we have about probably 10 cities that have a minimum of 3 million people. 10 cities, apart from the bigger cities. So it's just to give you a market size. So ShopRite, which is one of the leading hypermarkets, there's about 26 ShopRite chains. We distribute into ShopRite. There's also Spar, which is probably another 27. We also distribute through them. And then we have regional retailers. Like in Southwest Nigeria, we have Foodco, which has about 80 retail stores right across Southwest Nigeria. I'm just trying to give you a picture that you can come in with either I'm going to hit informal, which is the markets, or meet right into formal, which is the hypermarkets. So demographical perspective, gender distribution is roughly half and half. You know, I think the women, they hold down retail in Nigeria, let's be honest. You know, they're fashionable. The men are fashionable too, but our women, there's always a wedding, there's always, you know, things around beauty. Just like if you've been to South Korea, you realize that the beauty segment is huge. Nigeria's beauty segment is very, very large. You know, heck, from hair to beauty products, we spend a lot of money on that. Youth-wise, we have 60%, and that shows that particularly in the larger cities, Lagos, Abuja, Enugu, Ibadan, there's a lot of e-commerce, and the logistics delivery is fantastic. So you can go on Jumia, you can go on Konga, which is like Amazon, and you can order anything. So again, you may end up wanting to export to Nigeria, and you may not want to export. You may just want to export and be on e-commerce sites, for instance, because maybe your scale is not that large, for instance, or you want to get market. It could be a penetration strategy to get your market. No. Religion also, we are kind of 50-50, Muslim, Christian. Most of the Muslims are up north. And the reason I share this is things like during Ramadan, we spend a lot of money around the honey and hampers and, you know, fruits like dates. It's a big thing during those seasons. Formal/informal market. Honestly, the informal market is still very strong, but we're seeing a lot happening through the formal chains. And internet penetration is pretty high. Even though this is the national average, you'd find that it's high in places like in Lagos, and you know, you'd find people buying rather than going to do physical shopping. So what does Nigeria import? We import all sorts of things. And that's because we have a large population. And that's also because our supply chain was broken, as I've given a sort of a history why it's been broken because of insurgency in the north, which has calmed down and cooled off. But also COVID created a big problem for us in terms of supply chain, and we're still grappling with being able to feed our population. So last month, we took off tariffs till December on grains, and we're importing grains from around the world because we do have a grain shortage. And that is something, you know, some of you may want to think about or consider. We do import palm oil, which actually is one of the sad stories in Africa. In the 1960s, Malaysia came to pick some palm oil seedlings from where I come from, Cross River State. And now Malaysia has taken the palm oil industry to, you know, a completely different level. We do import palm oil because palm oil is not enough. Most of our dishes have palm oil, and is also used in what do you call it, in formal, in industrialized processes. So there's wheat, raw sugar, malt extract, all these are things that we import. So what are the factors then that you need to consider if you are going to be an exporter to Nigeria? I think one of the fundamental things is think about the mode of transportation. I think myself and Audrey, we've had this back and forth for 3 or 4 years because when you think about it, first of all, you're a landlocked country, you need to get out to, is it Mombasa preferably, or Dar es Salaam, and then you go all the way around back to Nigeria. So you may want to, as an exporter, you don't need to think about everything coming to Lagos. You know, you look at those things that we need. I was just having a conversation with a gentleman about fresh cut flowers. Again, it's a big thing we do import from Holland because, you know, we are big on events in Nigeria, and it's something that is part of us. So something like that, perishables will come in by air, and you need to look at the right carrier, etc. Secondly, like it's obtainable in DRC, you must have the right local partner. And I say this because Nigeria is not a transactional country. We're a country of relationships. So I'll give you an example. Say you're exporting things into Nigeria, and you're exporting through me, and, you know, my daughter is getting married or my son is getting married. I actually expect it to be at the wedding. That's how we are. We're a relationship. And that's what builds this thing. So you need to understand that it's not just a market. You come, drop your goods, and you don't get involved. You must be involved. So have the right partner that you can engage, do your due diligence, and vice versa. Regulatory considerations from customs tariffs, etc. Honestly speaking, if you have the right partner, this becomes less of your headache. Pay for it and let it be done, whether it's clearing, forwarding. Your focus, I think, should be making sure that when you when an order is given, that order in March, if you're going to do 10 containers in March, I'm just using a wild example, that you can continue to sustain that order. People don't want you to be on the shelf for 6 months and then you no longer can be on the shelf, because once you get off shelf space, it's difficult to get shelf space. I mean, we use relationships to make this happen. But once you get off your shelf space, within 2-3 weeks, your competitor will take over and it'll be difficult to get back on that shelf space. In fact, I'll give you a story. It's because of our FX rate back in 2015 that you started seeing a lot of the hypermarkets allow made in Nigeria goods come in. Before, it was just the foreign goods they'd have on the shelf spaces. But when that FX rate created a big issue, they realized that they needed to look for competent and good Nigerian products. And that's when, like, the products that come out of our factories, some of them started getting shelf space back in 2014, 2015. Now, but don't take that for granted, because where products from France get off the shelf, Turkish products are struggling to take over almost immediately because of price competitiveness. So you need to note that. Then the fourth thing I think is low-hanging fruits. When I had conversations with PACBF, I think I was on the UNDP call with a few months ago. I'm hearing a lot about products, and I felt that one of your low-hanging fruits is tourism. You know, it's my first time in Uganda. I come to East Africa a lot, but this is my first time in Uganda. And I was wondering, my goodness, Uganda actually has not marketed themselves for the world. I don't know, maybe you attract people from Europe, but, you know, with all due respect to my European colleagues, they just want Africa. But for someone who's coming from West Africa, we want comfort. We're not going to come and sleep somewhere that is not comfortable. We want that same. No, I'm just telling you how Nigerians are, so you know. So when you look for a Nigerian, they want a spa. They want a lodge that has a spa and there's air conditioning. There's no mosquito. I'm being honest. They're not coming to, because we always say that I can never leave my home to go and sleep somewhere less comfortable than my home. That's how West Africans think. So in terms of tourism services, you know, if you have a Nigerian client, please start pampering him from the airports. I'm just being real. That's the way you hold him down. As he's coming out, all the bling, give it to them. That's what we want. When we come, whether it's for business tourism or to let go, we want comfort. Everybody from my country is running to Zanzibar. I mean, I was in Diani Beach on a conference, and we took, because we have a training side of our businesses as well, we took a large number of government officials to Diani. We go to Malindi. They're in Rwanda, Kigali, on a continuous basis. But this convention center is as good as what Kigali has, even better. So that, to me, is a low-hanging fruit. I think at the end of this conference, we should be talking to the tour operators that can help work with us to curate good experience into inbound tourism. Right? And you've got an airline flying directly. There's no reason why you shouldn't export. And by the way, I was very impressed with the service on Ugandan Airlines. Very, very good. Keep it up. The last thing I didn't hit there was knowledge management. So knowledge management and continuous training. Don't think you know it all. You need to know and own that market you want to export to. And Nigeria is one of those markets. We come across sometimes as aggressive and arrogant. And it's not that we are aggressive and arrogant. We actually are not. But sometimes we just want to get that thing done. You know, Audrey, how many times was I disturbing you on dairy? Continuous, right? So people might think it's aggressive, but it's that when we have a mandate, we want to close that mandate. We don't leave mandates hanging around. So don't misinterpret that. Understand. I think one of the things to do is if you are exporting or you are, whether it's good or services, try and have that conversation. And let it not be a one-off conversation. Don't assume because I've sat here and I've spoken to you that will remain my need for the next 6 months. No. Maybe next month, I might be talking about a presidential retreat, and they suddenly feel, oh, where can we go to? So if you're not in my face, I will not remember. Do you get me? So you must build that relationship, that knowledge, and you must continuously train and know the market. So something else which I touched on is Nigeria is the gateway to West Africa. So if you want your goods to be all the way to Sierra Leone, Ghana, Liberia, Nigeria is your market. You know why? Everyone from those countries, they come to Lagos to buy. Did you know that? Did you know that? They come weekly to buy. In fact, we used to have, back in the days, these women that are traveling back on the West Coast, they would wrap bales of material around because they don't want to pay extra tariff and have so many clothes and suitcases on them. So I want you to know that once your product is seen, it goes across the entire market. And forget the fact that we have Francophone, Anglophone divide. The market of Lagos, they are coming to buy from Benin and from Togo. So think about that. So because my conversation here wasn't just about Nigeria. It also was about Africa free trade. And what does that really mean? And I think I started touching on that when I spoke. Number one is import substitution. I think this is really where you should start thinking. Sometimes we want that the first product we're exporting is a product we've not tried. Your untried products you're trying to get it into a market. Like the Tuki would not sell in Nigeria because we're not that health-driven. It's a US market thing. You need to know that. But what is going to sell in Nigeria is the butter, the portion butters that are coming from Turkey. Can I replace it with a Ugandan brand almost immediately? And can you promise me that when Hilton calls my head of sales, you will not tell me that you cannot do those? Because Hilton Abuja has 1,000 rooms and is fully booked every single day of the year. So import substitution, and African countries start to produce the goods that you can sell into one another, that the country you're exporting to is probably importing from elsewhere. The other thing that Africa Free Trade will do for is hedging our foreign exchange. I'm a corporate treasurer by training and background, and honestly, we're in a period of volatility. I mean, I'll tell you about Nigeria. The exchange rate has gone to the dollar has gone from 400 in May last year to 1,700. My son just graduated from University of Nottingham in the summer, and I was like, hallelujah, thank God, because that's just one FX exposure of me. And if I'm thinking like that, the micro household level, this is how companies are thinking, and this is how you should all start thinking, and these are the people that you are exporting to think. We want to reduce what is foreign exchange on my books that I can get rid of. in our company at the moment, one of the things we started getting rid of is ICT, where we're paying subscription in dollars. We're looking at local companies that can provide us the same ERP services instead of us paying it to a company in the US and we're paying FX. So I want to start looking at problems. Trade should solve problems. Trade is not just, I want to now be said I'm a Ugandan exporter. No, you should be solving my problem in Nigeria. And so you might be a fintech company here, or it might be some young guys who can create an ERP system and can come into Lagos and within a year can sign up 1,000 SMEs and they are providing fintech. Are you not still exporting? Is that not export? Please, is that not export? So we need to deconstruct export mythology in our mindset. The other thing we need to realize is that Africa Free Trade will increase income in the local economy. When I'm talking about local economy, I'm not talking about Kampala, Nairobi, Lagos, Abuja. I'm talking about the smallholder farms. You know, one thing about me, I'm not a fancy businessman. I go to the grassroots, I get into the farms. You know, I have a food business. I get right into those farms, and sometimes they offer me food. I'm like, oh my God, can I actually eat this food here? But that's how real I am. And what I'm trying to say is that until we build those local farmers, we have not and will not celebrate progress. Progress should be a common prosperity and a shared prosperity. And that is what trade within Africa must and should do. And as we're increasing those incomes, we must build competitive skills in the local economy. So for you that are exporters, you need to start thinking maybe with PACBF, with UNDP, you need to start looking at, can I build out grower schemes? Can I become an aggregator? You don't have to do it, and you know, there's a value chain to export. You don't have to be the one doing production, the labeling. These things can, you know, and I think that's how you need to think about when you're exporting into Nigeria, when you're exporting to other countries. Next, we need to understand that there's a value chain. So by now, I'll probably need dairy. I need fresh flowers. Probably not fresh flowers, I don't need huge quantities, but I need dairy products. We don't have enough milk in Nigeria. And the milk that comes in, unfortunately, from other countries, I won't mention the name, it's powder milk that they bring in and then they mix it back. You know, that's not milk. Is that milk? That's not milk. So that is a huge market, dairy. Portion butter, it's a huge market because we are a huge, South Africa is 56 million, we're 200 million, you know. So in terms of the value chain, I want to know, does Uganda fly into Lagos empty just with maybe 100 passengers? What is in the cargo hold? You can put fresh flowers, you can put, you know, that's what we want to see, so that you're maximizing. And for Ugandan Airlines, if you're here, don't look at it as in I need to make so much money out of that transaction. Break even as a start, maybe a little bit of a margin, because that way you're able to exit products out of Uganda. So that value chain, transport, logistics, and it's better it's your national carrier. Let's not lose it to Rwandan or to KQ or ET. You know, make your carrier to work, particularly into the key markets in Africa. And again, on local levels, transportation and logistics will grow, because we'll get to a point where I can probably sit on Amazon in Lagos and order something, and that whole supply chain will build local businesses. Then lastly, which is a very, very interesting point, and I'm happy you've already started looking at it here today. I was speaking to the guy from, was it Alan from UG? The financial markets must deepen. For you to facilitate trade, we need to move away from those days that you want to do trade, and then you're running to Paris to sign an LC. That's crazy. That's madness. Sorry. I'm not using the wrong words here, but we need to change. We need to get to a point where we are transacting with our local currencies. And we can be innovative about that. I mean, like when we had a clamp on FX in Nigeria, what we found, entrepreneurs who are buying lots of ICT hardware from China, they moved to crypto. And it worked. So let's be innovative. You can be innovative, you can be challenging. I think we need to disrupt, you know, and that's what Africa Free Trade will do. So those financial markets, whether it's a commodity exchange, you know, as you were talking yesterday about commodities, I quickly hit the guy in Abuja who's a friend of mine, African Commodities Exchange, and he said they're here in Uganda, but it's a small team. We need to have those more commodity exchange. We need to see blockchain. We need to see a deepening of fintech, the financial market, and trade mechanisms. And we also need to be open as government and as the private sector, I want us to challenge government because it's a public-private partnership. That's really what SDG promotes. The government doesn't know it all, private sector doesn't know it all, but together we can really make trade work. So food for thought. I'm thinking that in you exporting to Nigeria, it's not just about you exporting. Perhaps your export to Nigeria could even be a strategy for inward FDI into Uganda from Nigeria. We've seen the Nigerian banks that have opened in Kenya, right, across the continent. We can have others through, okay, let me give you an example. You have electricity here 24 hours, right? You have 24 hours electricity. Am I correct? So in Nigeria, we struggle with energy. We have an energy crisis. In South Africa, there's an energy crisis. Do you not think that as you start exporting, I could think, oh my God, maybe we should invest in Uganda. Can I buy land and open a factory, and out of that, maybe even export into the Middle East? So I want us to start looking that Africa free trade changes the conversation about exporter and importer. It makes trade realistic, it makes trade sustainable, and it builds our local economies. So, question and answers. There's a scan there for you. If you're intending to export into Nigeria, you could fill out a form there that goes directly to the back end, your sector, what your interest is, etc. But are there any questions that you may have? I could probably take one or two questions. I wanted this to be a bit more practical, and excuse me if I'm actually speaking from the heart, because I think Africa's renaissance is right here, is in our hands. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Questions? I think there's no question, right? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Annie. There's a question from somebody there.
Were you testing to see how fast I run off the stage before you ask your question?
Yeah, thank you so much, Matthew, for this opportunity. My name is Stephen Valigea from Farm Uganda. We produce high-quality cassava flour. At Farm Uganda, we decided that we shall shout, we shall make a noise, and if it means fighting, until we see the first container of high-quality cassava flour exported. My question, you may correct me if I'm wrong. I understand Nigeria is one of the largest producers of cassava. My questions don't go beyond cassava. But again, I also read somewhere that you import cassava from countries like Thailand, Vietnam, and Brazil. You mentioned that you have some countries that come to buy some products in Abuja. What could be the driving factors for this? You're the biggest producer of cassava, but again, you import. And what opportunities do exist for an SME like Farm Uganda to tap into these opportunities? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. This question is not just peculiar to the cassava value chain. It goes even back to crude. We're one of the largest exporters of crude, but unfortunately we import refined crude into the country. So I'm going to limit my answer to cassava. Cassava in Nigeria, the species of cassava we have, has a high moisture. So from the point of harvest to the point of processing, it's a very short lead time. If you miss that lead time, it actually releases something dangerous, and it's not food gradable. So we tend to have most farms produce and process into gari. Gari is like your matoke, right? So we are not doing a lot of high-value additions to cassava as we should, because it's a staple food. However, during the Jonathan's era, that's our president 3 terms ago, we looked at the possibility of cassava flour, and it's been launched and well received. It's something, you've heard of IITA, it's a research institute, based out in Ibadan. They do what we have cassava bread. It's 95% cassava flour and fortified with a few other minerals. So it does work, but it's the issue of cassava is because we use it for gari, we have also have to import. Now, lastly, one other thing I want to say about cassava is that we've also had a need of recent that people are exporting it for ethanol. There's been that debacle, and this is where sometimes in your export you need to be very careful that you export what you overproduce so that you don't export that you create a longer time problem in terms of food security. I hope that answers your question. Thank you. Any other question?
Hello.
Do you have a mic?
Good afternoon to you all.
Oh, sorry, apologies.
I'm called Lucia Namubiru, and I have a company called Luna's Enterprises Uganda Limited. We are manufacturers of sweaters like this one I'm putting on, plus school sweaters. I'm the best knit of sweaters in East Africa. Apart from that, I'm the president of OIT Uganda chapter. OIT is an organization for collecting women who want to export their products to other countries. So from there, you have talked about AFCFTA. I would like, maybe you can convey our message. Last time we were in Cairo, when we want to trade with African countries, we have some challenges. Where the challenges come from, we went there, I took 10 companies of the women, but after selling their products, the exchange rate for the dollar increased, and even the dollars were not there. We also went to Burundi for East African Juakali. Even when the people see that you have sold your products, they raise the dollar rate. Even the people I took to Egypt, they tried to buy, using that money for Egypt, to buy their products, to bring products, instead of bringing their what? Their capital, their money back to Uganda. How can they work on that challenge? And another thing, I don't know whether you can also convey that message. We went for Cairo exhibition, but I think we worked only 4 days. Other days, there were some other what? So people, they lose their money, they have put in money to come for the exhibition. So how can we trade with African countries? But the exchange rate doesn't affect our businesses. Because if I go to UK, I come with my pound, I just change it, but there you change to dollars, and then you change to Uganda money. Sometimes we make losses. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment, and I think it's something that, my slide spoke about deepening the financial markets, and we need to teach exporters that there is, in dealing cross-border, you expose yourself to foreign exchange risk. It's just standard. But because those who export in large volume, they're able to suck in that risk more than you. So if I'm only making 50 sweaters, compared to someone who's making 1,000 sweaters, you will end up having that risk. So I think one of the things you could do is, I saw your sweater yesterday and I said it was nice. Unfortunately, we won't buy sweaters in Nigeria. It's already 37 degrees. And it's only a few places in the mountainous region. But do you know what I think could work? You could have a cooperative. I don't know if you're already set up as a cooperative. You could brand it as a women's group. You need to reach that premium market, organic, fair trade. You create aspirational stories. When people show you scarves made out of Peru, they create stories around it. So you need to have a brand affinity. And I'm telling you with that, you can get into stores in London that are even not the high-end, physical stores, but the high-end e-commerce stores, and they will buy it. They'll buy your sweaters once they know it's made from a village in Uganda by Lake Victoria, and that women work there with, some story around it. You could sell that sweater for £350 without batting an eyelid. Am I wrong? It's all about marketing. And I think that's really where artisanal and a small-scale producers and exporters need to be encouraged. Artisanal is not a bad thing. There are people that all they do a year is produce 1,000 copies of something, but 1,000 copies at maybe €3,000 per piece. And maybe that's the segment. You need to brand and you need to own that segment. Thank you. Thank
you. Thank you so much, Annie Bassi.
So, Matthew, the 5 things that need to be reformed between Nigeria and Uganda, East Africa, and COMESA. And my sister, just forget her name, the sweaters, we interact regularly. When yesterday the president ordered the Ministry of Trade to deal with the GTI Global Trade Initiative, he means that rules of origin between Nigeria and Uganda need to be fixed under AfCFTA, because now we have a skies agreement, so Eric can fly here if they is Eric still yeah, they can fly here, or air peace, because we have a bilateral air service agreement. What we need is a product-based agreement of those products that Nigeria takes. And we now have an airline. And we sign on the Global Trade Initiative and take the first consignment under AfCFTA and 5 tools that Afreximbank gives us. One is called a payment platform. I wrote it somewhere. A Pan-African payment system. I can pay you in Uganda shillings. You can pay me in Uganda shillings. I can pay you in Nigerian naira. There is no need for a dollar. That only comes if you've signed on GTI and you finish the rules. We've talked about this since 2019. So there's speed on government side we need to do. The second one is now we have a transit bond. I can sign a bond in Kampala and have a reinsurer in Cairo or Lagos, and I don't have to pay crossing borders or on the sky. This is a second tool that comes with GTI. The third one is that there is $1 billion called the AfCFTA Adjustment Fund. So if you are a higher productivity economy, so for example, you deal with computers, I deal with food. Now, when I bring in food, I destroy the capabilities of your farmers. I can take an invoice to this fund and they pay me, and I give money to the farmers. So I can go on and on. These tools are available. There is even Fund for Export Development, FEDA. Export companies can take money from Afreximbank as shareholding. They take as equity, so that if there's a large US-Uganda company selling in Nigeria, they can take money and expand. So I think what I hear from you, I wanted to ask you, but maybe just present it as not as a question. It's very important. We start with 1 or 2 products. It's the same for Chicago Olivier. Because by starting with 1, maximum 2 products, you learn something called an ecosystem. The ecosystem starts from sourcing to funding to, you know, all the elements. You make sure you don't lose money because you give some of these elements to ecosystem partners. And ecosystems requires humility. So I'm the big guy who has to lead everyone. No. I am one of the partners in the ecosystem. I don't lose money. And we let the one who is most suited lead at the market level. You had coffee and you must sign a distributor. You let the distributor lead, you come backwards. When you have an ecosystem, automatically you have something called a network. Networks, the reason MTN has scaled is in Nigeria and here is because many more people sign on because it is cheaper to sign on because the cost has gone down. That 2 products ecosystem give you a network, but you must work under FCTA rules that we've ignored. So the long and short we're going to do after this workshop is Minister for Trade is coming this afternoon, and hopefully Minister for Foreign Affairs. We are going to set up a national standing committee on FCTA. We start with the Nigeria market because we have an airline landing there. And you now have to give us 2 products, which the bankers, Dr. Ngategize is here. You give them the order, he gives them money for 6 months. They supply you, now you focus on distribution, you focus on product activations on the market, you don't worry about the sourcing because someone has taken care of it. It's an ecosystem that gives us a network. I hope my sister, Katelinya ndiyalabide naye ompulide ndowooza. Namubiru, akyali ono ompulide? Ontegedde bulungi? Tujja kwogera. Kale.
Sebo webale nnyo. The Baganda would say that your Uganda was not Lugandering, but at least the point has been driven home. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to have an opportunity to hear from one great person whose experiences you should really be able to pick lessons from. She will speak about the lessons learned, and I want our technical team to project the next speaker. She will speak about the lessons learned in building a brand for the export market, and she will also speak about a case of the gluten-free turkey. Before she comes, I want to ask you to just turn to your neighbor again. If you see them tired, tap them and tell them the cameras are watching you. If you also notice that one of your neighbors is tired, tap them and tell them the professor is coming. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce to you Reverend Professor Florence Isabirye Muranga, the Director General of the Presidential Initiative on Banana and Industrial Development, who brings us the brand Toke that is gluten-free. She also doubles as the General Secretary of the PACBF Executive Committee. Professor, you're welcome, and now is your time.
That's too much. Can you help me? Do that. Yes, do it. Thank you very much. Matthew. One of my sons is Matthew. So whenever I want to ring Matthew, I ring my son. Chairman and chairman of PACBF, chairman of the African Chamber of Commerce, our visitors from across Africa and the globe, all protocol observed. I'm going to really paraphrase. This story has been put down, experienced by my team, but I'll put in a few personal experiences as we go along. Our visitors may not be familiar with what PBID is and what BADIC is, but this is a public, I would say private initiative to bring farmers to the marketplace. And to this end, we applaud our patron, His Excellency, the President of Uganda, because he got us from the ivory tower, Makerere University, and challenged us to make research relevant to the nation. I will try to make it as far away from the university platform as possible. But at the beginning, we followed the policy framework, and the issue is farmers. The farm level was the compelling issue to enhance farmers' livelihood, improve household incomes, and provide employment for the youth and women in the banana sector. Because to that, there were very few people who were playing in that circuit. The owner of the land and the farm gate players and the consumers. At national level, the banana also needed to be relevant to bring direct and indirect employment opportunities, to bring opportunities for small-scale industries and trade, and bring potentially an export angle to the banana, as well as an import substitution. And finally, on the global horizon, there was a demand to ensure that everything is done environmentally within the dictates of the climate change support. So we needed to foster clean energy and waste-to-value innovations and insurance financing to protect the environment and being climate smart. That is where we are now, taking a crop that was coming to Kampala into an industrial framework for processing, and that's what we bring to the market. We have the two twin flagship products, the Toke Instant and the Toke Raw. I think put them on there so that people can see. And this is where the challenge started, because Uganda eats enough matoke. It was not excited about innovations on the shelf. I think the diaspora was, because I lived in diaspora, and for 5 years I didn't eat matoke. And that's how I got the inspiration to say, if I had an opportunity, just like we see dry potatoes, I'll make dry matoke. But if you live in this country, there's so much. People are not excited about those innovations. So that brought into the conversation of looking at elsewhere. And elsewhere presented the gluten challenge. For us, it became the opportunity. Gluten, I think we all now know what it is. It's not really a disease. The gluten intolerance is not a disease. It is an allergy. It's a response to something you cannot tolerate. In science, we've come to understand that gluten is really allergic to water, and if your system has got a lot of attraction for water, it will rebel against gluten, because gluten does not work with water. So because of that, some people have a lot of problem. I think 1 in 4, it has been said, in the Western world have got problems that bring sensitivity. As I said, what is important here is that for us, the gluten problem in the West presented the opportunity, because we had a very novel products we were projecting for the market, and our local scenario was not conducive for its uptake. $4 billion, and it's projected to grow at 9.8%, 30. We are particularly interested in the USA market. Why? Because USA has got the greatest demand for free products. Opportunity to bring the Muwumbo back that door, that we desire as matoke, cooked matoke, back. In my my tribe, where I come from, the Basoga, very, very funny. So when they first saw it, they told me, Onakoze baleke banobe. I think Nairobi knows what that means. In other words, let the women go. Because for them, the woman was important in as much as she was able to make what? Matoke. Now matoke, preparation was demystified because every person, kid, man, whoever, can actually mix the instant and bring the food at the table. So they call it baleke banobe. The selling point for toke flour is not just that it's gluten-free. It has accompanying selling points which have made it a standalone as a gluten-free food. And this was part of my occupation at Makerere when I was doing my PhD, to try to distinguish why this food is so different in its response to heat and to holding after cooking. We found that this food has got what we call resistant starch, which really is very high. And the resistant starch also renders it the ability to be classified as a slow digesting starch. For those who are coming from the USA market, these are very important parameters for looking at a flour for the application. And we have been able to modify our flour in such a way that actually these attributes keep even after cooking. So this is why we are bringing this product to the Western market and aspiring especially to get into the US market. What we've learned on the way is that we thank God first and foremost that we are in the academia, because we found that this is an intelligent market we are entering. If you do not have the science and understand it, you cannot actually trade. Since I'm telling you about SDS, resistant starch, you have to be able to, hold them into your product. And because of the fact that we came from that origin, we've been able to overhaul the market, show cause that actually we are ultimately bringing a better product than in the nature. Investing in skills is what we did, overwhelmed government to do, and because we're in the public domain, it was misunderstood. Said these people will never get to the market because they are always doing research. But because we're looking at a competitive industry in that domain, we needed to build our muscle to be able to put up the R&D and product development race that it entailed. Strategic training is part of the skills development. We had to get people trained in the different sets. We are putting up a new industry. We are leveraging new technology, and nobody, not even Makerere, was training in some of the technologies that we're applying. So we had to get the money to push these people to where the technology was so that we can do technology transfer. As I stand here, some of our suppliers are now standing positive with us to co-own some of the transformation we've done on the technology so that we can give this industry and the country technology that is more affordable, especially in the drying realm, and therefore will make us competitive. To this end, I want to thank Keynote and their team in Germany, because they have been very enabling in helping us to do technology transfer. We have technology for drying as well as for peeling that we've developed together that we are going to co-own. We have also learned that it was a great foresight in having developed a very robust infrastructure. Many people, I think, have talked about this. You cannot do a kiosk and then aspire to go to the Western market, because the moment you bring the products there, the first thing we had the shock in our nerves is when we took the product to the Western market. People came with us to look at where we are, working the products through. And we told them, no, we are just beginning. They said, we want to see. And they came and actually inspected, but we were just starting. Half the equipment was not in there. We had a small kiosk where we were doing the products and wanted to test the market. So they went back, of course, a bit disappointed, and they said, when you are ready, come back to us. But we were happy that we had actually designed a very robust structure, which we did in collaboration again with our German counterparts. We benchmarked, we had our designers for industry visit and enabled, so that eventually the infrastructure we put together, robust industrial framework, twinned with a research to do everything that the Western industry does, as well as gravitate above our competitors. We can actually innovate the properties of the banana flour every day if we had a competitor. Fortunately, we are still almost a standalone. We also thank God that we were able through that to put up standard process flows. In our pilot plant, everything is very, very well streamlined. And even when we're not anywhere near the ISO or UNBS, when they would come, they would be shocked that novices could actually manage their processes so much easier than when you just go into it without planning. Embracing sustainability for the global appeal. This is a framework we entered because we had people working with us from the environment from the very beginning. And the first challenge they gave us is that if you have mountains of banana peel piling up, and you have declaration that you're using a lot of diesel, you may actually lose your potential export market. So much as we knew that we have a potential gluten-free market, now we had to work on the green label. And that's the stages that we've gone through. I have actually the paper published, printed out, so those who are interested in the details will be able to look at it. So we worked on green energy, we work on climate change mitigation issues. Particularly here, I'm looking at the farmer driven needs. The farmer needs irrigation when there is drought, and the farmer needs insurance when there is a bad day. And this one we have also worked through so that when this industry starts bringing the earnings home, the farmers will also be part of the story. Eco-friendly packaging, we've not yet got there. We use the packaging that are available, but we have in our fiber research, ongoing research that eventually may enable us to integrate the banana fiber into the packaging, which also will be another plus. The model you see is the processing model that we use. It is what we call a closed circuit. And on this, we are going to position our next certification for the green label. Securing finance footing. This is the greatest challenge because, as I said, we've been a public-funded project which evolved into a company. So doing financing for the things like export, this was beyond our anticipation. So the breakthrough that PACBF has brought is one of the biggest dreams that has come true. We didn't know how we are going to go there. I just want to give here a story. We had a woman come from the UK, and she had picked our products from the market in Uganda, and she was a Ugandan. And she said, I took some of these samples, everybody wants them, so I can find a market. After about 3 months, she ran to us, I've got a market in Scandinavia, and I've got a market in Korea. So you're going to send these products to me, and I'll post them. We said, can't we go there ourselves? She said, no, they want these products from the UK. I want you to understand why PACBF is very important, why what we're doing here, because we had no footprint in the marketplace, and we're very, very eager. And it was not big money she was talking about, but we said at least we can go there. Now, when we put the biggest product he asked for the UK, for the Scandinavia, after exactly 3 weeks, they came back and they said, we have to collect the what? The products and pay the fines because the E. coli was high. You get it? We had endeavored to meet the critical levels, what we thought was acceptable within limits of a game, because the flour they were taking was supposed to be heat processed afterwards. But then they told us, for us, we wanted to use it for extracting starch for medical purposes. Because it has E. coli at this level, you have to take it back to Uganda. That was the day. Fortunately, network is very good. We had a Ugandan in Netherlands whom we had been giving samples to do product development. So we asked him if he can allow us to give him a bonus. So we transported that to him, and it was a good day for him, but was very expensive for us. The other one was Asia. Now, the Asia one was very interesting. We're getting very low. We're giving them, and they were saying they don't mind about ISO. We can send them. So we kept sending. Now, one day we said, let's do a tracker on our flour. And we did. And we found that this flour came back to Europe, and a kilo was selling $56. Yes. So that's when we woke up and realized this market is very difficult. We may end up working for what? Like the farmers have been working for the stomachs in Kampala. Even we would work for the stomachs of what? Of the world, when the middlemen are getting all the money. So really at that juncture, when PACBF came up, and then our friends from Asia came back, we had muscle. We told them, this time, no free flour. We told them the price. $13 we've calculated, because we knew they had been selling the flour and getting what? Almost 56 at retail, so they were getting about 20, 25. You get it? So and we told them all these facts. So they said, what is your price? We said 13, but because we don't have the ISO, we shall give you at 9. They said, pack it and bring it. You get it? So these are some of the issues, what PACBF is doing. Chairman, I want to say thank you. You are giving us a voice, but more important, you are taking us away from the blind jump, because that was a blind jump. Like a child going without what? Without anybody putting there the safety net. So PACBF, for me, I look at it as a safety net to the export market. And for all our partners, you need another hand clap. But to this end, we really need firm financial partnership. Our country is trying, but external market is very expensive. It's beyond what we can do here. So please come in and come in well to look at together other things that make it very difficult for us. The pricing strategies also want to learn from you, in a transparent manner so that you can be a win-win. We want to go from risk management to risk adjustment so that you don't just be blanked out by the problems that will come from our place. You are our frontliners. Look at ways that you will be able to adjust risks that will come out your trading with us. Crafting a global brand identity, our experience is that okay. I want to say, Mr. Chairman, I was not happy that the token wasn't showing clearly there, because this is what we are taking to the world. We want everybody to know. It's been so difficult to tell people about this. When you say matoke, they say banana. Banana? Banana? Why are they green? Why do you eat them green? Why are not? So we said it's toke. It's toke, the properties are different. The starch properties are incredible. So the world should know that we are trading a toke. And so that's what we are trying to do. It's not easy, but you are all supporting us. We are using a compelling narrative to get everybody on board. And charity starts at home. So we have had to go very aggressively into the local market to excite people to come up. One of the things you would know that we are going to every school in this country. So give us 5 years, the first trading product would be token. Digital marketing, we are trying it so that we can get our voice across the world. Multi-platform presence, these are the young people. They do it. They made me get our visitors wear Toke Club shirts. They brought me gifts when we had Joel and his team at our facility. Say, we have some gifts for the visitors. So I was excited. I gave them only to find it has Toke Club and Toke. So when they put on, Toke Club was behind. They said, how else can we take the message across the world? So this is what we are doing. We are excited. We are engineering a lot of excitement among the youth. And this is the only way, if the people around you, the community around you are excited, then you can do it. Excitement actually permeates into the communities where we get these bananas, because we listen in, we support them in their cooperative struggles. As I said, we are working on insurance for them, and also we're working with government to be able to give them water for production all the year round. Understanding the global market landscape. Of course, as I said, I've already preempted that. Market research we cannot do, and we've never attempted only looking at online. So we want to say our partners, that is one of the ways we want you to take our hand and help us. I want to thank you, my sister Nairuba, for what you told me you've done already for us. The diaspora market, we believe that every household should take a kilo of toke every week, for the household, for porridge and for baking. We believe that through the diaspora, we can infuse toke into the fufu. My friend from Nigeria, why don't you take fufu from toke? Why do you take it only from cassava? If I told you that toke tempers you're not listening to me. If you tell me that toke mediates your temperament, you would like to take some of it back to Nigeria. It has serotonin, and serotonin does a lot for your temperament. in-country expertise, we still, yes, we are counting on what we have here at PACBF and through our export promotion and the public sector foundation. These are the gurus in helping us to know where to go and how to do it. And we're using all their platforms to get there. We do a lot of trade mission events. I wanted to tell my sister, I started there thinking that I'll make some money at exhibitions. Actually, you never make money at exhibitions. Half the time, you have to count your losses. But the most important thing about foreign exhibitions is that people come to know about you. And you must keep going, because as someone said, if they don't see you, they'll forget. If they keep seeing you, they'll keep bringing you forward in their thought. Adaptability is also one of the things we are learning, to respond to the situations as they come, to risks and to changing market dynamics. I have a slide showing the different forums we've been on. I can't say that, those who've made money, but we are everything to everybody so that we are able to win some of them. I went to Serbia like a chef. I've not got the orders yet, but if they called me to do it again, I will. This is as flexible as we've become. We've spoken to kings, but also we've spoken to very orderly people about this product. We are getting all the certification that we need so that we go to the next level. And I'm happy that I can promise that by end of this month, the ISO would be in our ambit. I want to conclude by saying that yes, from inception, the BADIC Industrial Development Framework, which was informed by the Uganda Development Framework, NDP3, was driven by three major aspirations: for harnessing international markets, positioning for Toke brand, that is benefit for farming communities, national development dividends, and all that done sustainably. And to realize the multifaceted goals, expanding into international markets with our unique gluten-free flour is of paramount significance. However, overcoming the financial barriers associated with global marketing demands is an imperative, and to this cause we are here. Overall, PBD-BADIC international marketing strategy aims to establish Toke gluten-free flour as a leading brand in the international market. That's no mean aspiration. Capitalizing on its unique qualities and catering to the evolving needs of the health-conscious and discerning consumers across the globe. With that, always with the farmers' leverage in our mind. Yes, it is ambitious aspiration, indeed, which engenders a lot of financial endowment to pull off, and will therefore require a global stakeholder engagement approach. And to this end, PBD-BADIC has made a lot of requisite preparations right from its inception. Ladies and gentlemen, we believe that one day we shall have a Toke Trade Center in the best capital transaction end of Kampala. Thank you very much. Together, let's talk Toke to the world, and I thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor. That applause is to thank you. We never want you to stop when you start speaking. But I want to ask us to clap for Professor again. I know for a fact there are many PhDs in the room, but there are a few professors here. Anybody else who's a professor? We are not saying doctorates, but you're a professor? Sorry? I know there's Dr. Cindy here. Good to see you from Makerere. I know there's a Dr. Muranga. I mean, there's a Dr. Olivier here. Good to see you. I know that there was Dr. Mwambu here. I know that you know there will be a Dr. Bagonza soon. But you have Professor Muranga. Let us clap for Professor. Thank you so much, Professor, for that enlightening presentation. Lunch is going to be ready in 20 minutes. Are you able to push? Because I need us to have a consensus so that when we have a situation, we say we all agreed. Are you able to push for the next 20? Yeah. Unanimously, yes? Yes. You all agree? So speak to the hunger pans to allow us hold up for the next 20 minutes. And this is also because I know that the next presenter will be in time together with the panel discussants. Ladies and gentlemen, the East African creative industry will be speaking about strengthening Uganda's partnerships with the US. The keynote speaker for this session is none other than Michael Pratt, the president of Dakrabo Deposits, and he comes to us from the US. We're very happy to have you, Michael Pratt, and I want to also invite the rest of the panelists to come up so that when Michael is done, the panel discussions can begin. I wish to ask Honorable Rachel Magola, who is a singer and songwriter, to come and take her seat. I also want to ask Dr. Cindy Magara for Creative Arts to come and take her seat. I also want Kazibora Colin to also come and take his seat. I know for a fact that this session is going to be moderated by Julian Mweheire, and I want to ask her to also come and take her seat. Michael, please come. We're very eager to hear from you. Thank you for joining us this afternoon, and welcome to Uganda. Allow me also call Julius Chaze to join the panel. Please come. Can we have all
right. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing today? I'm going to try to hurry up so that we can get to lunch, right? I know everybody's hungry. Raise your hand if you like to be entertained. Oh, every hand should be up. I think everybody likes to be entertained, right? Do you know what's more valuable than gold and diamonds put together? Ideas. See, creative ideas have the potential to transform an entire economy. The global creative economy brings in over $2 trillion annually and employs over 50 million creatives globally. Yet, Africa, despite being a wellspring of creative ideas, captures, what do you guys think? Less than 1% of that market. Let's let that sink in for a little bit. Despite being over 18% of the world's population, despite our collective brilliance and our youth population, we only capture less than 1% of this market. Imagine if we harness just a fraction of this potential. We need to get a little bit more of this pie, in my opinion. So through strategic partnerships, we actually can. See, Africa's creative renaissance is not just a possibility, it's an imminent reality waiting to be realized. And today, we stand right at the threshold of that reality. So you might be asking, well, how do we do that? Well, I'm glad you asked. By focusing on 3 key sectors, film, music, and events, we can build 3 core pillars upon that. And through that, we can transform Africa, specifically Uganda, into a thriving creative hub that can compete on the world stage. So before we get into the pillars, I just want to give a little side note. Because I do have only a little bit of time, I won't be able to go into much detail, so I'll do some broad strokes here, okay? So let's dive in. The 3 pillars that we need to build are infrastructure development, training and education, and strategic partnerships. Infrastructure is the foundational element needed to unlock our creative potential. For us to compete globally, our creatives must be equipped with the proper infrastructure. And this includes physical infrastructure, things like production facilities and creative hubs and venues. This is digital infrastructure, and that includes things like having stable internet and cloud storage. And of course, supporting infrastructure, and those are things like having reliable power and good roads and access to funding. But perhaps the most important thing is education. Education is the backbone of a thriving industry. And so in education, we could do things like partner our institutions here with prestigious institutions like USC, where I graduated from, fight on. And they have a wonderful film and music program. And I know that we could partner with our universities here to do some really wonderful things. Thank you. Also, we can partner with organizations like the 1500 Sound Academy. And this is a music academy that's founded by Grammy Award winners that delivers music education both online and virtually. So we can work together collaboratively to create co-curriculums to really educate and train our industry here. So according to UNESCO, for every $1 spent on education, as much as $10 to $15 can be generated in economic growth. That's a 10 to 15x return on investing in education. I don't know about you, but that excites me. That's staggering. So the last pillar that I want to discuss is collaborations, and this is where things get creative. Through collaborations, Uganda can be at the forefront of the East Africa, at the forefront of East Africa's transformation into a regional powerhouse. So that could start by first regionally collaborating with the other East African nations to bring a unique creative strength that, when combined, create a synergistic ecosystem, positioning East Africa as a global creative hub. And through this, we can see massive massive economic growth and attract global investment, which can then solidify the region's presence in the global economy. And the next thing is partnering with, through East Africa and Uganda, partnering with our U.S. Industry leaders. And this will allow us to raise the creative standard and provide mentorship to our creatives here and introduce an international best practices, which will accelerate the region's growth. And together we can establish East Africa as a key player in the global creative economy. So there's an African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. And that is really the spirit of what we can do collectively. So, oops. Oh yeah, there we go. So the vision is really already in motion. I've been working with some of Hollywood's hottest producers who are really excited about the opportunity and chance to come here and work with the African creatives and help develop and build this creative industry. And these are producers that have #1 TV shows, blockbuster movies, anything you can think of at the highest level. And so imagine having people of this caliber working on projects here on the continent with a hybrid crew model. And so like hybrid crews would be, having the crews here partnered with the crew there. So envision having, a Hollywood producer who can bring his global influence into an opportunity where we could partner with a producer here that could, keep our storytelling, authentically African. So this would allow us to meet the global standard while remaining true to who we are. This is massive. This is not just a vision, it's unfolding right now as we speak. So what's next? I would divide this into short-term and long-term initiatives. So in the short term, it's building momentum quickly, right? Getting some small wins that can help us to continue to build on. These are things that we can get done within the next year. Some of those initiatives, I would say, are, first of all, creating an investment fund. So launching a regional investment fund to finance creative projects is paramount. And inviting international investors to join in on that is also an exciting opportunity. Training programs and creative hubs. Setting up these hubs in strategic locations and collaborating to co-create curriculums with virtual learning modules will really help us accelerate. Mentorship and talent exchange, so we can connect our creatives with global industry professionals and create exchange programs for short-term residencies to elevate skills and exposure. And then joint workshops, of course. So we can conduct skill-building workshops led by our industry international experts. And so one thing I don't have listed here, but I think is very important, is producing content, both music and film content here. We can do shows, we can do songs, we can do a lot of things here in the next year that could really help us to build some momentum. And then there's long-term initiatives. So the long-term initiatives, they help to build sustainability and a global presence. So in addition to continuing to produce more film and music products, some initiatives could include creating and establishing a joint creative industry council. So I would personally leverage my network and the people that I know to build the leaders in the industry to join the leaders here in the East African creative industry to have a joint council that could be very exciting for us. And this would operate as a governing body over the industry. And through this, we can properly launch initiatives such as building a film studio, or creating these training hubs and co-curriculums. Next would be, we need to create a unified policy framework across the regions and with the U.S. and create incentives for investments and innovation. And then we can organize high-profile industry summits, create regional creative festivals and showcases, and establish awards and recognition programs because, everybody likes awards. Right. And then finally, we can create specialized hubs for the rest of the creative talent. So we don't want to just stop at music, film, and in events. We want to go into fashion and fine art and all of the other creative sectors, so no one feels left out, and really create a supportive ecosystem around the creative industry here. And that also includes creative entrepreneurship as well and innovation. So let's just briefly go over the challenges. This graphic's kind of crazy. Now, it's important to acknowledge that with every bold vision comes inevitable challenges. And I believe if you identify the challenges in advance, then you can better prepare for them as they arrive and overcome them. But we won't go into the challenges today. We want to talk about the good stuff. So let's talk about the impact, okay? And if we're able to successfully overcome the challenges, the impact can be immense, okay? But still, we need to know our why. Our why is very important. If the why isn't big enough, the how won't matter. So let's take a look at some of the whys we should do this. GDP and economic growth, job creation, foreign direct investment, this establishing a real cultural identity and heritage. Obviously, it's going to grow tourism. Innovation and technological advancement come from that. We have youth and empowerment. Youth empowerment and development can come from it. We get an enhanced global perception from like the thing I was talking about earlier today, just having a better perception as Africa, the powerhouse that Africa is. Global partnerships and participation. And of course, my favorite, giving the creatives an outlet to be creatives. So, where do I come in? All right, well, I can leverage my strengths, of course, and so my strengths lie in 3 core areas, mostly for this industry. So my first strength is in strategic planning, and everyone that knows me knows that I love a good business plan. Love to write them, love to see them. And so through strategic planning, we can create the roadmap that can guide us to where we're trying to go. Next is partnership development. So I have strong relationships really at the highest level in this industry. And so through my network, I can forge high impact partnerships, specifically with putting together hybrid crews, with attracting U.S. leaders in the industry to join a joint council, and just building a bridge between the U.S. and East Africa. This is my biggest strength. But perhaps my favorite is active participation. So I'm a creative at heart myself. I play 7 instruments, I write songs, I do poetry, I compose, I produce. I just love to create. And so having an opportunity to work in this market as well is exciting for me. Just that alone is exciting. And so as you can see, as an African American entrepreneur and an installed, thank you. That's the key to the city, by the way. No, I'm just kidding. So as an African-American entrepreneur and an installed chief in Ghana, I really believe that I have a unique ability to connect the two worlds. I can really bridge the gaps in the culture, in the economics, in the creative gaps that exist between the U.S. and Africa. So my mission is to drive transformational growth in Africa. So what now? This quote says, "Vision without action is merely a dream. And action without vision just passes the time. But vision with action can change the world." And that is so important. For this to become a reality, we must first form a dedicated task force. We have to have organization and structure. Then develop a thorough plan. Secure initial funding. After you secure initial funding, which is probably one of the most important parts of this whole pie, then you're able to really move into creating and establishing partnerships, and then finally launching a pilot program or pilot programs to get things moving, testing, see how things go, continuing to host events like this. I want to see one on the creative industry specifically. And then finally, it's measuring the progress, making the necessary adjustments, and then scaling it. So Africa is on the brink of a creative revolution. We're not just laying bricks, but we're building bridges that connect local brilliance to global opportunity. This isn't just about projects. This is about potential. This isn't just about telling stories. This is about changing the narrative. And together, we can make Africa a hub of creativity that illuminates the world. Right here, right now. Thank you. So I don't know where I go.
You can stay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Michael. Yes. Good afternoon. I think it's a very dangerous time to talk now, between lunch. But I'm glad that this particular session came at this time because I know how we all feel about the creative sector. I work for the Uganda Communications Commission, and primarily we regulate the telecom sector and the broadcasting sector. And everybody keeps asking, so how are you involved in the film sector, in the creative sector? I think because we know that the creative sector is not only about entertainment. It's an integral part of economic development, cultural expression, and technological advancement. There is a direct link between the cultural, the creative, the audio, visual, and digital technology. And that's why it was not a mistake that the government of Uganda decided to integrate this particular regulation and development within the communication sector. And we also know that countries that recognize and invest in this sector reap significant benefits. And I think this is what Michael was speaking about, both from an economic, job creation, advancement in digital technology, and thriving economic development. And I think I want us to give Michael a big hand clap because he has completely, I think he has handled my part of the exercise quite effectively. And allow me to jump right into the discussion. We've got a fantastic array of knowledge here on stage. We've got the Honorable Member of Parliament, who is also one of our most popular artists, Honorable Rachel Magola. We've got Cindy Magara, who is a professor at Makerere University. He's also a producer, writer of creative content, Dr. Cindy. We've got Colin, who has a wide range of experience in the tourism sector, but also on the creative side. Really happy to have you here. And we've also got Julius, my apologies. Julius, who works for Swans Avenue, who are one of the biggest promoters of the creative sector. You're very welcome. Hello. Is it on? Hello, hello. I can stay here. I'll stay right here. Let me start with Dr. Cindy and just ask you to give us a very quick highlight on the landscape in as far as the film sector is concerned in Uganda. And let's see how that relates with the region, but also in response to what Michael is saying in as far as the kind of support that Uganda would utilize in advancing the film sector. I'm going to try and wrap this up into like one question, given the time. But Cindy, if you could just quickly tell us about the film sector and the landscape. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Well, the film sector in Uganda can be really hard to summarize in just that short time, but I'll start from a production point of view. We see that Ugandans really begin making films in 2005, 2006. So this is a new industry, if we may call it that. We are actually still crawling to graduate to an industry level. So we have grown from one film in 2006, 2 films in 2007, to about 150 films as of now. I happen to be one of the judges at various film festivals here, so we're receiving a whole lot of films. And from the production point of view, we see there's a lot of effort for the filmmakers to create. Now, from the critical or the criticism point of view, from the academy, there is that missing gap because we don't have many film schools. Actually, I would say we don't have a fully-fledged film schools. We don't even have, again, picking on what Michael was saying, to grow the creative industry, we need education. I can't emphasize it enough, as you did. So for this film industry to grow, we are going to have to train the professors of film. We're going to have to train the people who make the films. I tell you, even if today we got so lucky and we have funding to construct a fully-fledged film school, we don't have enough professors. We don't have enough lecturers. You can count the PhDs in Uganda. I think we must be about 3 or 4 PhDs in film, in the country. So we cannot sustain a film school. Yet, in terms of potential, there is high potential. I won't repeat what Michael has said. Film is one way to really market the country, one way to emphasize our identity as a country, as Ugandans, as Africans. So, in summary, we are growing. There is a lot that needs to be done, and there is a lot of potential in the film industry.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Cindy. And I think that's really important. I think that we cannot underscore enough the elements of the needs for education. And thank you so much for bringing that out very critically, because I can speak for the Uganda Communications Commission to confirm that that's really a challenge, because we have actually had to sponsor, every year we sponsor about 700 students to, on the international online studies with the Cine Arts Academy in the US, because we don't have a fully fledged institution in Uganda that supports the creative sector. So thanks for bringing that out, Dr. Cindy. Honorable Rachel, creative diversity. And you really are a queen of creative diversity. Uganda's diverse ethnic groups and our traditions really provide a wealth of stories, culture, narratives, and explorative in music and film. What would partnerships with the US do to enhance this particular area of music, even in film, I would say, to be able to grow this sector?
I was just thinking when you spoke, and I was like, where have you been all my life? Because everything you said is what we need. Infrastructure, legislative and physical, like studios, recording places. We need all these things. We have a world of wealth in terms of material that can be used to create music, create film, create fashion. Everything is here. And I'm telling you, I am so happy to hear what you're saying. I just didn't know what to, I almost started talking before you finished. Because this country has got lots of youth, young people, who do not want to be farmers. Because what we've done is every time we do a magazine of farmers, we put an old woman who looks like it's over. We never put sexy people on magazines for farming. So they do not want to farm. They all want to be musicians. They want to be filmmakers. They want to be digital content creators. They want fashion. They want what they see on all these televisions. But how to get there has been the biggest missing link. The legal frameworks that exist right now, when I joined Parliament, the first thing I was saying, okay, UNCC Act is of 1959. This is 2024 for crying out loud. So we as members of Parliament who are in the Parliamentary Forum for the Creative Economy are going into the legal frameworks that can support people to create. And when you show up like this, I am going to be on you like a tick, my dear. Because this is some of the missing pieces that can support a very diverse cultural tapestry. We have over 50 languages, and each have got their own rhythms, their own languages, their own food. There's so much we can do. So infrastructure, legal and physical. Yeah. And then also education, you mentioned it all. Yeah. And with artists, the funny thing is, they thrive even without all this. Oh, yeah. What we are missing is the connection to you know who, so that we can get to places. There are young people in this country who are producing even with all the challenges. They do not have entrepreneurial skills. They have never been to school, many of them. Like, you know, when I was growing up to be a musician, they called you Musiru Dala Dala, which means very, very stupid. So for us who started early in the industry, we struggled even with mindset. Yeah. But because the young people have broken through, they have become big stars on the Ugandan stages without even having gone to school. People's attitudes are changing a little bit towards, let's support this. So where are we? I've even forgotten where we started. But I'm really excited about this. And thank you, Pasied, for inviting me to this, because I could have missed it. And I'm going to, we need to hold their hand, all the artists in Uganda. Give them direction. Give them the hubs, the creative hubs, where they can express themselves and create. Give them the studios where they can record what they think they know. Give them the markets. I recorded an album during COVID, and ARC Music in London took it. And I'm telling you, there's no Ugandan here who knows one song on that album. But it went to 30. On the 30th of October last year, it was #1 on global charts in Europe. No one knows it. Because people don't know that to be you sometimes is what it takes to sell you. Yeah, we tend to want to be like the Jamaicans. We copy a lot. because that's what we see and we think that's what's trending. But down here, there's so many young people who write amazing music in rhythms that will sell in the world, who are looking for something new and different. I forgot the question.
No, you definitely answered it. You definitely answered it, Honorable, and that was really, really, really impactful. Julius, one of the critical areas, I think, for this creative sector is promotion. And we know that Swangs Avenue has been quite successful in promoting artists, especially on the musical side. And we know that Michael spoke about the different ways that this can be handled through festivals, which of course you guys are all part of. What are the challenges that we face within Uganda, and how can partnerships with other countries help to, enable sustainability of this sector, but also to grow film globally and also the music globally?
Okay, thank you. For starters, I risk sounding a bit different from Honorable Rachel Magola. I think the creatives in our country first need a bit of tough love. Like, I think there's a lot of entitlement. And I speak about this from experience. I've managed creatives for over 20 years. Yeah. So I know that. And that has not helped the industry as much. So because they feel the nation owes them. And as a result, everyone is waiting to be given a free studio. Everyone to be given free time. Everyone to be given a handout, an envelope. Everyone is going to look for a government official for a handout. And that has not helped us historically. So partnerships are one way to go about it. But first we need to appreciate the opportunity. What is the opportunity that we have as a country? We have stories that have not been told to the world, even as a continent. When you look at the US, that is the benchmark of the creative industry, what stories do they still have to tell the world? Like, what haven't we seen? Like, we've seen the Vietnam War in movies. We've seen, diamond engagement rings in movies. We've seen everything about the American culture. Have we sold enough of the African culture? So first, we need to appreciate the opportunity we have as a continent, and then look at what is unique to us as a nation. Uganda, for instance. We are very, very creative people, and we are very, very young people. Yeah. But how are we treating the young creatives? Is the current education system suitable for them to optimize these opportunities? For instance, at Swangs, we've started a creative academy out of need. Wow. Because we have all these, we've opened up in 4 countries. We are in Tanzania, we're in Kenya, we're in Ghana as well. But then we find that we don't have enough qualified personnel to help us on these assignments that we get in these countries. So what we've done, we started a training academy, the Swangs Creative Academy, where we train for ourselves, but also for the industry. So this is a case study that has worked. So in terms of partnership with the US, like, if we can get a way to partner with them and scale it countrywide, for instance, if we have a training academy in Gulu, where we can output 500 content creators. And when we look at, I think we need to shift away from the end product, the movies and the music and the artists. There's so much in between there. There's caterers, there's fabricators, there's a guy who set up this stage. He's not a musician, he's not a filmmaker, but we would not be here if this guy did not, craft this art, perfect this art. So we need to look at the entire end-to-end ecosystem and tap into those partnerships, but through skilling, before anything else. Even free studios won't help people. Honorable is saying we give them free studios. It won't help people. It's not about free studios. It's understanding the opportunity and preparing yourself for it. Now, are we preparing the creatives for that? I don't think we are doing enough. But are the creatives helping themselves enough? No, they are not even doing much, because they've been told they'll be helped. Help will come. So when you tell them there's no help, help will come if you're already helping yourself. Yeah. That would be my message to creatives.
Wow. That really puts me in a tough spot, since we have been helping the creatives. Now we know where the challenge is. Thanks for that, Julius. Colin, we've been really discussing different ways to access markets. And with a lot of your experience, even on the tourism side, could you share with us, some strategies to improve access to international markets for our creatives? And also in relation to potential partnerships with the US, and Michael, I'm going to ask you this question as well. What can we do better? I think we've been creating for ourselves locally. But for us to, and I think we've heard this today, we need to start thinking globally. What should we do to be able to develop for the international markets as well?
Thanks a lot, Julian. Thanks, Michael, for that brilliant presentation. Thank you, Pasaid and Chairman, for setting the tone, and thanks, Julian, for that. As you know, we've been really having a long discussion about the importance of the creative. Sometimes they call it a sector, but I think maybe even changing the way we call things also changes the way we think about it. It is a creative economy. Yeah. It is not a sector, it's not just an industry, it is a whole economy. And Michael, I think, really framed it properly by putting numbers to that. You know, $2 trillion. You know how our president always reminds us, and rightly so, about, for example, coffee. And I think this is where the linkage comes in with Pasaid. Coffee is a $459 billion industry. And we're talking about $2 trillion in a very young, creative country. I've never seen a country like Uganda that just bubbles with creativity. Yeah. But it's disaggregated. It's happening in pockets. And Julian, I really want to commend you and UCC for pushing this agenda almost single-handedly. I mean, Uganda Communication, what is it? UCC Commission has started the Uganda Film Festival that we all attend. You've supported young filmmakers. So to bring it back home, how do we first have to understand it and frame it right and support it the right way. Stories, images sell products. Dr. Moranga, you gave us a wonderful presentation. Toke is a story. And if you're going to sell a product, people are moved by emotions, not by reason. You know, brands are all about stories. Back to the coffee. How did Colombia push its coffee? It was this brand called Juan Valdez, an imaginary character that has made Colombia one of the largest producers of coffee in the world. So we need to really tap into our resources, I think, Julian, and look at this young population that we have and its creativity and harness it properly. You know, they say idle minds are the workshop of the devil. So we need to turn our demographic dividend into a dividend. And I think the young creative space has a huge place in that story and in that agenda. From a tourism standpoint, how do we get content? You know, I think my sisters Rachel and Cindy and both Julius touched on it. You know, how does content get weaved into developing our own brand stories about Uganda? You know, I see some of our institutions giving a lot of money to, you know, CNN and PR agencies, but if that money were redirected to our youth and supported properly and give it its rightful place, I think you would be amazed what kind of content comes out of this country. So I think it starts with that, really taking it serious. That would be my humble opinion. And Michael, I'm very sorry that you attended USC because I attended UCLA, and you know that's a battle. It's an ongoing battle, but we'll make amends. Thank you.
And a good one. Thanks, Colin. And I think you're spot on. I think we really need to start by digging deep and understanding who we are, you know, as a people. And Michael, I think I'll ask you the same question, but also, you know, talking about market access. You also talked about infrastructure. What does the vision look like for the future, given what all our, you know, our wide array of panelists spoken about? What do you see as a vision for Uganda?
Oh, that's a loaded question. I think the future and the vision is to be able to compete on the global stage, right? And that is possible. It's possible if the proper protocols, the proper infrastructure, the proper things are put in place and everyone buys in, right? Everyone has to buy in and understand that like he said, it's not just a creative industry, it's an economy. These are people, these are creatives. And, we say the young population, we have a strong and a large young population, but creativity doesn't have an age, right? And so it's old population too. Everyone can join in to this creative industry. And I think that leveraging the relationships with the U.S., with the leaders in the U.S., and figuring out what that really looks like, bring them here. We have to bring them here because that is the main thing. If you don't see it, if you don't physically see it with your eyes, you can't grasp the opportunity like that. And so it's really having more events like this, creative events, bring them out, let them get to explore and meet people, and set up opportunities for them to work on the continent, and there's a lot of opportunities for that. And I was speaking how I have already been talking to certain producers about these kind of things and these projects, and there's a really exciting project. I wish I could tell you about it, but I can't. That I would love to unfold here, and I think it would be very impactful for us with one of Hollywood's top producers. So I think just buying in is like the thing. Like, we can't look at it as like, oh, the creative industry over there. Like, it has to be like, no, we really want this to be prominent, and this is I would say this is one of the last places where it's not, right? We're one of the last people that don't have a global presence in the creative industry. And so the opportunity is there. It's an exciting way for us to really engage with the youth and the culture, and to really tell our stories and to change the narrative.
Sounds good. A last question, and this is to all of you. We just had our national census that returned more than 50% of the population, I believe, is below the age of 18. What message do you give these children, especially in respect of or with regards to the creative sector? You, and all the way down. Think about it.
Don't stop dreaming. Just don't stop dreaming. It is possible. Even if it doesn't look possible, it is possible.
Thank you.
I would say to them that you can only be what you want to be if you get out there and try.
Absolutely. Thank you.
There is, I don't think it's a saying, in Uganda or Nyoro, they say the young elephants pick themselves from the ditch. So I think that's the message I would tell the young Ugandans, that history will remember you, that at one time you were the majority in that country or in that continent, and what did you do about that? And the opportunities for them to thrive are available. They just have to think hard. And one of them, I will say in affirmative, is the film industry, the creative industry. Just imagine if, for instance, 10 million Ugandans would watch a film, a Ugandan film, at about $3 or $4. That would be enough money to sustain them. And wherever they want to go, home is best. I know most of them are tempted to leave Africa. Yeah, home is best.
Thank you, Doctor. Colin?
Yes, maybe I'll just take 1 minute to, first of all, thank PACBF and its chairman, Odrek, and the team for elevating the creative space to a national level. That is a deliberate decision he made, and so I'd like to just thank you for that. I think I'll just go back to the same thing, Julianne, which is drawing from my tourism experience and hospitality. I'm a hotelier by training, and for many years we looked at hotel business as a last resort. That's where you dump people who failed. You're a waiter, you're a chef. You know how that perception is in our country. So to change and tell young people that no, the creative economy is an economy. There's a place where you can make a career and you can actually make money. So to encourage them and see it as a business and as a pathway to success, not just a place where you dump people who are weird.
Thank you, Colin. Julius?
Yeah, I also want to thank the chairman and the team. We always, as creatives, always complaining. We are like the stepchildren, and no one takes us serious. But to start, to have these conversations with people that don't care about creatives as much, shows that there's progress. And I pray that we can have even more creative, only creative-led conversations. Because with this, we can easily we have a work stream where we target to put 500,000 young people to work. And it's possible through the creative industry. It can be done. So the message to the young people also is, it's never, this is the time to be African and be proudly African. There's never been a time. There's never been a better time, to be African. And it's cool. All of a sudden, it's so cool to be African. Like you can be walking in London and you're feeling yourself. It's so cool to be African, and it's our time to take, to profit from it. And to all the young people, you can do it. You don't even have to go anywhere. This is where it is. And I'll wrap it up with just one key insight. About 7 years ago, about 10 years ago, there was data that an American would drink a Coca-Cola one a day. So that's about 360 bottles a year, correct? So then the question was, how many do you think Ugandans drink, or Africans, on an average? Anyone can take a guess. And this data is about 7 years ago. How many bottles do you think an African drinks? And it's going to make sense in a minute. So a lot of people would think maybe 50 or 30. How many? Double? No. Yeah. Africans would drink, this about 7 years ago, only 4 bottles. A year. A year. Yeah. An American would drink a bottle every day. That's 360 a year. So what does that data tell you? If you are the CEO of Coca-Cola International, where would you rather invest?
Africa.
So we've not done anything in Africa. So we're just scratching the surface. All the things they've done in the West, we don't even have to innovate as much. We can just copy and paste. So that will be the message to the young people. Just go and be African and be proudly African and go in.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Julius. I'm not even sure what more I can say now. I think I'm really in a privileged position working with the Commission because I spend 50% of my time with the creative sector. And I think inviting PACBF to be part of these conversations has elevated them to another level, because now they do recognize that this sector can be one of the export sectors, and we're working towards that aggressively. Please put your hands together for this fantastic panel. And thank you very much for having us here today. Thank you.
Let us give the creatives another round of applause. Please don't go. Don't go yet. Don't go. We want to keep a record of this session, so just come down one step down so that we can have a group photo of you. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. Okay, you may now take your seats. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We're really delighted that you could take us through this session. We're now going for lunch, but I want to take this opportunity to welcome Mr. Robert Blackwell Jr. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Welcome to Uganda. We are very eager to hear from you in the afternoon after the lunch break. And Mr. Blackwell will be speaking about positioning Uganda as a new technology and innovation hub for Africa, U.S. tech entrepreneurship, and expert on technology and innovation. Thank you for joining us this afternoon, Mr. Robert. I want to suggest that you help us with the microphone. Help us with the microphone. We want to ask Reverend to bless our meal that we are going to have. Just help us with the microphone. The professor is going to pray for us. Here, please come. We will take strictly 30 minutes for lunch. We have many exciting programs in the afternoon, so I want to ask you to kindly keep time. Reverend?
Let us
for the meal. Father in heaven, we thank you that we are here together. And we thank you for the aspiration of sharing a meal together. We thank you that many people out there who don't have a meal and yet aspire. And there are many people who have food and do not aspire to eat it. That we have the meal and we aspire to eat. We thank you, Lord. Amen.
Thank you so much, Professor, for that wonderful prayer. I now want to ask that Chairman leads our people together with our trade reps, Dr. Olivier. I also want Joel to go together with us. Can I have the ushers? I now need to tell you how we are going to move. Ushers, please come. EBACs also come. Come and help us. This is the first table to leave together with these two. Allow them go out first together with the third. Just help us. We will also take this table. So in other words, the first 5 tables are going out as we wait. I am sure they are coming to give you coupons that you will use for lunch. Those that I'm sure that others have already gotten, please take that table, take this table, take the other table, and the 5th table. So you go on the 5th table and lead them to lunch. So let us let the visitors go first, and then we will follow. Aaron, please make sure that our spaces are available on the other side. So Mr. Sekaran is going to go together with Ambassador Rosa. Chairman Odrek, please lead the people to the dining area.
Your sciences, yeah? And one day I want her to come to Chicago and meet, because when I went to his office, all the walls are covered by like writing, like a huge writing board with so many numbers and so many calculations and so many ideas and cancelled. And you know, I like reading, I like to reflect, so I really liked the fellow. And he is an entrepreneur. He produces sports equipment, table tennis equipment, a global brand with a company called Killer Spin. And uses that product to promote sports, to build communities, and to advocate for enterprise and economic development. And so for me, so Robert, you'll speak about yourself and who you are, but for me, these are the two things that touched me. So one, he called it the dignity of the African. Say, wherever the African goes, whatever he does, wherever he's dispersed, there's a feeling that something is missing. And as we know, if you touch an American, there is worry that the American government will come after you. These days, you touch a Chinese, you're worried that China is coming after you. You touch Russians, same. India, same. But you can do anything to an African and no one goes after you, and it's painful. Anyway, I don't want to digress. So he said, how do we build our dignity? And he said, to build this dignity, we have to find ourselves. We, the diaspora, we, the African Americans, are often overlooked by our relatives, our friends who come from the continent, and tend to think that they will find acceptability in other areas instead of asking us the right questions on economy, on politics, even on things that we share with other people but we don't share with the African American community. And so I made a decision. We began to exchange communication with what he does, and I said, we will invite you to come to Uganda and spend some time in the country, simply just to understand people, food, culture, leadership, take you to some places, have a chat with the president, and hopefully we create a bridge to help answer that question of how do we work together wherever we've been dispersed to build that dignity of the African. I also knew like 2-3 days ago that he sits on the Business Leadership Council. It's an African-American team of black entrepreneurs in corporate boards, very wealthy people. So Robert, for me, wealth is good, but it's not significant to make a human being. So I don't start with it. I start with knowing who's the person behind the titles and the money. And you fulfilled that when we spend the afternoon just trying to understand how do you build bridges to restore what we lost. And that has not left me. So I have a singular pleasure of inviting Robert to speak to you. He's also speaking as the last key. I know we want to listen to JP and Ula when we are signing, okay, for a minute about what you want to do, but Congressman Jonathan Jackson, who was supposed to be here, didn't make it, and we thought, since they come from the same city, Robert Blackwell will take the honor of speaking as the last business and culture and technology, and I don't want to use the word political leader, from Chicago and from the US. Welcome.
You're welcome. Okay, so got to wait for the presentation here. Well, good afternoon. I have to tell you, I'm really happy to be here. This is the fourth country in Africa that I visited. The first was Senegal. So if you're black and an American, very few black Americans ever get to visit Africa. So I got invited to visit Africa by somebody I had met from Senegal, and for me it was kind of a religious experience. So the first time I reached Africa, I'm not really an emotional person, but for me that it meant something to me, because I grew up in a time where I'd say black people in the United States were just discovering themselves. So I'm very happy to be here. It's my first time in East Africa. So I'm going to take a little time and I'm going to present, and I have to warn you, this is going to be a little bit nerdy. And then I'm going to talk about black people in the diaspora. But I have this saying, you don't have to hate anybody else to love your own people. So I'm going to ask a question here. What do Singapore, India, and Ireland have in common? They all went from poverty to prosperity in a relatively short period of time through services. The good thing about services is it doesn't require a lot of infrastructure. just requires character and a little bit of brains. So with this, I'm going to walk you through this presentation, maybe take about 20 minutes. So I'm going to talk about Uganda, how it can be the future analytics hub of Africa, and describe what I call the road from poverty to prosperity. It requires a new way. Next. Okay, so this is me. I kind of describe myself as an unemployable math misfit. I went to school, studied math, worked at IBM for a little while, and when I was in my 20s, and I ended up writing all the algorithms that would give salespeople signals to upgrade machines. And then I left because at the time, IBM really would tell you, if you're not a salesman, you're a nobody. And I was a super introvert, so I wasn't going to be, that wasn't a good place for me. Then I went to be a trader. I was a trader at the Mercantile Exchange, and I wrote options trading models. And I think the world can learn a lot from what happened with the trading world, which I'll explain shortly. Then I did something which you should probably never do. I invested in my best friend's brother-in-law's business and ended up having to take it over. And then I turned that into a company that wrote financial modeling systems. So he wrote most of the financial modeling systems for Sears and Abbott Labs and Mellon Bank and Farmers and a lot of other large companies. After that, I started a company called Urban Fishing Development. It has nothing to do with fishing. So in Chicago runs along Lake Michigan, and on the south side of the city, near where the University of Chicago is, there is an area called North Kenwood, Oakland. It was actually economically the worst area of the city and one of the worst of the country. But the government started to tear down public housing, so I bought a bunch of land, I built houses, I named them after famous African Americans, and that neighborhood is what I envisioned it would be. And it is an economically integrated black neighborhood, and things are better for everybody. In fact, it's the only black neighborhood in my country, the United States, is better off today than it was in the year 1967. So I started this company in, whose original name is Electronic Knowledge Interchange. So in 1992, I wrote a paper on how you could use algorithms to categorize knowledge in big systems. So unfortunately, I named the company Electronic Knowledge Interchange. I should have taken a branding company. But in February this year, I changed the name of the company to Quant16. And lastly, I own a company called Killerspin. It's a table tennis company. It's the leading high-end, we actually created the high-end of table tennis in the world. Next. Oh, and by the way, I have two redeeming qualities. One is I can add a little bit, and the other is I can produce a beautiful child, which was who was in that picture with me. All right, so we're going to talk about our people's future. The quants are coming. Just do business, and then I'm happy to answer any questions. Next. Okay, there's a big global opportunity ready for our people. I think now is the time, and Africa is the place. Next. Oh, just sit there. Thank you. Okay, the annual market for analytics as a service will be in the trillions. Right now, the digital economy, if it were a country, would be the fourth largest economy in the world. It's currently a $5 trillion industry. Okay. I don't want to expect you to read all this. However, what I do think is the next thing that's coming, or something I call the digital trades. About 12 years ago, I wrote the National Digitization Strategy for the government of Bahrain. And I said you could use your own government spend to create an export industry. So in here, mostly they leave out what I call the right brain people when they're talking about technology. The right brain people are the creatives. So you can actually, I'm sure everybody now has heard about generative AI, which has actually nothing to do with intelligence. It's really just content creation automation. But that can create an industry for what we call the content librarians. So in the United States, kind of $15 is a minimum wage. So we said how this could take people from $15 an hour to $65,000 a year. This is where you can use generative AI. The next is, what do you do for kind of left-brain people like me you can turn them into data quants and strategic sourcing analysts. I think this is a $200 billion market opportunity for those that are focused on it. Okay. Okay, my clicker is not moving. Oh, here we go. So I believe that Uganda can be a leader in the analytics economy, but it won't happen by accident. So this is my little, all math people have their own little formulas. This is mine. Results equals a quality of strategy plus execution divided by time. So you always want to start with specifically what you want to get accomplished. You have to create a strategy that makes you unique and loved. If you're not unique, you're going to be a commodity, and then there's no money. Then you have to create an execution engine, which are people, processes, tools, and facilities, and then you have to set a time frame. And we'll talk later about why slow is actually your biggest expense. Oops. I'm sorry. Let me go back here. Okay, so with strategy, and for anybody who's in business or want to be in business, strategy, what you want from strategy is a high degree of differentiation in both we call in your offering, but also in what I call stakeholder trust or customer love. Anybody here own an iPhone by chance? Okay, a number of you. Do you realize Apple makes 92% of all the profits in the mobile phone industry? It's not very different from Samsung, but the brand is strong. So your pricing power will come from differentiation and from trust that your customers put in you. For strategy, you need innovation. Innovation is a scientific process that starts with contemplation, ideation, calculation, and experimentation, which is iteration. From there, you go to transformation, which is about systemization and acceleration. So again, with strategy, you want a high degree of differentiation, but with your execution, you want a high degree of efficiency. So in here, we look at our people, processes, tools, and facilities. And we actually created something called ecosystem economics, which is the incentive. You can actually calculate how people make decisions. Okay, this is my belief. Our people are either going to participate in the analytics and digital economy, or we're going to remain poor. Your brain power, human analytical capital, doesn't require a lot of infrastructure. It just requires opportunity and focus. So closing the gap between today and a prosperous future requires a new way of thinking, discovering, and executing. And I believe that that is a mathematical or scientific way. So the longer it takes you to close the gap between what you have and what you need, the more you lose. So for most organizations or countries or people, you're actually weighed down by the old way of doing things and what's called the ongoing deterioration of your capabilities over time. Okay, I believe the quants are coming. Okay, what if you could see opportunities before they become evident? Anybody here ever lived in a place that's like cold in January? Okay. All right, so I'm from Chicago. So imagine you're from Chicago, and it's January, and it's 100 degrees below zero, and you go on Amazon, and you order some sandals. Well, Amazon knows you're not going to the beach. So they offer you some sunscreen, a hat. This is what's called algorithmic opportunity discovery. So people build the models and then write the algorithms that get executed digitally. So we believe that you can predict, optimize, or protect almost anything because markets move towards efficiency, systems move towards similarity, and people move towards incentives. That's why it's actually not very hard to predict most things. Okay, So a little commercial. This is about us. So Quant 16 is about what I call the science of why. So understanding the why behind your data allows you to identify, predict, prescribe, and optimize. So we're a team of, we call the scientific thinker-doers that help innovation-minded financial executives win. So what we do is we hire PhDs in math and physics and economics and train them how to think. Then we hire quants that write models and algorithms to discover opportunities. Then the architects and engineers build. Okay, so there's a place in Chicago called the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. Anybody ever seen the movie Trading Places? So you got these people in the middle of a circle screaming and yelling, and they're talking with their hands. So that's what I used to do. So I'm probably down there somewhere in 1987. So those floors don't exist anymore because all the monetizable opportunity identification is algorithmic and execution is digital, supported by super fast and secure infrastructure. So they act faster than people can actually think or react. And if you had been in that business early, like this man, his name is Jim Simons. He's a mathematician that was kind of the father of quantitative trading. If you had given him $10,000 in 1989, by 2016, you'd had $110 million. That's after he took his 44%. So the quants now are the biggest part of the $3 trillion hedge fund industry. So we say, imagine here having the capability of the quants. All of these are quantitative, lean digital enterprises. So they start with analytical thinking. Lean is essentially, it means the elimination of waste from work, and digital obviously is automation. Okay, so it's not the technology, it's the system of scientific thinking, algorithmic discovery, and then digital execution. These first two things, in my view, are the biggest opportunity in the economy coming forward. There's a lot of people already that are in digital execution, but not that many people that apply scientific thinking and algorithmic discovery to business. Has anybody ever heard of the country Broken Promistan? This is where all the IT people come from, by the way. So 80% of IT or technology projects fail, and they fail for very predictable reasons. Okay, so if you need to close the gap between what you have and what you need, the old way of doing it is to hire consulting companies to give you pretty expensive presentations that are probably never going to get implemented, and then you don't even know what you own. The new way is model-driven, it's algorithmic, and we look at all spend as investment in a monetizable outcome. And if you do that, then you have asset portfolios that are optimized. Okay, so we created something called monetizable AI. Monetizable AI, unlike generative AI, is based on large language models. So out of that, what you can really do is you can get some type of content. It's really content creation automation. So a large market model, it allows you to look into systems and figure out where all the opportunities are. So monetizable AI has two components. Ecosystem design thinking that allows you to look into a system and see how everything fits together. And then quantitative portfolio optimization allows you to predict business need, modernize execution, and then optimize portfolios of labor and acquired assets. So FP&A stands for Financial Planning and Analysis. It's one of the three functions out of the CFO, and it is, I think it's going to be the next big thing. So this is essentially what the quantitative hedge funds do. Create models that help you understand why things happen so you can predict outcomes, identify areas where you can make money, execute digitally, measuring time to value, and then innovating to improve. So monetizable AI is the operating system for model-driven FP&A. So again, we start with the scientists, and all the trading companies, they start with the scientists because the scientists understands the connection between nature and markets. And then the quants find the money, and then the engineers build. Okay, I'll make a little shift. Now, ask yourself the question, where in the world are poor people healthy, educated, and safe? I think the answer is nowhere. Conversely, where are affluent people, regardless of their race, not healthy, educated, and safe? Again, the answer is nowhere. So the question is, then how do people go from poverty to prosperity? It's entrepreneurs discover opportunities. When there's productive opportunities in the economy, they'll take advantage of it. When there's not, they'll go to bad things. So most people focus on the crowd versus the influencer. So it is the entrepreneur that gets attracted magnetically to economic opportunity, and then they create a pull from other people in their community. That is what's important about entrepreneurship. So how do groups go from poverty to prosperity? Okay, there's one way. In every case, it is entrepreneurial-led economic activity in the modern parts of the economy that create wealth. That leads to the appreciation of education. Education doesn't lead, it follows. So if you want to make a bet, create an export industry, and that will pull people into that. They will study those things, and they will give the effort that is needed to be successful. And third, that creates social capital. Social capital is when you reach back and you pull people from your community forward, but more importantly, you create an aspirational roadmap for your young people so they know where to place their bets. Marcus Aurelius, who was a Stoic philosopher and a Roman emperor, said, "Poverty is the mother of crime," and it's true. So this is the way where people get both, I call, prosperity and dignity. And analytical human capital, I think, is the most valuable asset a country can have. Okay, so now we're going to talk about the prosperity and dignity of the black man. This lies in the connection, and I believe, between Africa and its people in the Americas. So if you ever see the president and somebody, the prime minister of India goes to the United States, a lot of Indian businessmen are sitting right with the president. The same thing will happen with China or India or another place in the world. But when Africans go, there's no black people around. There's no African Americans. That hurts Africa, and it hurts our people. Okay, so what does economic growth look like for the individual, the company, the country, or people? It goes in phases. So I'll explain these little symbols here real quick. But all growth follows this curve. So this Y is something called gamma. It means acceleration. This eta means efficiency, and we created something called absolute alpha. Absolute alpha is the maximum performance you can get at any particular category at any particular point in time. We have a computer manufacturer over here, so I'm sure that he knows what Moore's Law is. Anybody knows what Moore's Law is? Okay. Moore's Law is essentially can tell you going forward how much computing power you're going to have. So this is what I think. One is you have to start with the innovation phase. So discipline, experimentation that creates an export industry. So make a bet where you can win and partner with the entrepreneurs that have the most potential. The best thing you can do is go find the most talented people. Treat it like it was basketball or soccer or anything else. You find those kids before they're 12 In athletics, if you're not on the road to being what I call the stud athlete by the age of 12, you're done. But we don't do that in the important areas of the economy. The next is the investment phase. Build a foundation and create winners by doing business with your own people. Perfect the offering and the delivery. The export phase is you enter a market carefully and then build momentum. And then you have market leadership. And when you have market leadership, then you can start to think about diversification. But until then, I think you should focus. Okay, talk a second about Black economic progress in the United States. Anybody ever hear of a guy named Booker T. Washington by chance? Okay. In 1895, Booker T. Washington gave a speech at the Atlanta Exposition. And he said, America's never going to be what it can be until blacks get included in the economy. He said, we don't need to live around you, but we do have to be a part of the economy. Otherwise, we will be disproportionately involved in crime and other bad activities. But there was a businessman from Chicago named Julius Rosenwald. Julius Rosenwald responded to Booker T. Washington. He wasn't prescriptive. Together, they built 5,300 schools in the South. Julius Rosenwald put up 30% of the money. Blacks and whites of goodwill put together the rest of the money. Booker T. Washington wrote a book called Character Building. And he said the purpose of education is to teach you how to be a good citizen and prepare you for the economy. And then they created the Negro Business League. Out of that came what was called the Black Wall Streets. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of the Black Wall Streets. So in the Jim Crow South, which 90% of blacks ended up being in the South because that's where they sent all the slaves. So after the Emancipation Proclamation in 1895, 90% of blacks were illiterate. It was illegal to educate blacks in the southern part of the United States where most blacks live. In 40 years, black illegitimacy was almost erased because of people of goodwill from all races. So actually the height of black business in the United States was between 1910 and 1930. The height of black education was between 1940 and 1960. Entrepreneurial participation always leads educational achievement. In 1962, President Kennedy gave a speech entitled, "We Choose to Go to the Moon." If you've never heard it, it's one of the great speeches in history. What he said was, we choose to go to the moon in this decade, not because it's easy, but because it's hard, and it's a mission worthy of our best efforts. So this was in 1962. The moon is a 500,000-mile round trip. It's a long way, especially since we've never been outside, we've never even orbited the Earth, I think, at that time. That commitment created the opportunity for the black female mathematicians featured in the movie Hidden Figures. And then Neil Armstrong, who's the first man to walk on the moon, said, I'm not getting into that rocket until Katherine Johnson specifically maps my way back home. So I think black entrepreneurs create opportunity and aspiration for everybody. Chicago used to be the black business capital of the world. When that was the case, it was a better city for everybody. And these black business people were actually the primary funders of Martin Luther King. All progress of a people starts with its entrepreneurs. Even in the abolitionist movement, most people don't know, there was a man named James Forten, who was from Philadelphia. He was one of the richest men in Philadelphia in the late 1700s. And he was a primary funder of the abolitionist movement. Maynard Jackson, who's the mayor of Atlanta, in the 70s he became the mayor, and he said, I'd rather there be weeds on the runway than blacks not be participate in the development of what is now the world's largest airport. And I don't know if you can recognize any of those two guys on the end there. That's our former president at my house in 1996 when I had to pay people to come listen to him. So what most people don't know, it is a black entrepreneur that lifted Barack before anybody else knew who he was. Okay, this is what I described to you, urban fishing development. Okay, so where in the world do black people participate in the economy in proportion to our talent? I think the answer is nowhere, not even in Africa. Okay, so this is a study I did of the 2010 census. It shows you where we are in the United States. If you take all the companies, this is the 2010 census, all the companies with employees by ethnicity, majority-owned companies have been 9.4 trillion, women $1 trillion, Asians $455 billion, Hispanics $276 billion, and blacks $98 billion, even though blacks have double the education on average as Hispanics. Black people are the only people in the United States that made less money in 2018 than they did in the year 2000. Black boys, that means black boys are the least likely of any group to escape poverty. In fact, 70% of middle-class black kids are at risk of slipping into poverty. Okay, so I'm sure a number of you heard remember the George Floyd incident a few years ago. After that happened, I wrote a series of articles called Love is a Verb. The theme of that is that nobody can protect or feed their family based on your sympathy. So I said, if you want to help somebody, go buy something from somebody. So when it comes to business, I think if you want more fishermen, start buying fish. Black people get lots of lectures and no money, which is why we have no money. Nobody does business with blacks in proportion to our talent. So if we fix the demand problem, the supply problem will take care of itself. It doesn't matter how much preparations or smarts that you have. You cannot have a business without a customer. So somebody's got to do business with you. So I've asked this question about 1,000 times, and I'll see if anybody can do it here. Name 2 famous black entrepreneurs with no connection to sports or any form of entertainment. Now, I'm cheating. If you're in the United States, not one person has ever been able to answer that question. So why does that matter? Because black kids trapped in poverty can't either. The market tells them to place their bets on sports and entertainment, and that's what they do. So I think we need fewer saviors and more business partners, because black boys especially never see, in our country, they never see black men doing anything except entertaining people. I have nothing against entertainment, but I think we need a new vision of ourselves. In 2009, I got invited to do a tour of India, and it was a great experience for me. I got to meet somebody in the central bank, and they kind of gave me the story of India. They said in 1991, they got a new finance minister. They figured out socialism doesn't work. They started to free their economy. Their government started doing business with their small entrepreneurs, which prepared them for the international market. And in a period of 20 years, India and China took 750 million people out of poverty. And there wasn't any, listen, nobody was trying to take care of little Indian kids or little Chinese kids. Nobody was giving them charity. They just did business. And what I believe is everywhere in the world, we get lots of charity and no money. And I think that if people did business with black people in proportion to our talent, and I believe is that when little black adults have some little green bills, they take care of their own little black kids, and they don't have to ask anybody else to help them. You just live in dignity. Okay, so we need to shift our focus from to creating demand for entrepreneurial-led economic activity that pulls people forward. When you do business with talented entrepreneurs, they naturally have to pull other people along, and other people will follow their lead, for good or bad. Has anybody ever here seen the movie Goodfellas? Okay, we probably got some Americans here somewhere. Okay, so Goodfellas is a mafia movie in New York City, I think. So the protagonist is a guy named Henry Hill. He's a teenager. He's looking out the window, and all the guys with the cars, the clothes, the women, they're all gangsters. So that sent a signal to him and other people in his community, that is where to place your bet. And that's what happens to us. So poverty is a combination, crime is a combination of poverty and testosterone. You can't do much about testosterone, but we can do something about poverty. And I think when we participate in the economy in proportion to our talent, everybody will win. So there's a big global market, and I think there's a big opportunity for us. I'm talking about people of the diaspora. So if you're from Africa, just remember there's some people on the other side of an ocean that love you and care about you, and you ought to love and care about them as well. Thank you. All right, any questions? I bored you for 40 minutes. Yes. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Robert, for the wonderful presentation. I am Mr. Monica Tadeo, God's chosen future president of the United States of America. There is something I'm trying to say, that Africans, we are so highly wise people.
You're so what, sorry?
I'm saying Africans, we are wise people. Wise.
Wise people, okay.
I'm saying there is something I wanted to remove, that why only blacks entertain people. No. Why? Because we have been lacking people who can spark us. But this is now the high time that we want to show the whole world that in the creation we can do something. And I pray that when you are going back to America, tell the world that there are people who are going to change the world, and Africans or black people will dominate the world. I remain Monica Tadeo, God is John's President of the United States of America. God bless you.
Thank you. Yes. Absolutely. If you want to be bored, you're more than welcome to it. Anybody else?
Can we take just 2 more questions? I hope that we've understood this presentation. It is as deep as the man, and you have to think, reflect, because he's not talking about numbers. He's talking about finding who you are. You know that statement that touched me, Robert. So what stands between today and tomorrow, in summary, ordinary language, is a way of thinking. What you think is what you get. And so, just 2 questions, 2 more questions. Yeah? Yes. And
thank you so
people.
much. My name is Mtangana Tyson from Uganda Youth Hub. I want to start with what you ended with, saying now is the time, and the time is Africa, or the place is Africa. is there any way, as the black community in the US, you can bring the support down to the African people? Maybe also, what I'm trying to ask is there any way or any possible way that the black community in the US can ship the economic support, the intellectual support down to the people of Africa? Thank you so much.
Okay, well, I would say anywhere there's black people, there's poverty and misery. Black people in the United States are in the same situation. If you look at the Americas and you look at where the misery is, Martin Luther King once said, of the good things in life the Negro has half, and of the bad he has a double share. That's constant everywhere. That's why it's important. Other groups have gone from poverty to prosperity because they connect with each other. We, unfortunately, are separated, and we don't. What I believe is over this next 20 years, the world's competing for Africa. Because outside of Russia, the world's minerals are in Africa. So Africa has to be strategic because there's going to be a competition between China, the United States, and Russia for the heart of Africa. So I think listen, I'll just tell you, black people in the United States don't have any money. It's a big country, but we don't have any money. We're at the bottom of everything, everywhere. So I think there's ways where we help and support each other and lobby. But the other thing is there's a community, you can't go to a community's house. There's 45 million people of African descent in the United States. There's no big meeting that you can go to. You have to figure out where you want to hit, what's the partnership. And what you want to do is to create a win-win. I believe that the win for both Africa and the Africans in the Americas is this connection where we support and promote one another. It's what every other people in the world do, and if we don't do it, we are going to be in misery for a long time to come. Okay, guys, thanks so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am not lost. Do not think that the moderator of the session has disappeared. I am somewhere very happy together with you. And let us give Mr. Blackwell another round of applause to thank him for all that he has given us today. Thank you so much.
Africa's intermediate goods.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Blackwell. We really appreciate you, and I hope that this is the beginning of a relationship and that we'll be able to see you many more times back here in Uganda. I want to ask for another round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, I also want to recognize Honorable David Bahati, our State Minister for Trade and Cooperatives. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Thank you for giving us the blessing to be with you, and we will be very eager to hear from you. We have quite a number of MOUs that are going to be, we have about 2 MOUs that are going to be signed today. One is in coffee, in the coffee sector, and this is by DET Imports and JAL, and it is worth. How many of you want to hear this amount of money? How many? Do you have a calculator? Just put on the calculator so I start. Because I want you to turn it into UGX so that you can know the worthiness of this MOU. You have your calculators ready? I say it. You know, because Uganda is a very peaceful country, I will say it. If you are in another country, you would be following DET after the announcement. But because Uganda is safe, these good people, Joel, can I tell them how much? Who wants to come and tell them the amount? John Magni? Come. Don't say that I am telling lies. So that when you hear for yourself, you know how serious people are. Just come and tell them how much.
So today, with DET Imports, we've signed purchase orders to the value in shillings of just under 1 billion. We believe this is the beginning, because I think this is the first order to America, but we feel that we have a global product, and we believe that we can start to put a dent in the target of the $6 billion by 2028. So this is just our contribution, and I know there are many other people in this room with the products that they're going to produce who can actually add to that product. So I thank you to the people in this room and everyone who has helped us to get to this point. It's a very, very, very exciting day for us. Thank you.
So good people, you just heard for yourselves. And I want to ask now DET and JAL to come and take the seats. I also want to ask Brenda to come and facilitate this session at the table. I want to ask, because this is very significant, I want to ask that we allow the two companies to sign. I want to ask that Moses Sabiti goes and stands behind these two good people. I also want to ask that Olivier goes and stands behind these two companies as they sign this understanding and order, because this is history for the country. I also want to ask the chairman, Audrey Krawogo, to go and stand so that they can witness the signing. And through you, Chairman, if the Honorable Minister permits me, I will also ask that you go with him so that you can witness the signing. He mentioned, and John came here and also mentioned the MOU and undertaking of orders that is between the two countries, the two companies, DET Imports and JAL, in the sector of coffee. Ladies and gentlemen, you're witnessing history. This is not just talk. I hope that many of you have had an opportunity of seeing and having a look and touch of the samples of the sachets where coffee is being packaged for export. And DET is represented by Mr. Joel Kaposki, while JAL is represented by John Magny. You may shake hands and say congratulations to you, and may the Lord bless you. Coffee. Okay, the next, I think you can, please stay there. The good people stay there. The chairman, the vice chairman. I now want to call two other companies, and still that is DET from Detroit Imports, and Amif Farms. Amif Farms, please come. And this is macadamia. The first agreement is of 1 container. $244,800. That is Amif Farms and DET Imports signing a memorandum of understanding for business with DET Imports. Later on in his wrap-up, the chairman of PACBF will speak more about what these orders mean for the country and the significance that they carry today. Congratulations, and thank you so much. We really want to thank DET, who have exhibited a lot of follow-through, visibility, and all that. Let us stand for a photo. John, please join them. I think come up here. You look better up here. Justine, please come and join the team also. Reverend, if you don't mind, please come and join. Okay, photo moment. You can all say Matthew, or you can say Toke, or coffee. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. We have also good people who are going to invest in Uganda with a computer assembly plant. and I know that JP is here with us. I want to ask you, JP, to come in 2 minutes and tell us what you intend to do in Uganda, so that the people can know what it is that they should wait for. So please come. JP, come in 2 minutes and speak to us so that we can go on to the next session. JP.
So this is the way it looks from here. It looks good. I have to say, what a conference. I'm amazed. This is one of the best conferences I ever participated in. And the lunch in the big room up there, I'm going to tell everyone when I get back to the United States. But what I said to Ulla last night was, we made 2 big mistakes in our life. First, we didn't become African diaspora. And secondly, we don't deal in coffee, because this is what we should have done for this event here. But we are in computers, and we are going to sign an MOU with PACBF about building a laptop factory here in Kampala. We started in Haiti, where we built the first factory outside China, where we build laptop computers, still exist. We then open up a business in New York, where we also build computers, and where Microsoft picked us as their supplier for schools all over the United States. So we know what we are doing. We know what we are doing. And I was told yesterday that 130,000 laptops were sold here in Uganda last year. Do you know if they have been produced here, 2,000 people would have a better life? And if we produce laptops to all school children and students in Uganda, I can employ 100,000 people. What about that? Thank you so much. We are going to sign an MOU, and I'm very grateful. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, I have to say this. That's a man with a dream. That's me. And you know what the car is? It's Kwame, President Kwame's car. And my dream was to sit on the back seat with him and talk about a unified Africa. And we are actually diaspora, I was told by my wife, because we all come from here. And you can better prepare yourself. We are all coming back to Africa. You better make room for us. But this car is standing outside Accra Museum. Nobody cares about it. I want to buy it because I want to bring it here and I want to sit on the back seat with Udrik and talk about the future of Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you so much. JP yesterday mentioned something in the evening that still stuck with me, and he said that Uganda has a friendly face. JP, thank you for the compliments. I hope my face as is represents the friendly faces that are here with us today. We want to have highlights and outcomes of the conference. And I want us to unanimously agree how many minutes we could give the good gentleman who is going to come and give us the highlights. Do you agree to 2 hours? You want 10? Huh? How many? Huh? 30. Chairman, the people here have agreed to give you 10 minutes. And after the 10 minutes, they have agreed and they have also unanimously selected you to invite the State Minister of Trade to speak to us. So, Chairman, please come. We are very eager, as always, to hear from you. Come and give us the highlights and outcomes of this conference. Let us clap for Chairman as he comes. He will come together with the Dr. Olivier. Thank you.
So I want to start by thanking all of our presenters since we began yesterday. Because really, people who think through what they are going to share with others, you can't put money, you can't put nothing. Someone travels, goes to another part of Africa. Sometimes when you are leaving Cairo to Uganda, they say, oh, we're leaving Cairo into Africa. Say, but you are in Africa. They say, no, well, Cairo is different. So if someone from Cairo thinks they are going into Africa, so you have to think of a 76-year-old JP with Ula, his wife, who took a very long flight, had some issues on the flight. Ula had some troubles on the flight. They got to Uganda first time, and they just didn't know what to expect. But you have heard someone wants to put up a mini computing, I don't even call it computers, computing starting point to get into data, to get into contract manufacturing. So I want us to clap for Ula, and Ula is the wife of JP. If you could both stand up. And then you think of someone like, so I'm just looking at faces, so please forgive me. When I see Michael, who shared a wonderful presentation on not just film, not just having a studio. Sometimes we think a studio means film. You shared with us the steps on what needs to be done in culture, in arts, to be able to tell our story as Africa. So I want us to clap for you. When you think of Joe, who has given us 2 signatures today to take Ugandan products to Detroit, how much can we thank you? This is your third time? Yeah, into Uganda. He's visited many parts of the country now. He's met many entrepreneurs. And this is high-level trust to say, I'll sign off and take these products and sell them. You haven't even talked to us about how you get people to change their taste profiles to drink Uganda coffee, how much promotion you have to do, but you are taking a risk on our country. I just want to thank you so much. I want you to clap for. Yes, if I think of even our own people, our secretary, we call her Secretary General. You had the story of bananas, Dr. Mranga, she calls herself a housewife. She's just a housewife who is also a reverend who was married to a scientist, and this scientist was gone all the time, and she decided she was going to teach herself food science. And she's Uganda's celebrated entrepreneur now on Toke. So thank you so much, because you really teach us that creativity, innovation is not where we come from, not how old we are, not biology, not anything, but trust and confidence that you achieve what God has put in your heart. When you think of Hope Riles, do I pronounce that name well? Okay, so Ruabogo is hard to pronounce. So Hope, I want to thank you with your business partner, my little sister, Agnes, is she here? Yes, Agnes, stand up with Hope. The people who take our leather from Kaumu. So just know this, the part of our country where those cows come from, for 700 years, nobody knew the value of leather other than just, turning it traditional and wearing it, but modernizing it, using it on handbags, on travel products, and adding our cotton from Rira. We need to clap for these people. They take us places. And I even want to thank you that AGOA did not really kind of depress you, the fact that you are no longer. It's okay. Here we say that even a bad thing should happen sometimes to teach you how to do better. Thank you so much for being here. Henrietta, I know that Olivier will speak about you. So Henrietta is the person who connected me to. So we did like 3-4 times searching who would in that area be our trade rep. And the search ended with this gentleman, and it was Henrietta who connected us 3 years ago. So I'm very happy to hear that now you've decided to devote some of your man hours and your later life to Uganda and not working for other people, to just work for your country, but use the knowledge you have picked. I want to thank you very much. So my brother Ani Base from Cross River State in Nigeria, who we met, I think, about 2014, 2015. And it's good to keep contacts and relationships, because you never know when they become very useful. He was looking he drank our yogurt at that time, and he fell for it, and he kept asking, how do we get to Lagos with this product? Now that you are here when there's an airline, now that when we met, there was no common African market, now we have. So these are triggers for us to activate the things that Africans have sat on for so long. The fact that where he comes from, these are all one big Bantu group of people, largely that began moving, we suspect, 1273 AD. There was some climate change. The Sahara was advancing because people follow trade routes or weather changes. I don't want to get diverted. So Mansa Musa was not just carrying gold to the Middle East. No, there was trouble with climate change, with trade routes, and he ended up in the Middle East. But some of our brothers moved from Nigeria, Cameroon, Congo, Malawi. So there are names we share, like Bemba. You'll find Bemba in Angola, Bemba in Cameroon. Now, so it means that we have similar tastes of food, language, even sometimes acting and drama and all sorts of things. There are people in Uganda who really do things and you think, where have I seen this? Huh? Yeah. That we are now connected is the connection now should be on what strengthens us, not what divides us anymore. So I want to thank you for being here. Justin Katoto, if you, Annie, just stand up and we clap for you. As our trade representative now in Nigeria, we're going to sign before you go back. Huh? So all of you want to know the pharmaceutical, we're selling some pharmaceutical products in Lagos. Since COVID-19, there's been a bit of Panadol, sanitizers, even Covidex that goes to Nigeria. But there are some things now we're sharing there. I think we should reach out to these trade representatives and meet them one-on-one and see what we're able to do with them as companies. But please tell PACBF, tell our team so that they can follow up these conversations. Justin Katoto, you hear the name Katoto is Uganda. Katoto means young person. Eh? He's in Burundi, in Rwanda, in Tanzania. And so Justin Katoto is a son of a former diplomat from DRC to Uganda, who now is a high commissioner in Namibia. But he's a very independent businessman in his own. He's a sharp lawyer. He's shipped a lot of grains into Eastern Congo. We've negotiated some rates, anyway, I'm taking a lot of time, with Uganda Airlines on cargo to Kinshasa, and he's helping us open a trade hub in Kinshasa. I just want to thank all of you. I may have missed people. So let me thank you, Ugandan entrepreneurs who spoke here. People like Dr. Peter Ngategize of Uganda Exim, my brother at the Chamber of Commerce and Industry, my brother who left at PSFU, the various people who spent the last 48 hours trying to figure out how do we deal with this US market. Huh? I want to thank you and those of you who attended. We have done a QR code there so that we can rate what you liked in this event and see if we are able to follow through. We will be sharing an app where we pack all this information, all these presentations, so that people can pick them and use them. So I'm going to share this with my brother Olivier because he's our trade rep in the US, based in Chicago, through his Chamber of Commerce. And so I thought we should share this platform together on how we wrap up this, the last 2 days. So what did we come to do? Sometimes when I want to do something, I ask myself existential questions. Why am I here? How did I get here? Because sometimes you can set off going to, those of you know Uganda, Rua, but you find yourself in Jinja. But you're still moving, but you're moving in the wrong direction. So, why did we come here? First, we value this US market very much. It is a source of technology. It's a source of patents. It's one of the most innovative economies. It's a huge service sector. It's huge consumption. And it is a market where when you succeed, that's it. That's success global. Now, so if you are not on that market, it's not a good thing. So we, for the last 2 years, We've been doing a lot of work to ensure in the US, so we thought this time let's come to Kampala, and in Kampala look for three things. Who would buy our products and carry them? Now you've seen the MOUs that have been signed. Actually, they are pro forma invoices. They are not MOUs. This is ready to go. So we said we need to make sure that we have people who can buy our food. But when you buy our food, you are also understanding how good this food is and where it comes from and who produces it. We begin to understand each other better. We no longer, if you're an American, worried about mosquitoes and how you dress. You don't know the questions they've been asking me. How should I dress in Kampala? Will I be arrested? Is there like fashion police? So these stereotypes go away, because the story that you had here of the Sabians, they were in the remotest parts of the country, and they now can live anywhere and can explain Uganda to people we'll never ever get to meet, because they've been with us at a very elemental level. So when you buy our foods, we assume you will invest in the value chain of those foods. So those of us who grow food, or let me say even those who are in mining, there were few people who came from the mining sector. It makes a lot of sense that we work with our allies to ensure that we open up our businesses. If they want to take a stake in the businesses, please open up the business. They will help you build corporate entities. Our SMEs are so small that they don't measure up to an average medium enterprise in the US, like some of those medium enterprises. So open your business, and there comes investment on top of taking food. We also wanted to encourage person-to-person exchange, tourism. Being able to come and sleep in our hotels, eat our food, travel in our country, understand our languages, because our languages are so rich. For one word for you, for us we have 5. These greens that we're eating at lunch, in my language I have 6 different types. Just slight variation of color, I know a name. And they even have like a rhythm. So this purple one, nice one, we call it omri. You have to do rrr. Now, if you're a good actor, you want to learn languages and how people do things. My wife is laughing at me because I like the vegetables. There is dodo, there is a nyabutongo, there is omuri, there is vareireko. I know all 7 different languages, but you call them greens or spinach. So when we know the language, then we get to know people better, and tourism is one way. And you have heard that we're opening the Africa market. Tourism is one of the easiest to remove barriers, travel barriers, and earn revenue. Stephen Asimo, PSFU, said it yesterday. I think Colin touched it today. Investment in these locations. Some of you will go to Murchison. I'm told there are people going to see our game parks. More hotel rooms, more aerodromes, more runways. Investment is needed. And so, offtake, investment, culture. We really wanted to share. This film industry is so important to me. It's a simple, nice export. And it's an export that creates the necessary content and data and awareness about a country. And you don't do so much like, it has standards, but it's not like exporting beef to the European market. It is slightly simple. So that's the reason why we came here. So when we went through these things, we needed to understand government standards and regulation. That's what happened yesterday. We wanted to hear about IT from NITA, National Bureau of Standards. The kind of presentation we went through yesterday with the government were to set us on a journey to understand how this country is structured. Yesterday, we also had the President's directives on the Global Trade Initiative, the ability to sign an agreement and join 10 African countries that have now opened their skies and their borders, removed non-tariff trade barriers, reduced the tariffs to 0 from 6%, are struggling to do free movement of goods and capital and people. This is what the Minister for Trade is here, Honorable Bahati. We will follow through by setting up a standing committee to activate some of the protocols where there is clarity. That came out yesterday. Yesterday we also heard about grants. 2 groups that will get grants as long as they have orders, they are organized. We had DET, we had the Chicago Hub. This is just what we call sampolo. In Luganda English is sampolo, sample. If you have an order, and it's a credible order, and you've looked at the entire ecosystem from sourcing to transportation to standard up to consumption level, that invoice, that order, we now have capacity to underwrite it. That's why Dr. Ngategize just stand up again, and the team from UGXIM. I'm talking to our friends, but also Ugandans. So many of you know that we've talked about the 4-pillar model we've worked with for in the last 2.5 years. Market access, stop going to markets blindly, do research, appoint trade reps, set up hubs. But even when you do that, you must have standard that you comply with in order to compete. But even when you have, so your laws must be modernized. That's why what Dr. Mwambu took us through yesterday, chemicals in food, animal feeds and things like that, vet medicine and equipment. But even if you have the market and the standard, it's not enough. You need to work on infrastructure. That's why I said in the sky, on the lakes and seas, and on land, we keep negotiating certain aspects to make it cheaper for us to get to the markets. So if you want to take milk to Algeria or Nigeria, how do you work this out? You have to work with Mombasa and Dar es Salaam. You have to have shippers. You have to guarantee size of cargo. You have to guarantee a distributor. If you combine the ecosystem, you reduce the unit cost per ecosystem member. And we support that and negotiate it for you. Even if you have those 3, in China, when they see the market in Africa, they borrow at 1.5%. In Uganda, when I see the market in China, I borrow at 19%. We can't compete. So we are now trying to disrupt that. You heard my brother Robert Blackwell. The bridge between today and where you want to be is the way you think. So this UGXIM are the people that both us in public sector have partnered with in private sector to ensure that you private sector players apply pressure on them. I am telling them as you listen, they cannot act as commercial banks. They cannot act like other banks. They must act with haste, with professional competence, and deliver quickly. This is the only way to disrupt the model. So we've spoke about grants, we spoke about loans. Now, today, we had market access. I don't know what you thought of the Sabia model. I thought, for me, this is important for anyone wanting to sell in Europe to understand, to take something that traditionally has been taken by other people. I don't know what you thought of John Magnay and the sachets you saw. Using just design as a competitive advantage to increase how much you can put in a container. The coordination between institutions of government in order to get a product. We were trying to get you to understand what it's going to take for each one of our products, whether it's a sweater or coffee or sim-sim, because I just didn't want to say anything about China because we have so many orders of sim-sim, of cassava, and they're looking for who would be the suppliers.
Yesterday I told you about even domestic supply. Where do you think Nyenga, we are going to commission a factory next week of 50,000 metric tons of fish feeds, not far from here. They need maize and soya. Next year, we will commission another one near Busega, not far from here. Same. These are private factories looking for soya, simsim, and we can attach them to the Chinese need to squeeze out oil, and we make sure we stop importation of cooking oil. So the opportunities are all immense. It is just how we apply ourselves to this. The testimonies we had today, I'm summarizing for you, Honorable Bahati, just to get a picture of how things went. The testimonies we had today, the work we had yesterday, really require that us as Ugandans in our products we work as teams, as consortiums. The meaning of the word team is that you do not allow your partner or your colleague to fail. You work in the best interest of your colleague. Nobody succeeds alone. So if we have these products that now have market, if they are taking 3 containers of this coffee, a container of macadamia, and they sell in a week on arrival, they are going to make more orders. They are going to require huge supply consortiums. So, PACBF team, if you could stand up. All our PACBF people, Thomas Kategere, Matthew Bagonza, why don't you come in front so people can see you actually? Just come here. Just come here. You are the one who did the event, not even me. Just come here. All of you. So these people have promised me that welcome Dr. Muranga, every July they are going to host a US-Uganda event. We call it Uganda-Africa event. We may have been in Chicago in the month of May, but in July we should gather in Kampala and progressively build a database of who are the off-takers, who are the suppliers, and what improvements could we do on standards. I mean, you had John Magnet tell you the differences in customs rates. Every day we learn something new, we need to grow it. So these people are the ones who you should reach out to, because they are starting research in Lira and Gulu to establish grains, our grains capacity, simsim, cassava, so that we can build our database and add it onto the database of government, but really know what we are telling people when they make orders. We don't have time to mention each one's name, but I could do just summary. Thomas Kategere, raise your hand. This is production and consortiums. Our research people, raise your hand. Good. The IT person who is building a data platform, Magambo, your hand. The markets person who does these events, Brenda. The media person, Nkahewa. Aaron Bwayo, protocol. Markets, Rowena. Francis works with Kagonyera. Our standards person. Our vice chairperson. And our elder and prayer warrior and secretary general. Where is Matthew Bagonza, who did a lot of good MC-ship? He's trying to bring... Okay. So Matthew, the thin, fit man who you saw standing here for the last 2 days, the MC is the gentleman in administration of our secretariat. You can sit. So I encourage you to reach these people so that the consortiums on supply, the bottlenecks that we spend days doing, if you ask my wife, can I ask my wife to stand and wave and you thank her for me?
So if you have a man who works 18 hours a day, and sometimes who can be absent-minded, right? And you tolerate this person, and they speak local languages, they deal with things often that are not very easy, but you keep that man in prayer, you keep that man with your children together, right? And you attend all his strange events and meet all his strangers, because everyone is a brother and sister. Wherever I go, brother, sister. So I want you to thank her for me. She's a great help to this effort. So Robert Blackwell kind of ended us very well today. This discussion about who we are, I mean, I had this idea that when has an African leader traveled to the US at the White House and you see African American businessmen seated on the same table with him or her? That tells you, you don't rush into doing that. You have to go back and do some homework. Build trust and confidence. Show that these are your people and you give them a home, what the president calls a center of gravity of all African people. Should be Africa. But you can't have a center of gravity when you are not organized. You can't have a center of gravity when you don't think of income and uniting Africa around clear objectives that bring a sense of harmony and dignity. So, Robert, you really challenge us. This paper, I have asked my people, we're going to discuss it on Monday in our Monday meeting and try and get some understanding of what it means. And we will use it in our mentorship programs of young people, because the Greek meaning of the word learn is leap forward. Leap forward. That when you learn, you've jumped some hurdles and you know what to do. That's what Robert Blackwell did for us today. I want to invite my brother Olivier, who we have shared a platform in the last 3 years, who we are trying to raise external funding to back up more work on export credit funding, to just share with you his own summary. Mine can go on and on. I just want you to share a couple of words, but I just want to thank you, and thank you very much for the last 2 days. Tomorrow we have work to do. Those of our visitors, you know where we'll be heading. Brenda, I hope you've reached out to them. We start early with some meetings. We want to meet the Chicago team. We'll meet with Robert. Then we drive to Uwek, Namugongo, and then end with Ndere. We just want people to enjoy their independence by seeing our city and our country. On Thursday, we have a meeting with the president at 10 in the morning, and then we visit our electric plant at the source of the Nile. Source of the Nile is a very interesting place. Gandhi's ashes were brought there when he was assassinated. Speke, who said he discovered the source of the Nile, built a huge pillar there. All religions of the world come there and do some things and disappear. But we want to show them where the water of Lake Victoria parts from the longest river in the world that takes our water into Alexandria, and have a meal there and meet the Chavazinga and have a talk quietly. And then, so this I'm going on and on. I want you to know that we're still with you, and hopefully we can gather before you all leave the country and get a feel of what you think you have seen. The movie people call in. We are going to meet with Julian and see if we can sign some understanding with our brother Michael, and ensure that we have the task force he mentioned. Yeah. Thank you. Olivier.
Honorable Minister, our protocol observed. So, what to say? There is no words to express how my heart is rejoicing because of these great men. Great men. Let's say great men. Great men. Audrey Rwabogo. It's not easy what he's saying, and I understand where he's coming from. When he came to Chicago, this was a beginning of apartheid, if I'm not mistaken, 2022. To me, it was an idea, if you ask me. He had a big vision. And now, when you see he's trading all over the world, China, everywhere, coming to US, I use the word trying. I hate the word trying because instead of saying trying, I say do. I say trying to access US market when many majority of Americans, when you say Uganda, they don't know where is Uganda. Only Americans, majority of Americans, what they know is Africa when you ask them. When you ask them, the president of Africa is Mandela. Many don't know. You go to Southside Chicago. This is true. We go anywhere in America, you go, they don't know Uganda. He's trying to, I say again, he's trying to introduce Uganda to American market where no one knows, few knows about Uganda. It's hard. It's very hard. But it's not about how you get credit. You just do what you have to do. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to give a round of applause for the work he has been doing. As you know, you cannot do all this work. He said it himself. There is always a strong woman behind, or with him, not behind, with him. Please, let's give Pastor Patience Rwabogo a round of applause, please. Thank you so much because we spent so many hours talking how we strategize with Mr. Rwabogo. Sometimes I tell him, hey, your wife is waiting for you. We need to finish this, Olivier. Let's finish this. All right? So, but thank you for being patient. I really appreciate you, Sister Pastor Patience. Thank you so much. Another person I want to recognize, I can't be here without my dear sister, Arietta Wamala. Can you stand to be recognized, please? So, Arietta is a powerful woman. One day they invited me to Uganda, Diaspora of North America, to speak. I entered in the room. I found around 5,000 Ugandans. I have never seen Diaspora such a big number. She was the leader. She led this organization for a couple of years, and then when I saw her leadership, she deserved much for your country. Thank you so much for the work you are doing. Yes, when I mentioned about the idea, about 1 year ago, we were sitting outside the hotel. Maybe I won't mention the name of the hotel because we're not advertising any hotel here. We start talking about Africa diaspora. How can we mobilize, bring Africa diaspora to invest, do business in Uganda? That was just an idea. That idea, the inspiration was coming from Pastor Patience. This idea you see here, she wrote a book. She wrote a book about Jesus, about Christianity, and she was talking about Jesus and also African American, African, black, and the whole. That idea was inspiring. We started discussing about how can we mobilize diaspora to invest back, do business back. Then Mr. Rwabogo said, you know what? We are talking about dignity. How can we give a dignity to these people who left many years ago, who are not being recognized or who are not given enough attention? That's the idea where it came. Now we have what we call Pan-African Congress Business Forum today, in the Expo today. So thank you so much. So he tasked me, said, Olivier, you know how busy I am. Why don't you put together something? So then we can look how can we organize this. That's how everything started. With his support, the all PACBF team you see here, we work together to make sure we have this event today. I have to thank you, everyone, PACBF, Africa Global Chamber of Commerce team, all those who've been working to make sure we can see this day. So now, there are a few also people I want to recognize. Maybe you have seen Mr. Robert Blackwell, who was the first president of America. Do all of you know who was president, right? President Obama. President Obama. You cannot be president by yourself. You need people. You need people. Probably he's very humble. He showed the small picture when they were young. Because he inspired me, a small group of African Americans came together to make sure this man, President of the United States of America, Barack Obama, became president. But the first employer, someone who gave him a job the first time, is Mr. Robert Blackwell. So he was humble, he did not tell. I always say it, I say, you deserve, this is your credit, you're an entrepreneur, you create jobs, you give jobs to people, including the former president of America. I knew Robert Blackwell because I worked in the campaign for President Barack Obama. That's how I got to know him. Since then, we became friends. When we're discussing this idea to come to see how Uganda can become a center for everything. We want Uganda to be a hub for everything, right? That's why you heard about this young man, Michael Pratt, talking about entertainment. Michael Pratt and I were in Ghana together in 2021 when we took a group of 221 African Americans to Ghana. Those who know Ghana, 75% of African Americans who were taken back in the day to America were coming to the shore, from the shores of Cape Coast. We spent 10 days, Michael Pratt and I, in that shore just to connect back to the continent. And then I asked him, we spent some days together, why can't we go to Uganda? Uganda is even much better than Ghana. I'm sorry for Ghanaian, even though I'm a resident for Ghana, now I become Ugandan. So sorry for those in Ghana. So that's why he's here. So it's not about the numbers. It's about the quality in life. These two individuals within African American community, they have a voice. Mr. Wabogo, even though you see two, these people have a voice. They are here to connect with Ugandans, to connect with East Africans, to connect with all of us. You heard, by the way, GP, I heard you become a diaspora, African diaspora. This is a new African diaspora, GP. And his beautiful wife, Ola. So Africa is not about the color of the skin. It's about the content, character, who you are. As our former president of Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah, said, I'm not African because I was born in Africa. I'm African because African was born in me. It's not just about the color of the skin. You are an African because you love Africa. We appreciate our friends of Africa. You also are Africans, you are Ugandans. So we have this group from US, Hope, Anna, Joel, all of you. Can you stand again so to be recognized, please? I want you to be recognized. You are Ugandans too. You are African diaspora too. Right? So please have a seat. This is a really, just want to give you the context of why are we here today. We are here because many times America, they feel America has everything, they don't need other people. We want to tell America, America exists because of black people. White House was built by black people, you know? So we deserve the credit, as my good friend Robert Blackwell, you mentioned. Either we do something or remain poor. Do we want to remain poor? No. Do we want to remain poor? No. If not, then let's follow him. You saw the formula of results, right? How to get the results, right? Strategy plus and time, whatever. It means you need to divide time. We need to make sure time becomes very important, because denominator is time. If we reduce time, then we can achieve what we want to achieve, right? So we have everything. We have a brain like Mr. Blackwell. Why remain poor? We're not poor, right? We're not using your resources. When someone tells me you are poor, I say, no, I'm not. But the poor is not my mind. I'm not poor, I'm rich, right? Let's really build our minds, do and make a difference. That's what the diaspora is about. That's what the essence of what we are doing. Let's connect, do business together. I'm not going to summarize because Mr. Wabogo did my work to go what took place from A to Z. What I want to tell you is this. The majority, I see many young people here in this room. I have to tell you, can we have young people, anyone 35 years old and under, stand up, please. Young people, 35 years old and under. Can you stand, please? Anyone who's under 35 years old? 35 years old. All of you are above 35? The young people from Pasay, where are you? I see you. I have to tell you this. With this event we have today you have a job. You heard people talking about export. You heard people talking about investments. Do something. Do something. If you remain poor, don't blame anyone, blame yourself. Because everyone in this room has something for you to empower you. If not, come to me. My commitment as a Uganda trade representative is this. We have been given a goal to achieve. Mr. Wabogo, I'm committed. For every year we want at least to sell in the US market at least $1 billion US as an export. From now on, every year, at least a minimum. With Joel and the others in this room, Arietta is becoming an entrepreneur. We're setting a hub in Chicago. We're setting a hub here in Uganda. We want to lift as many products as possible. With that, I have to congratulate those who signed the MOUs today, because when we are organizing an event like this, we want to see the result. What have we achieved? With signing the MOU, we all committed to manufacture a computer in Uganda. Mr. GP, are you committed to produce those computers? Wonderful. We produce computers for our youth, our students. We are committed to lift macadamia, the coffee, and so on and so forth. Mr. Wabogo, I have to tell you, we are here to get to work. Mr. Michael here, you committed to build a hub for entertainment industry here, right? Creative industry, right? Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Mr. Robert Blackwell, we are here from Chicago. You said black are poor. They are not. Unfortunately, we are not. The poor is a mindset in myself. I'm not contradicting what you said. I hear what you are saying. You are encouraging us to remove that concept of being a poor to get somewhere. We want not to be recognized as a poor people. We are not. Our mindset are not poor. Let's exploit, use our minds, and then build ourselves, be the richest continent. By 2050, we're going to become more powerful than the United States of America. Remember, by 2050, Nigeria alone, I have my brother here from Nigeria. Nigeria alone will take over the United States of America in terms of population. Right? So, what does it mean? We are creating a critical mass of young people ready to work. We need to really make sure we produce enough. We create more jobs to make sure our youth are employed, our youth are capable to compete globally. By 2050, I am sure, if I'm not here, I'm sure we have created this platform, Mr. Wabogo, our young people will not have to go through what we went through all these years. So I'm really encouraged for this event. Let's have this, make it permanent. Every year when we come, we have to say, this is what we have achieved. Next year, I'm committed to come here. We can tell you, Mr. Wabogo, last year, we made $1 billion in sales in the United States of America. Thank you again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Olivier. Thank you so much. We are going to call the Honorable Minister to close our event. I felt in my spirit I forgot to thank one person. I call him Africa's best probist. So there are 3 probists that I read about. Albert Einstein was probing the forces in the universe that generate energy and create certain things that human beings didn't know, had not discovered. There was another one called Karl Marx. He probed the forces that underpin social and economic change. We no longer talk about Marxism, and that's not what I'm talking about, but people who study things that change society, whether those models work or not, they have spent time thinking. The third one, I think, is Sigmund Freud, who studied how unconsciousness, your subconsciousness, can determine what you do when you are awake. So there is a 4th probist. His name is Yoweri Museveni. He's the president of Uganda. He has probed successfully. You can disagree or agree with him, but he's probed a model that can establish Africa as a center of gravity, strategic security, how you grow the economy, and the worth of an African. And I just want to thank him because he has ideas. He's 80, but he has ideas of 30-year-olds. He supports all these ideas, strange ideas we bring. And he couldn't make it yesterday, but we'll see him tomorrow. So the Honorable David Bahati, it was January 7th, 2022. I looked for him with another young brother of mine, a minister for agriculture. I had spent time thinking through what do you do when the economy that has been growing at 7% now is negative. And I spoke to him and I lent him a book written by a fellow called Chambers, I think. It is called MITI, the Minister of International Trade of Japan, and how a team of a few people worked with the Prime Minister Nobusake in 1955 to recover Japan after it had been bombed to smithereens. And that book touched me very much. And I gave it to the Honorable Bahati. I gave him the title. He went and bought the book. And he promised he was going to photocopy the book and give it to commissioners in the Ministry of Trade. So, you know, when a minister tells you something like that, you feel this is good. This is good. Someone is trying to change the culture and thinking. So David and I sat, and he's the one who crafted the Presidential Advisory Committee on Exports and Industry. That name was his.
He may not remember this. Huh? And then we've worked together with the old man, Honorable Mwebesa, who was here, to ensure that he complains a bit. David, he says, you are too much exports and I don't hear industry. And he's Minister of State for Industry. I say, if I export, I will bring industry. And I'll be able to solve industrial problems if I can generate foreign exchange, if I can teach companies how to sell. So I want you to put your hands together and welcome the Honorable David Bahati to come and close our session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Audric Kwabogo, our invited guests here from America, the business people in Uganda, my honorable colleague, Member of Parliament, Rachel. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm extremely happy to be here, but I'm unhappy that Audric has given me a task of closing this discussion when actually was starting to get interesting and interesting and interesting, but yet I have to do it. Thank you so much, Audric. I want to particularly thank him and PACBF group for the wonderful job you are doing for our country. I have attended many business fora, but I've seen a few like this, which are very practical, result-oriented, and to the point. So I really want to thank you. In many business fora, we sign MOUs, and after 2 months or 3 months, you look for an MOU, you can't find it. But today, we have signed an LPO. Not actually an MOU, it's an LPO. Because I was just looking at what we are signing, I discovered it was not an MOU, but an LPO. So we're extremely happy of what you are doing here. My second point is about JP, a gentleman who spoke last about setting up industry for computers here. Of course, he has been focusing more on exports, and yet we had agreed on the first day that we should also talk about industry. But he has convinced me even exports in a way produce industry, because you need industry to add value to export. So they work together. JP put it to us and was almost getting violent when he was putting us on notice that we should prepare and have space because they are coming back. I want to tell you, JP, that we are prepared to receive you. You are welcome back. We have not only space in our hearts, we also have space in the opportunities we have for our country. We set out a strategy led by His Excellency President Museveni of import substitution and export promotion. Our target is to grow our economy from currently $55 billion to $500 billion by 2062. If we can achieve it earlier than that, the better. And to do this, we must grow our exports. And we can't grow our exports without these partnerships. So I really want to thank you, PACBF, for the work that you are doing. We have space for you in value addition. Currently, we are producing a lot of coffee, producing a lot of cocoa, a lot of tea that needs value addition, meaning we need to set up factories that can process and export to America things that we have added value. We have a lot of space, as Audrey said, in tourism. Uganda has the largest number of mountain gorillas in the world, 21 mountain gorillas. We have the largest lake. You are going to see the lake tomorrow when you go to the source of the Nile, Lake Victoria. We have the deepest lake, second deepest lake in Africa, Lake Munyonyo. And those of you who have read the book by Churchill, when he said that Uganda was a part of Africa, it is rumored and said that when he reached Lake Munyonyo, that's the time when he said, after looking at Lake Munyonyo and the beauty of Lake Munyonyo, he declared that Uganda was a part of Africa. That lake is here in Uganda, and incidentally is in my region of Kabale. Currently, we are looking for investments in mineral beneficiation. We are currently we have reserves of 1.2 trillion US dollars of gold in the ground. And yet we continue to have challenges of household income on the surface. We have 32 million tons of iron ore depots that require to process to produce steel. We're importing steel of 1 billion US dollars, and East Africa has an importation of 3 billion US dollars of iron ore, and yet we have rather of steel, and yet we have the depots of iron ore, 32 million tons. So there's space for you to invest in industries. Say Uganda is one of the countries that I must invest in. We are prepared as government to review regulations, to put new regulations in place to facilitate your trade and to facilitate your investment. Sometimes there are markets which are very complicated, but where even government has almost given up, we see Audrey struggling to open them up for us as a country. So we want to thank you, Audrey, because the American market is one of those that have been very difficult for us. But with these partnerships with PACBF, we are sure that we shall have a breakthrough. I know you have been here for quite some time, and I don't want to spend a lot of time just to appreciate you, to assure you that Uganda is the best destination for investment, and lastly, to do the difficult job of closing an interesting discussion. So I hereby close the Pan-African Business Forum 2024, and I look forward to attending the next one. This time around, hopefully, I'll be there for all the days that will take place here in Kampala. Thank you so much, and I wish you the very best.
Can we give another hand clap for the minister? Just clap again, and I tell you why you're clapping. Those are very weak hand claps, eh? Again. That was clapping for yourselves, for having been a very good and beautiful audience. Now I want you to clap again. That is for our visitors. And I think you need to add more energy. And then I want us to clap for Uganda. And then lastly, clap again, I tell you. That's very weak. In fact, if he had you clap like that, he wouldn't like it. And that is for the fountain of honor of this country, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. I know you have clapped so many times, but I want you to clap 2 more times. That hand clap is for the vision bearer who doesn't want to be celebrated, the chairman of PACBF. We thank you for bringing us together. We thank you for sharing your vision with us. We want to pledge our allegiance and support. There are so many things that we continue to learn from you, and we can only pray that the good Lord blesses you and keeps you safe for us. I also want to thank your dear wife, Pastor Patience, for having been with us throughout this event. And then this is the very last clap that you're doing. Can we clap the very last? So this is for 2 things. First, it's for me. But I also had somebody celebrating 40 years. Do you remember that person who stood up and said it's been on for 40 years? Do you remember who was that? Who was that? Who was that? You have forgotten already? I feel really honored for having had you for this session. We will continue to have quite a number of activities for our visitors. They are going to explore Uganda in different areas around Kampala and beyond. We don't want you to go back without seeing this beautiful country. We have the wildlife, we want you to see it. We have so many good things that we have in store for you. And I also want to inform you that His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, will be meeting our visitors on Thursday. So therefore, I want to thank each one of you and say thank you so much. We look forward. But you might need to keep in touch with us. And you probably don't know how. Our website, Victor, what is our website? Can you just spell it out? Spell out the passage. So if you scan that, does it lead you to the website? It leads you to the website. Huh? Survey and the website. So now what happens to WOIDA? You know WOIDA? WOIDA is from the Government Citizens Interaction Center, and WOIDA has no smartphone. So how does he do that? Can you just type for us the website, www.pased.org, and then the phone number that you can call, ladies and gentlemen, is 0392 588 841. That is our front desk number, and I'm sure you can reach us in any way, quickest way possible. I want to ask still, through your dear husband, to also bless us with a closing prayer, because you opened for us and God gave us blessings, and he also made sure that we have a beautiful event. Unless if the chairman still has an announcement to make, I want to ask the anthem, okay? So we will stand, we will play the anthems in reverse order, and then Pastor will give us a closing prayer.
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Pastor, you can pray for us.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, today is just a prayer of thanksgiving. We're very grateful that for the past 2 days, your presence has been with us. You have guided our discussions. We have been so blessed by all of the speakers, all of the panelists. We have learned so much. We have made human connections. Father, we are extremely grateful. We thank you for the organizers. We thank you for the people who had the vision, the organization, the planning. We thank you in a special way for our guests that have traveled from far and wide to come and be here with us. We thank you for the Ugandans who have been part of this conference. And we also thank you, Lord, for the agreements that have been made and the openings. Father, we believe that this conference is building bridges back to Africa. We thank you, Father. We pray that you bless our guests the remainder of their time here in Uganda. Lord, may they experience all the beauty that this country has to offer, and may you give them journey mercies as they return back to their homes. We thank you, Father, in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much. You can wave to each other. Just turn and wave to your neighbor and say goodbye. See you soon. You may exchange numbers.